the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Rick and Bubba. Fat with
It is 8 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG. It is a brand new day, and we thank all of you for choosing Rick and Bubba. That's right. They join us in 1 hour from now. It's the Good Time Gang. Adler will provide the TV portion of the show and be sitting in here with us. Also, Rick and Bubba. And we start a brand new day. Don't forget, today's podcast, noon Central, live today, and scheduled to appear today in the last hour, John Thomas. Cannot wait for that. Hopefully, that is still the schedule, and we'll make sure of that as we roll on today. All right, so let's bring everybody in. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Good.
Yeah. You looked at me kind of weird.
Well, because did you say the podcast is live today at noon?
The Bible study.
Okay.
Yeah.
You said
Did I say
podcast,
podcast?
and I thought,
right, thank you.
Is something going? Well, I didn't want to correct you because I thought it's something going on that I don't know about.
Yeah. But the Bible study will be on the podcast.
Yeah. Okay.
But I spoke wrong if I said that. I meant to say Bible studies live noon Central.
My immediate thought was, are there any sponsors, and do I need to get those to Rick immediately? But okay.
It will be live on our YouTube channel, and then shortly after that, it will be available via podcast, and so be looking for that. Normally on our social media, and Rick does a good job of that as well. We send out notification when it's ready. But check it out on YouTube live, the Bible study.
Live.
Today, noon Central. All right, well, how are you guys? Y'all good?
Good.
Everybody fired up?
Excited
ready
to be here.
Yep, let's do it.
Another day.
Let's do it.
In the trenches with the guys.
You know,
here we go.
Out in and out.
I'm going to bring Greg Burgess back, and I think, Helmsy, you'll be all about this too. We're not, big radio goobs, hey, this day in history and all this kind of stuff, but can you believe that the Miracle on Ice, you remember that?
I absolutely remember it.
Yeah.
Can
Do you believe
believe
in miracles?
I mean, Hams
Can
wasn't
you
born,
believe?
but I remember
it. It's really hard. I mean,
I
time
actually
flies.
watched it.
Do what now?
I remember watching it.
You watched it?
Yes, absolutely.
Golly, I cannot believe that happened on this day, February 22nd. February 22nd, 1980.
And for the
U.S.
record,
Olympic
Greg,
men's hockey team shocked the Soviets in Miracle on Ice.
For the record, I was born.
Were you
I was
born?
just 2.
Yeah, so you might as well
Yeah.
not have been.
Yeah.
Just turned 2 a few weeks ago.
It seems like, and I may be wrong.
4-3, we beat them.
And again, the details, I don't remember. I think it was delayed when they showed it. I don't know if I knew they were going to. I just remember watching it because
Okay.
it seems like, and I may be wrong here because, guys, it's been a while,
Sure.
that I was on restriction for bad grades or something.
Oh, okay.
And
Yeah, interesting.
so I couldn't go to the skating ring, and because that's what everybody did on Friday
Yeah.
and Saturday night. And I was at home because I was on restriction, and that's when I was watching it. And that's why I remember. I may have made that up. I really think I was, because everybody else went to the skating ring. I stayed home and watched it.
Yeah. Man. Al Michaels on the call.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. 4-3, shocked everybody, shocked the world, and labeled The Miracle on Ice.
Good movie, Miracle. That's
Yeah,
a good movie.
it is.
Don't know.
A little long, but it's good.
Greg, don't throw things. Don't be negative
Well,
about
they
this
wasted a
movie.
little time.
It's a great movie.
Let me tell you the part that went on too long. You remember when they went off to that house and bonded,
Christmas time.
and they're out there
Yeah.
playing football? They let that go on way too long.
Did they? You didn't like that?
It went on-
Don't steal that joy.
It went on way too long.
Can you believe the Soviets won 4 straight Olympic gold medals?
Oh yeah. What about when they played them in the exhibition game earlier, and the Soviets beat them like 10-0, something ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Before the Olympics started, they played in a little exhibition game, and the Soviets beat them. I mean, merciful.
Unless you tell me
Merciful,
different,
right.
unless you tell me different, and I don't know. Okay, not that big of a history buff when it comes to sports.
Yeah.
But I would say the greatest upset of all time.
Absolutely.
Of all sports history,
I agree.
this has to be in the top.
I think so. I really do, because they were given no chance.
Yeah.
Well, even the Russians, when you watch the documentary on it, they're going, we got beat by a bunch of students.
Yes.
is what they're
Right.
called. They
Yeah.
were professionals.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they were the best in the world.
Yeah, because you got to realize the dominance of the Soviets, and we're trying to bring that home. But yeah, I guess if you didn't live then and you don't know, then you probably go, well, no, you can't say it's the greatest of all. But if you know what it was like then and how dominant the Soviets were, then you know it's up there.
Nobody was in their league. Nobody could play with them.
No.
I love in the movie when he made the statement when they scored and they pulled their goalie.
Yeah.
He goes, they just took the best goalie in the world and pulled him.
Yeah.
So it was great.
Oh,
He changed the game. He studied them and chose. He went with speed as opposed to, and he said that he realized that would be, if you have any chance to beat them, that would be the way to do it. And it's a great movie.
So just to let you know, and Greg, you mentioned it, the Soviets humiliated the same U.S. hockey team 10-3 in an exhibition game at Madison Square Garden in New York just weeks before the Olympics. And then the Olympics happened, and then we beat them 4-3.
Yeah.
And nobody even gave us a chance. No, I mean not. I mean,
and
it was.
Then they had to who they play in the final. You know, that was the semifinal.
Yeah.
So they had to go out and win another one.
Yeah. And the American boys had an average age of 21, the youngest squad in the Olympics.
Yeah.
And they were amateurs.
That's right.
I don't know what to compare it to. Like, is this in comparison to a high school team beating an NFL team, college team beating an NFL team? I don't know what that looks like, but I do know that it is the greatest upset of all time.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Period.
The only other sport, y'all gonna laugh when I say this, one of the other in my world considered a great upset is when, and I was watching it when Buster Douglas beat Mike Tyson.
Yeah, now that was insane.
That was another one that everybody's like, that's not possible.
Yeah.
But I mean, let's go team upset.
Yeah.
Not individual. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's no doubt it's the biggest.
Yeah.
Not even close.
Yeah, it's really something else. But today, this day, February 22nd, 1980.
Yeah.
1980.
Big deal.
Yep.
So when you Google greatest upset in sports history, it is listed 1. Greg, 2 is Buster Douglas ends Mike Tyson's undefeated streak, and then the next thing on the list is the New York Giants erase New England Patriots' perfect record in Super Bowl 42.
Yeah, now that was crazy. The catch.
And there's some soccer upsets that I have no idea of what that looks like and why. So
no, but yeah, it has to. And I saw both of them. I saw Buster Douglas beat Mike Tyson. And it wasn't even pay-per-view. It was like free on HBO.
Mm-hmm.
And the odds makers wouldn't even make odds. It was that big
yeah.
And he come in there and beat him. Of course, Buster went out to defend his title, got knocked out, and then got real fat and just lived off his money. But
so the Soviet team back in the right at 1980 in the 1980s, they were considered perhaps the greatest collection of hockey talent ever assembled on one team.
Exactly.
And then you got a bunch of kids that average age is 21, bunch of amateurs.
The
gets embarrassed
together, for years.
Yeah, gets embarrassed by them a couple of weeks prior at Madison Square Garden. 10-3 in hockey. That's a blowout. That's embarrassment. And then we beat them 4-3. Miracle on Ice. This day, February 22nd, 1980.
Yep.
I'm gonna watch the movie tonight.
Oh, it's a great movie. Just cut that one part out of it.
Right.
Shorten it up.
Right. The football game. You're talking about?
Yeah.
Well,
Wasted too much time on that.
Right.
Let's get to the match. I want them to play.
Yeah. All right, 16 minutes past the hour. There's Bubba's head.
Bubba's wandering around the studio for some reason.
I love it. I love it. Good morning, everybody. If you're listening live, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
We got you a free silver bar. Okay, we asked our friends at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as high as $4,000 an ounce. There's no magic 8-ball that guarantees that, but gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years. For the next 14 days, new Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar with every ounce of gold you purchase. Your free silver bar offer expires in 14 days, so hurry. Visit LearBubba.com. Junk science, that's what the doctors call many of those fruit and vegetable supplements junk science because they use extracts of common produce department fruits and vegetables with very few health benefits. I take Field of Greens because it's the whole organic fruit and vegetables. vegetable, not a watered-down supplement, and it's backed by a better health promise. Feel better with more energy by taking Field of Greens. And folks, we got you a 15% discount off your purchase at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code Bubba. That's fieldofgreens.com for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com. These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free. Or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. Terms and conditions apply. Are you prepared for the unexpected? Now, it's only a matter of time before your out-of-warranty vehicles in the shop costing thousands. You can be prepared like us with CarShield. CarShield offers protection plans to fit every budget and includes 24/7 roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car eligibility. Call CarShield now to save 20% on your plan, and you'll always be prepared for the unexpected. 1-800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba. You don't have to break the bank to make a big deal purchase like with Raycon earbuds, whether you're looking for a pair of everyday earbuds, low latency gaming headphones, or a speaker with a battery that will last all night at your next party. Raycons, they got you covered with premium audio at the perfect price point. Plus, they offer buy now, pay later options. Right now, you can get 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. Or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba.
Would you do everything it took to protect your family? Of course you would. That's why we recommend Simply Safe Home Security. They make it easy to protect every inch of your home or even your small business with advanced security tech powered by 24/7 professional monitoring. Customize the perfect system for your home at simplysafebubba.com. Claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Skip extra trips to the grocery store and spend more time doing the things you love with tasty HelloFresh recipes and fresh pre-portioned ingredients delivered right to the door. HelloFresh has 40 weekly recipes and over 70 seasonal and convenience items to choose from for more choices than ever before. Sign up today for 65% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba.
We're hurting anybody.
All right, 22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning into the Rick and Bubba Show. All right, so we discussed, and we're not big, this day in history, all that. We leave that to other shows. But there's some things that jump out. and today is the anniversary of Miracle on Ice when the United States men's Olympic team beat the Soviets 4-3, we were talking about where that lines up in upsets in sports history and all this. And I think as far as a team upset, it has to be, if not the greatest, the top three, or at least definitely the Mount Rushmore of upsets, for sure.
And if I remember correctly, it's the anniversary of me being on restriction. So.
Yeah, that's right, because Greg said the only way he saw it is that I think he was home on restriction.
I think I was.
And this, too, the way sports is set up, we'll never see anything like that again.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
The dominance, dominant of the Soviet
There's just no
hockey
scenario
teams.
that we have set up now in sports in India, in any industry, that allows this to have an opportunity for this to happen.
Let me ask you a question. The movie, we got that, and there's parts that Greg doesn't like. Have they? Please don't look at me like I can't believe you. Is there a really good documentary on this that y'all have seen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a
Oh, yeah,
documentary.
there's
I don't
several.
remember what it's called, but yeah.
Do you know where? Is it just
No,
something
I have
you
no
just
idea.
okay? Probably just
It was
YouTube
probably
has
on
it, something like
HBO
that.
or something at one time.
I would encourage those that are younger that I can't believe they
Oh, it's
think that
amazing.
to go back and watch that.
And you ain't got to be a hockey fan.
No,
Nothing to do with it. I know one rule in hockey, none of it, but that's a great. I have seen a documentary. I don't remember what it was on.
Right. There's two
I
other.
think I was on restriction when I saw it.
Well, I mean, you were just you little thing. You couldn't stay out of trouble, could you?
Yeah, well, I think I made a bad grade.
Yeah. So we're trying to get our mind around this one too. And if you know, 866-WE-BE-BIG, unscreened phone calls though. So when we answer, we're live. So the Georgia Bulldogs, they've been dominant when it comes to college football the last few years. They have now won back-to-back national championships in football, and they're poised to be one of the top teams again in 2023 when the season kicks off. Once a team wins a national championship, normally the White House reaches out to them and invites the team to come up to the White House. We've seen that, right?
Yes, it happens
just,
all the time.
Right.
Bama's been there many times.
Yeah. But for the
They
past
bring the president of Jersey.
Yeah. But for the past two seasons, while the Dogs have had parades in Athens and tons of celebration, they have not received an invitation to make the trip to the nation's capital and visit the White House. And we are trying to figure out what's going on. Political leaders in Georgia for both sides of the aisle have made an effort to get them there. It isn't just a Republican Democrat thing, and they just aren't invited. Champions at the collegiate level are not the only ones who are usually invited to Washington, D.C. All major sports teams who win their respective national championship or whatever level have traditionally received a White House invitation. And we're just trying to figure this one out. And when it comes to journalism, sometimes it lacks, but it looks like maybe they don't even know the answer. In a letter, they highlighted the Bulldogs' impressive 2022 season, led by Coach Kirby Smart, and the history that was made. Now, they tried to say COVID-19 related safety precautions prevented the Bulldogs from being able to travel to the White House after last season's championship. But I don't know that I believe that, because I've seen other teams up there, and it was just, I don't know.
They said they could not make the trip last year due to pandemic.
I get all that.
But
yeah,
they said,
I agree with that.
But the President Biden later hosted the World Series champion Braves last December.
That's what
September.
So that's what I was going to ask. So get that when they did it, that it didn't work out because of the pandemic still lingering around. Okay, but if they've had a sports team there, which you just said they did in the Atlanta Braves. Then they really should get the invite, or y'all need to explain why.
Yeah. This is just weird.
And it may be that you just forgot.
Given.
Okay, just say that, because you tend to forget a lot of things these
That's a
days.
good
We've seen
point.
your press conferences, President and KJP up there.
He didn't know they won it.
Somebody probably haven't told him yet, and so anyway, it's okay. I hate this in our society where we just won't say, "Hey, man, I messed up. I didn't send that invite."
It is weird, though,
there's
because
nothing,
I thought it was a given.
I know. I wish just come out and go, guys, look, drop the ball, one of many.
Yeah.
Okay? Didn't get the invite out. Y'all are welcome to come visit us.
Didn't get it out.
Didn't get it out. Hey,
that's
on
on
us.
me. That's
On us. Hey, we have nothing against the Bulldogs of Georgia.
Right.
Happy that y'all won the championship, and we want you to come to the White House and hang out for an afternoon. There's nothing wrong with saying that.
Yeah, but evidently. They said
We
that
can't say we
the
messed
senators
up.
had
We
put
can't
in, from their state had put in a request for it, but I guess they haven't heard back.
So some of the Georgia football players have taken notice to the lack of an invitation and actually gone on to Twitter asking why there's not an invite. So they're even confused. It's not like, the coach or someone, football operations can come in and go, hey, let me get the team together. Hey, the reason we're not going is they hadn't even been told that. So they're confused.
Yeah.
And it's just something in the old sports world that everybody's, kind of scratching their head on is if you care. Look, they won a national championship 2 years in a row. First, when you blamed it on the pandemic, you had some other teams there too. Not sure about that, but okay, at least you got one there. But how come not now?
Yeah.
That's just.
And hey, look,
They may do it.
hey, Biden administration, if you don't like the dogs and don't want them to come, just say that. Don't give me some lame excuse about this is why we can't do it. Just say, hey, we were pulling for TCU.
Yeah. Boy, and
We were hoping
we
the purple would show
extremely
up.
disappointed, but yeah.
It's amazing.
I don't know, because it says both Republicans and Democrats in Georgia are trying to get them there.
Yeah.
And there's just.
And you know who?
I guess if they played in Ukraine, they'd get there.
you know who's going. Hey, y'all hush. We don't really want to go. Kirby Smart.
Yeah.
He don't want to have to
He's
deal with
trying to
that.
get ready to go
He
for a
is.
three-peat.
He is
Yeah.
exactly
Got
what's on
time
his
for that
mind.
crap.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, he may be behind this. He may have
He may
told
be.
the Biden administration, "Hey, listen, y'all don't invite us. We got work to do.
We got spring training coming
We
up.
got to stay focused."
I got to make a call on who's going to play quarterback.
Yeah, but no matter who's in office, being invited to the White House and being able to walk in the White House and stuff, that's a great reward for
I would think so.
anybody winning a
Especially when they
championship.
put all them hamburgers and stuff out. Like Trump used to do. He had all that fast food in there.
Yeah, they loved it. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
When inflation is high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save, whether it's driving that extra mile for lower gas prices or grocery shopping on sale days. Saving money has never been so important. That's why we got to tell you about our new favorite way to save, Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you're getting cash back on every purchase. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code BUBBA25 and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on that first tank of gas. Next, you just claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside, check in at the business, pay as usual with your credit or debit card, and get paid. Upside users are earning more than $1 million each week. That's probably why they have a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app, use the promo code BUBBA25, get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25. 2 words, junk science. That's what the doctors call many of those fruit and vegetable supplements junk science because they use extracts of common produce department fruits and vegetables, and they have few health benefits. I take Field of Greens because it's the whole organic fruit and vegetable, not a watered-down supplement, and it's backed by a better health promise. Each ingredient in Field of Greens was scientifically chosen to support vital organs like heart, lungs, and kidney health. Others support the immune system, blood pressure, metabolism, and a healthy weight loss. We all want a simple nutrition plan with results so powerful that the next time we get a physical, the doctor says, whatever you're doing, just keep on doing it. Now, this wonderful product is powered by a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It can help you stay healthy, plus it's organic. Join us and take Field of Greens too. Now, if you want to get started, we've got you a 15% discount off your purchase at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 5-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order, and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job to that purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know that every week over 50 million job seekers check on LinkedIn? Yeah, post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another day without him, brother.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. As always, we thank you for making us your choice to start your day. Today at noon Central is the Rick and Bubba Bible Study. Rick hosts the Bible study. It's every Wednesday at noon Central, live on the YouTube channel, and then shortly after it'll be available on the podcast and everything. We always send that out, so make sure you follow us on social media. But that's today at noon Central, and scheduled to appear, hopefully still scheduled to appear. Haven't heard otherwise. Last hour today, John Thomas will stop by as he's in the States, and look forward to catching up with him. I have a story here. Let me pick this up here for a second. Hold on. I dropped something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good. There we go, making that noise again. Did you hear me?
I did hear
I made a noise.
We all do it, and I think it was unnecessary. Right. Like I don't think you were hurting at all.
No, not at all.
just habit.
I just, for some reason, he's just letting air out, I think. We had this story yesterday. Didn't get to it, but it's right up Greg's alley because he always has fun with, like, when the new iPhones are out and stuff, and everybody stands in line.
Oh, yeah.
And they can't
you gotta
wait.
get them that day, or you're not gonna get one.
Did you see that a woman just sold the first generation iPhone from 2007 that was never opened for $63,000
Really?
in an auction? Yep. Her name
just
is
as,
Karen Green, I guess. On an episode of Doctor and the Diva, she tells the story of why she kept it for so long in the original
Well, I wished
packing.
I'd have kept one.
And according to a story that was in USA Today, it was gifted to her, and she never opened it. And
Wow, I bet she's glad now.
yeah, she really. So she never opened it because she didn't want to get rid of her other phone because she was gifted this one. So the 2007
She
phone
must have had
still
envy too.
was sealed in its box, and let's see, it says here was consigned by the owner and sold on LCG auctions after bidding closed on Sunday. In all, 27 people bid for the phone that had been expected to sell for around $50,000, but
Why
it
would
sold for
anybody-
$67,000.
Why would anybody pay that for that phone?
I knew this is your kind of story, and that's why I was
Why
mad
would
we
they
didn't
do
get to
that?
it
I know
yesterday.
it's just for a little queue. I got a queue, so they must
Yeah.
have more money than they
Right.
care.
But how about the old
Unless they
factory
think it's an
seal, never been
investment.
open?
They look at it as an investment. And they go, hey, 10 years from now, tell me
Yeah.
what it'll be worth. Or it won't be worth crap.
Yeah.
So it says Karen Green, the phone's original owner, according to the listing, had it appraised in 2019 because it was an 8 gigabyte, not a 4 gigabyte, and was still in the original box. It was estimated to be worth $5,000.
Wow, they missed that one.
Yeah.
Even though I wouldn't mind 5.
Says here, at the time, Green already had 3 phone lines with Verizon, and iPhones would only use AT&T, the outlet reported. To avoid a pricey termination fee, she left the phone on a shelf for years, unopened and unused, wrapped in a pair of felt pajamas for extra measure. That's weird. Anyway, says I didn't want to get
Kinda
rid of it,
sicko.
and so it's just been in the box.
Well, worked out. These Apple people.
Yeah,
Somebody wants to. I guess they think they got them something now, just like collecting baseball cards.
yeah. Similar iPhones from the
It's worth
original
what people wanna
box and stuff on eBay have sold for around $10,000, but this one I guess was in mint condition because it was still sealed in the box.
If you hadn't opened that one
$67,000.
up, you got on air that day.
I still
knew that
can't
was gonna
believe y'all
come
did
up.
that.
I want you to come
Y'all, I
clean
didn't have
today.
anything to do with that.
I
wasn't
want you
there
to come
that
clean today. You were playing along.
No. Like I said, it was a perfect situation.
All right.
And what I don't like
I
is
give you
that y'all
kudos
have
for
never
playing
been
along.
you've never been held accountable for that.
Well,
You just got away with
everybody
it.
gets a mulligan.
Yeah. And for those of you that know the story, you're like, oh, but there's a lot of people like, what are you even talking about?
Yeah.
It was when it was one of the years the iPhone's out and all that. And if you remember, Rick wasn't there that day. I was behind the board, and we were talking about how hard it is to find the iPhone and blah blah blah. And then y'all said, we got you something.
Yeah, and I had no envy too.
You had an old MV2 that y'all put in an iPhone box.
Yeah, sealed it up.
And you had someone walk in the studio like they were coming by to get to give me one.
Yeah.
Or to buy one.
I just
can't
watched
even
across
remember.
the hall. There was a business across from us, a staffing agency. I walked in there with people sitting there. I said, hey, one of y'all want to be a part of this joke?
Right.
Guy
What
said, "Yeah,
you
I'll do
didn't.
it."
Here's what you didn't know. I knew the man.
I know.
Okay.
That's what sold it.
Not from him being
Small
over
world, by
not,
the way.
Not
That
from
was
him
weird.
being over at ITAC or anything.
So when you saw him,
from
you
a
thought,
previous deal.
right.
Yeah.
So when I saw him walk in, I thought,
You felt good about it.
yeah, I was like, hey man, what's up? And
That's what sold
I'll
it.
say this too, he kind of pulled it off.
he did a great job.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
know who he was. I don't remember.
And
but it was awesome.
And so I opened it up,
Wouldn't know if
thinking,
he wasn't there.
Ivan, if you remember, Ivan was high pitched.
You
Man,
hugged
thank
him.
y'all.
You hugged him.
Yeah, I hugged him because I thought it was a
When
nice
you saw
man.
that OMV2,
And I opened the box up, and it's your old MV2, and y'all pulled one on me.
it was and that was
Never
the
been
one
that
had
would
the
be
little-
a definition of Gunnersville Treaty, of breaking the Gunnersville
What did they
Treaty.
call it? Quick. What are the little?
QWERTY
Yeah, it had that.
keyboard.
Yeah, you remember you slid it up
Yeah.
and typed it.
I thought it was sharp. It wasn't a smartphone. It was just a
No,
sled.
no, it wasn't, buddy.
And, but anyway, I thought you were playing along the whole time, just
No.
doing good radio.
Doing
did.
good radio.
I thought he was playing along. But anyway,
I can't speak to it. I wasn't there that day.
I apologize.
no.
It was. We sold it pretty good. I sealed the box.
Trying
up
to figure
look
out if
real
you
nice.
and I would have done that. What would we have? What would
Oh,
the
we'd have been
punishment-
in a
box
ton
was
of trouble.
sealed.
Yeah,
I even
yeah,
found
yeah,
the
yeah.
big tape
Probably
in the
still wouldn't
back.
be. I probably wouldn't be a part of the show.
Oh, I know. We'd
You know-
probably definitely had to run or gotten
Yeah.
paddled or
Yeah.
something.
Well,
I'd
it was-
have had to do something.
was
You know what they
Bubba's
did when he
idea.
did it?
Nothing.
Laugh.
Zero.
I
zip.
didn't do it. I was doing what I was told to by someone who's my
No,
boss.
you were totally in on it.
I was told to do
You
it.
you could have said to boss, "Hey man, that's a
Well,
man, that's a Gunnersville
insubordination, buddy. I mean, how you like that?
Treaty. How you like that? How you like them apples?
Yeah.
All right, so
The hug, I did feel bad when you hugged the guy. I'll be honest.
you felt bad because
Yeah.
it didn't look like you felt bad. It looked like you were.
Greg,
Oh, wow.
Greg
look,
said
hey, you look like you're enjoying it.
Greg said he saw a little tear out of your eye.
Just a little bit. I
listening.
thought, dang, he's really emotional.
Yeah.
Kind of wish I hadn't done this.
Wow. Yeah.
Don't
yeah.
open that. Don't open that box. I
Yeah.
wanted to scream. Don't open it.
Has there ever been another case of y'all taking something probably too far and you realize, wow, so I shouldn't have really done that? Yeah. That was one of those cases.
It
wasn't
was. It was. You go, wow, I didn't know it was going to go this far. I thought somebody would have called it before now.
Oh, my goodness. All right, so anyways, that was the story we had.
But you didn't tell the whole story. Bubba ended up buying you an iPhone.
No, that's not true.
Now you're just adding to it to make yourself feel good.
Hey, we're making up stories.
Don't forget that. It ended,
That's one thing you're leaving out,
ended
Speedy.
well.
That's not true.
And not to mention that, I did think it was kind. Of course, he felt bad. He gave you $10,000 in Apple stock.
Yeah, remember?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what that sounds like, Greg. I'm just making up stuff.
I just remember a good ending.
You know, we've had this conversation to change subjects here before about how much money, how much money would you do for this or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
Did you see in Virginia, this man who served 20 years in prison, 20 years, is now going to be paid $1.5 million in
years?
compensation. He actually served a total of 23 for a sexual abuse crime that the state now says he didn't commit. He's innocent. He never committed this, and so the compensation now is $1.5 million. I have to ask the two of you: would you spend 23 years in prison for $1.5 million?
No.
There's not an amount of money for me to spend 20 years in prison.
Now, if it was like, well, how old am I when I get out? I mean, am I going to enjoy this for a while?
Let's see.
That's got
here.
a lot to do with
Yeah,
it.
well, but I mean, you're still 23 years
There's
for
not
23 years.
No, that's a little low. That's a little low.
Michael Haas, convicted of sexual abuse in 1994, was freed in 2017 after his sons, who initially whose initial testimony resulted in the conviction, later recanted their statements. The sons, who are now adults, claimed that they were influenced by a sexual abuse counselor, according to WAVW.
So he was
So
in
they
there.
recanted.
He was charged with sexually abusing his own children.
Mm-hmm. And then now that they're older, they're like, "Hey, he didn't do anything wrong. We were."
That makes the money even higher. If not only am I serving time, I mean, you've really, because, hey, inside jail, those guys aren't considered very high on the social ladder. So I imagine it was tough.
The man said from the very first accusation and all throughout the case, I have proclaimed my innocence. And now he has been a free man since 2017. I guess now the Virginia legislator has agreed to an amount. I must say it needs to be higher than $1.5 million if the man's innocent. And everybody's taking back what they said. But anyway, the question was, because this is a story, is that enough for y'all? Would you? And apparently the answer is no. For 23 years, what would it need to be? Is it $1 million a year?
No, there's just not. There's not an amount of money for me.
No,
That's a lot. That's a
I
long
enjoy
time.
it out here way too much.
Yeah,
20-something years.
And time. We don't have a whole lot of it.
No.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Breaking news.
Tax refund shock is everywhere, but what is it?
My tax refund shrank.
Mine too.
The culprit? Pandemic-related stimulus payments and tax credits expiring. In this reporter's opinion, you need a tax expert.
Hey guys, Jackson Hewitt guarantees your biggest refund.
And tax prep is 50% off? Going there now.
50% off is a limited time offer for new clients filing at participating locations. Max value $200. Visit jacksonhewitt.com/50 for terms.
How long does it take to tackle a home project? With Angie, you could cross it off your list before this ad is over. Just tell us what you need. Indoor or outdoor, repair or redesign. And we handle the rest, sending a top pro to get it done. You don't have to lift a finger, except to tap the screen or click the mouse. Plus, Angie is free to use. So bring us your next home project, and we'll bring it home. Download the app or go to Angie.com. That's ANGI.com to get started.
Science proves quality sleep is vital to your mental, emotional, and physical health. The Sleep Number 360 smart bed senses your movements and automatically adjusts to help keep you both effortlessly comfortable. And it's temperature balancing, so you stay cool. So you're at your best for yourself and those you care about most. Life-changing sleep, only from Sleep Number. It's our ultimate Sleep Number event. Save 50% on the Sleep Number 360 limited edition smart bed, plus special financing. Ends Monday. To learn more, go to sleepnumber.com. Special financing subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Breaking news.
Tax refund shock is everywhere, but what is it?
My tax refund shrank.
Mine too.
The culprit? Pandemic-related stimulus payments and tax credits expiring. In this reporter's opinion, you need a tax expert.
Hey guys, Jackson Hewitt guarantees your biggest refund.
And tax prep is 50% off? Going there now.
50% off is a limited time offer for new clients filing at participating locations. Max value $200. Visit jacksonhewitt.com/50 for terms.
These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job to that purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know that every week over 50 million job seekers check on LinkedIn? Yeah, post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply. 2 words, junk science. That's what the doctors call many of those fruit and vegetable supplements junk science because they use extracts of common produce department fruits and vegetables, and they have few health benefits. I take Field of Greens because it's the whole organic fruit and vegetable, not a watered-down supplement, and it's backed by a better health promise. Each ingredient in Field of Greens was scientifically chosen to support vital organs like heart, lungs, and kidney health. Others support the immune system, blood pressure, metabolism, and a healthy weight loss. We all want a simple nutrition plan with results so powerful that the next time we get a physical, the doctor says, whatever you're doing, just keep on doing it. Now, this wonderful product is powered by a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It can help you stay healthy, plus it's organic. Join us and take Field of Greens, too. Now, if you want to get started, we've got you a 15% discount off your purchase at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. How'd you sleep last night, huh? HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Unlike a lot of mattress companies out there, Helix owns its own manufacturing facility, and each mattress is made in the USA by a team of skilled manufacturers and shipped directly from their facility to your door. And right now you can save 20%. Look, we all need a good night's sleep and the ability to relax comfortably. Yep. And I know, Greg, you and Lisa do that a lot because you have a Helix mattress.
I do have a Helix. I filled out the little survey on my sleep preferences, and they give you the one that matches what you like, and that's you got 100 days to decide whether you like it or not. What about that?
That's right. After the sleep quiz, they personalize the mattress. It's shipped right to your door, free of charge, by the way.
That's right.
And what we love is this company knows there's no better way to test out a new mattress than by sleeping on it, and that's why you get a 100-night risk-free trial. Nothing to lose, because if you decide it's not the best fit for you, which is very unlikely, they'll pick it up and you can return it for a full refund. So what you want to do is go to HelixSleep.com/Bubba right now and save 20%. Your new mattress will ship right to your door, and you'll be saving 20% in the process at HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Get a truly amazing night's sleep. You can also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Today, some of the guys in the cove is going to grab the remaining sod that's at the end of the cul-de-sac and see if we can't help some of the neighbors out that
So when your
aren't
guy
able
drove
to get
through
out.
the other day, he didn't do anything.
He didn't stop nothing.
Oh, wow.
Nothing. Of course, I mean the sod at the end of the cul-de-sac. How do you
He's
know
getting paid for it?
How do you know if like I know, you need to see probably a little bit of greenery in the sod, but now all the grass is kind of dormant. So how do you know if the sod's dead or not?
I don't know.
You hate to waste your time. It looks like a pile of dirt.
You got to
right
see
now.
you got to see if it's going to take, and that'll be
That's
the
gonna be a
answer
little
to
bit,
it.
yeah.
And it's going to take it a month to do that probably.
Yeah.
So,
So it could be that we just never get this time back.
I would give
today.
it. Yeah, you're probably right, and I would give it until
all
give
gonna
it
be
until
dead.
April.
Yeah.
You'll know something April. But here's the problem: is if you don't do anything about it then, you certainly don't need to do it in the summer because it'll just burn up when you lay it. So if you don't see it coming back in April, I'd go ahead and put some more down then.
What's so sad
You just need
is
to-
that the city and the people that did this are making. Why are we even doing this?
You shouldn't be.
You shouldn't be.
I can't
But
believe
if not,
this.
you're going to have a big hole in your yard.
I see a city council meeting in your future, sir.
Yeah, you need to address the council.
Who's got time for that crap?
I know.
You do.
Well, I mean,
This is my
have
city
time.
council right here on air.
yeah, I know.
So, what's your schedule for the tennis this week? What do y'all got this
We
week?
go to Mississippi State
Okay.
Saturday and host Lipscomb on Sunday.
All right.
So, got a week of prep,
Mm-hmm.
and we had a really good practice yesterday, even though the rain messed us up a little bit, but a lot of conditioning in, and
Mm-hmm.
saw some guys wanting to even do more. That's what I love about this team is they're self-motivated. There's not a whole lot of – when you ask guys to go through the workout, first of all, they had weights yesterday before school, before their classes. And on that day, I can't imagine having to go through the endurance side of it that we put them through. And then you had guys going, hey, why don't we do this extra after that? And to see them do that on their own, I'm like, good, y'all are animals. This is fantastic.
You're animals.
This is fantastic. So a lot of buy-in from the guys, and they're playing well right now. It's actually showing on the court. It's an amazing concept. You put in a little work, you'll
Sure.
see it. You'll see
Yeah.
it later on when it matters.
Yeah.
Now it's going to be a tall task. Mississippi State's really, really good, and we'll battle with them. We'll see what happens, and then we host Lipscomb on Sunday, and not sure after that. I look about 2 weeks out is where I kind of sit when I'm trying to figure things out. So it's going to be fun. Be a fun week. So
Right.
we
Fun
got
week.
today, tomorrow, and Friday to prep, and then Saturday we'll have busy schedule for me this weekend. Matter of fact, I had to kind of sit down and remind Amanda last night of this weekend because we have the Man Church Conference.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm actually, when we're finished with practice on Friday, which will probably be around 1:30, 2 o'clock, I'm going to get in my car and head to Oxford
Okay.
and meet Rick and the guys at the Man Church Conference. I'll be there all Friday night, spend the night in Oxford,
Okay.
and then we have the conference that morning. I've got a little piece that I have to do that morning. And then whenever I'm done, I need to leave by 10. I'll probably leave a little earlier, but I'll have to leave the conference a little early and then head to Starkville. So, or meet the guys back here and then go because we play late afternoon.
Oh, that worked out
I mean,
good.
it did work out. That was not scheduling. That was already scheduled. So it did work out.
Cool.
But busy weekend. And then we play the bad part about that is we play them late. I don't think we start until 3:30. And so you've got 3 hours worth of match. So now it's 6:30. Stopping and getting something to eat, that's 7:15, and then another 2. You're getting back probably 10 o'clock.
Still a little late.
And then turn around hosting Lipscomb the next day. So it's a lot of coordinating going on.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
And of course,
Busy schedule.
and this is normal. Lipscomb reached out yesterday and wanted the courts Saturday to practice. The rule is if they ask to practice on the course that we're going to play in, because so many of these guys have indoor and outdoor facilities, so you ask them, are we going to be indoors or outdoors? And then you say, well, we want to practice wherever we're playing. And so Lipscomb did that. Not all of them do it. I think the better coaches do it, honestly, because you'd want to play on a lot of people don't know this, but a lot of the tennis courts are different. The different surfaces make the balls bounce different. And so some of them are fast, some of them are slow, some of them are gritty, some of them the ball bounces higher than others, some of it stays lower than others. And so and that means something if you've played on one particular piece of surface and then you go play on another. And so they're coming in on Saturday to do that while we're in Starkville, and so we had to coordinate that with Hoover Met where we play our home matches. So a lot of moving parts this weekend, but we'll get through it.
Yeah.
Excited about it.
And Rick had a big walkthrough. Excuse me. I'm losing. I don't know what's with my voice today. Had a big walkthrough yesterday, so he'll probably come in today, have some information about this weekend. Excited for all of you entering the state of Alabama, headed to Oxford, Alabama,
Hometown.
exit 188, and it's something. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah,
Exit
I'll be
one.
there. It's gonna be
Actually, the
fun.
exit you get off on is probably not exit 188. That's just the one I always get off on.
185.
Yeah, 185.
88's the one I got off of the night to eat at Chipotle.
Oh,
when it was
of course.
late with the team.
Yeah, that's how you get to Chocolaca Park and all
It'll get
that.
you there.
Yeah, so a lot happening. Look for updates. Also, hopefully last hour, John Thomas will be here as well. And Bible study live today at noon Central on YouTube.
Well, I'll be there too. I'll be there Friday and Saturday.
Okay,
It'll be fun.
Well, good deal.
Thought I was going to have the weekend without Greg, but I'm
Well,
not.
you're
I
not, buddy.
I
Too
thought
bad.
with it being in Oxford, you'd say, hey,
hometown.
I mean, you're right there. You
That's
know,
right.
come on out. So, look, for those of you coming, and we've heard from you, safe travels, and looking forward to the weekend.
Yeah,
And
meet a lot of people.
Yeah,
as it
gonna be
builds
fun.
up, it's getting closer, and Rick will have an update for us today, I'm sure.
It's been a long time coming.
Yeah. We'll take a break. We'll come right back. Rick and Bubba join us. Adler here, the whole crew, and we are fired up, full staff today. Your phone calls, as always, 866-WE-BE-BIG. You can go to rickandbubba.com for all the information about the show. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He despised himself,
I think that whole book is very
which is
amazing.
why he was caused and allowed to suffer, so he would understand God deeper. So that we got to stop all this. Why does God cause suffering or allow suffering? I'll tell you how. To glorify Him and to test the genuineness of your faith, and for you to get to know Him better than you did before, and to find Him even more wonderful. It makes you less worldly. That's why. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
For JB, go ahead.
Yes, I'm out here putting up Scott Dawson signs all over the place.
Well, we're getting close now. We got the big primary coming up.
Yes,
Inside 2 weeks now?
He was at my church with the other candidates, and I'm like y'all, I can't speak at the gubernatorial debate.
That's good.
And he killed it. That's an honest, sincere man right there.
Well, I've noticed every time that they did all these straw polls all over our state, and anytime all the candidates were there and there were people in the room, that Dawson communicating compared to the others who are running, and he seems to be winning all the straw polls. And obviously, anytime you're going after us, trying to defeat even though it wasn't elected, but a sitting governor, that's always an uphill climb, especially if you're a newcomer. So it's just going to be one of those grassroots things where nobody believes he has a chance. Everybody's discounting him. And, boy, I would love for all of us that want there to be real change and know the character that he represents. I'd love to shock all the pundits when we have that primary come, because everyone, he's not. He has no chance. He's not going to. That's not going to happen. And trust me, I've been in this a long time. I used to work in politics. I know how this is going to go. Of course, every one of them said Gary Palmer wouldn't win either. But anyway, maybe it could be another shock the world thing. I sure hope so.
It's
man.
unique because I think Scott has an amazing ability. He's a fine man, and he is willing to serve.
Right.
And that's something that a lot of us are not willing to do.
Right.
And I just think it's an incredible opportunity for us to have someone of his stature in running the state. And I don't think he's going to be a career politician. I know a lot of people say, well, if he doesn't win this time, next time around maybe. I don't see that happening with Scott. I mean, I don't know, but I don't see that happening.
I think
he was willing to serve. I think he has made a good run at it. And we'll see how it all plays out on Election Day.
Well, it all is very similar, and people have to vote their own conscience, and we certainly don't fault you for that. But if you're looking at some of the embarrassment our state has had for so long, and I know some people are kind of innocent and all that, but they're still part of all that. It's just time to try. Let's not keep on with the same old that we've always done. And I believe that Scott's the kind of guy that. Let me tell you one thing that I can guarantee you is he's not going to have a moral character failure. Right. And I think surely we're all tired of that. I mean, he's lived a life of integrity. His wife there could not be a better woman on the planet you would want to be the first lady of your state. And they're just the highest of character. Now I realize in politics it may be that their character is so high that they won't be invited in. They may be too good of people to be in that mess. It is 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you so much for being with us as a brand new hour has begun on another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. This hour starts with the national anthem. is 7.5 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Everybody ready? Let's go! So, it looks like we're ready for another one. Our number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. I hope you've enjoyed the kickoff hour provided by Team Rick and Bubba. Members Speedy, Greg, and Helmsy. They do that to kind of get the day started, get everybody warmed up, and get us moving. So you can catch that either live or archived on all the Rick and Bubba platforms. Eddie Van Adler joins us. The YouTube experience will now be enhanced. He is handling that for you. That's an opportunity to watch live every day on our YouTube channel. Subscribe. It doesn't cost anything, but that you subscribing does help us with opportunities to monetize what we're doing. And if there's no fuel coming in, if there's no revenue, Bubba and I won't be at this much longer. So anyway, there's a lot of ways to do that. The YouTube channel is one of those. So we always like that subscription. That definitely matters. And you'll also get alerts when the show's live or when the Bible study's live or there's something new there. That'll kind of keep you posted there. So he's got that handled for you, both the live and the archived and the best of hour today. So always enjoy that. We got another Wednesday Bible study today too, so that'll be there live at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern. Those of you that subscribe will get an alert. It'll also be archived soon after. We also have an audio archive on our podcast channel too. So that's happening today as we walk through the Revelation today, the letter to the church in Philadelphia. So we'll have that today. There he sits, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba. I didn't know that was at the beginning. Bubba, how are you?
Hey,
Your turn
who's
now.
that guy in there?
Yep. There you go, buddy.
What about it, friends, neighbors, and associates everywhere? Welcome to the little party called Rick and Bubba.
What if I stumble? Somebody say, and what if I fall? There they are, DC Talk. Somebody yesterday, we were working on getting ready for this weekend with the walkthrough over in Oxford, Alabama. And we were lunching, and one of the guys on Team Man Church had just been to see Toby Mac and Crowder on this tour they're on right now, the Deep Hits tour. And then Crowder opened for Toby. And he was like, and he said the same thing that we all said. Toby is our age. I think he's 58. He's right around 58, 60 years old.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And he said when he hits the stage, he said, I thought to myself, is that Toby? He was like, his energy and how youthful he still is in the show. He said the dance coordinations and his energy, he is bringing it.
Yeah, I don't see how he does it.
Yeah, and the combination of he and Crowder, because Crowder, is the thing with Crowder is they can do so many things, so many types of music. It's kind of hard to put them in a box, and they're so talented as musicians, and just that combined with the just power of Toby Mac and Diverse City and all they do. And he said, I'm gonna tell you, he said, it's like Toby Mac is timeless.
Oh, I know. I know. He really is.
Yeah, and so it was that tour's going all over the place, and they saw it when it came to Birmingham and said it was just incredible.
Yeah, Toby, I knew he was a year or two older than us.
Yeah.
So I always say sir when I talk to him. You know.
It's funny. It was great. And I got some other emails from guys. You heard the guy called the show yesterday about that. But we'll talk about that, getting ready for the Man Church Conference this weekend, coming to Greg, our hometown of Oxford, Alabama. Greg's going to roll down. He's going to hang with us, and we'll be there. And I was eating at a great restaurant, Greg. You know, my home teacher, Charlotte Hubbard.
Oh, that's a good restaurant.
And her, she kind of embarrassed me yesterday. I was sitting there with the guys as we were doing the walkthrough, and she came out to the table of their restaurant, Hubbard's, which is right there next to the Oxford Performing Arts Center, which is an incredible facility. So excited about that. And so they started you know how everybody does, Bubba, you've been through this. If anybody, one of your old teachers or something comes around and you got buddies with you. And they were like, well, tell us about Rick. Tell us about Rick. She said, well, all I can really tell you about, she said, the thing I guess I can tell you the most about is what it's like to paddle him.
Yep.
And then she just kind of took the plate and left. You know, and I was like, good to see you. And I just looked at I said, yeah, that's a lot of teachers. That's about all they got.
Miss Charlotte's she's pretty funny. We enjoyed dealing with her when we had our reunion there.
She's great.
It's good food there.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was going to tell you. Look, I'm just going to openly admit this, and I know that all the guys that work with me and hold me accountable for me to do a little bit better. And look, I'll let everybody know this from the very beginning. All the people that are working with me and trying to help me, and I tell them, I said, now look, just so y'all know going forward, y'all are not God. God demands everything from me, but you're not able to do that.
Right.
You're just a human being, okay?
Yeah.
And so there's limits to what I'm willing to give you. And I told them, I said, there's one thing I can never give you, and I want you to know this. I told this to Primetime. I've told this to Sean Thompson, who's helped me and has helped me now, and they both have so much in my life with trying to help me nutrition and exercise and all that. I said, cornbread is a non-negotiable. Okay.
Yeah, you just gotta.
I said, you're just gonna have to know that. And I said, so I just try to stay away from cornbread because cornbread owns me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So you remember, if you have anything in your life that owns you, you just try to avoid it. And so, but I said, if cornbread's ever presented to me at any time during this,
right,
I will fail. Okay. So then they just start screaming, "Can we go moderation?" I said, nope. Moderation is the most I can give you.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna have to almost have some supernatural intervention on that, meaning like there's not any more available. We've run out of it.
Yeah.
It's
yours is cornbread. Mine's Girl Scout cookies.
Yeah. So you know what I mean.
I got caught on that Saturday.
So anyway, so I sit down at this great restaurant yesterday, and it's the cruelest of the cruel. They go, okay, guys, yeah. And I order pretty good. I look on the menu. I said, I think I'm okay here. I have to turn all that in, and because I have this agreement. I must tell them what I eat every day and all this, and so you can't lie about it.
Log it
okay,
in.
Okay, and so in that way you kind of see how you're doing, and it helps. So this is what the wonderful, wonderful person that was helping us said, and I'll be right back with y'all's cornbread.
Oh yeah.
And I said, what? And I remembered. Oh, that's right. They do cornbread as the warm up. They set it on the table like people do bread and rolls.
Bring it on.
They set a skillet with cornbread in it on the table. And I just
how hot was it, Rick? How warm?
It was so delicious. And right beside it was that old butter, Bubba. Just going. Would you like for me to lay on top of it?
You
and melt?
can't let
Look,
that slide.
let me lay on top. Look at Rick, I'm butter. I'm melting.
Right.
I'll just become part of it. And the little.
You can't let that.
It looked great, and the little rim around it was crispy.
Like I like it.
Yeah, like that. And I just said,
Eat me.
And it's just one of those things where you just pick up the phone and go, cornbread has arrived, and as I have told everybody, it owns me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So I had some cornbread.
Yeah.
And buddy,
I know.
hey,
Oh, Rick.
If the cornbread could talk.
I love me some cornbread. Crumble up, old cornbread.
hello, old friend.
How you doing there, Rick? You're so warm.
Well, I thought to myself, it's when you start trying to do better.
Yeah.
I think to myself, it's not bourbon.
No,
You know what I mean?
it's cornbread.
Yeah, right.
It's just
It's
cornbread.
right. At least bourbon doesn't own me.
That's right. Could be worse.
Right. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Oh, Trevor Morgan. Bubba, welcome to another Wheel of Meat Wednesday.
I'm glad to be here, Rick. I see the wheel ready to go. I'm excited. I always enjoy to see that big mama spin.
Well, it's always fun, too, to watch somebody spin it for the first time. And today, hopefully we have a guest early this hour and maybe an opportunity before the show is over for them to spin the wheel. I know so many people dream of it. So, I'm the kind of person that I just like to see people's dreams come true.
Well, anytime I can help anybody mark something off their bucket list, so many people, it's right up there at the top.
Of course it is.
That and see the Taj Mahal.
Yep, it's right up there. I mean, there they are, neck and neck. So, we'll work our way through that. We've got a good bit to cover on the program today. A lot of it is updates on things that we've already brought you. And, Bubba, I saw something yesterday, and I saw almost I didn't see all of it, but I saw a good bit of it. And I thought of you. I almost called you, I almost texted you. And I'm trying to remember who is running it, what station it was. Was it it seems odd that it would be National Geographic, but I keep thinking that's it. That can't be it. But it doesn't make any sense. But, again, what the channels first started being specialized, that doesn't mean anything anymore. I mean, I've noticed the name of the channel means nothing anymore.
They'll
show
take a check
anything.
and show anything.
Well, this was the one, How the 80s Made Us or something, and Rob Lowe was the narrator, and it took us through the whole decade
of the 80s. Well, that thing's probably on National Smithsonian or something.
Well, it might. I don't remember what it was, but guys,
you're talking about the great 80s.
You just don't understand.
I've seen that. It's good.
Yeah, it's very good, and you just don't understand when they showed the part. And I mean, I was young, so I don't know that I recall. I remember people talking about it, but when they showed the very first cell call ever.
Yeah,
and they've got it in that car, and they're all nervous. They don't know if it's going to work or not, and they're going to call the one of the descendants of Alexander Graham Bell in Germany, and they don't know whether he's going to pick up or not, or be able to. And everybody's standing around waiting for it to fail. That thing's gigantic and
clicks right through though.
The funny part was that AT&T didn't want it because they said there's not going to be more than 1 million subscribers that wanted. Who wants to talk in the car? Nobody's going to want one of these.
Yeah,
and
good call.
And they didn't. They were just kind of like, let Bell and all them have that. It can be some deal.
The baby Bells.
Yeah, they were just saying.
Let them handle it locally.
The quote was, "It'll never have more than 1 million subscribers." And then all of a sudden, the graphics come up and talk about today. And the graphic that came up, and I did not know this. There are currently more cell phones in the United States of America than there are people.
Yeah. Oh, I imagine so. I imagine so. So that would be what, about 350 million? Yeah.
Yeah. And
let's go back to the guy that made the statement. It'll never be over 1 million.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it shows you when people say things. A lot of times they don't know what they're talking about.
Well,
just because they say it with authority and they say it kind of smug, it doesn't mean it's right.
Yeah, I carry you back to IBM and them needing an operating system for this new thing they'd invented called a computer.
Right.
And they went and made a deal with Microsoft to write DOS for them, DOS.
Right.
Which is the underlying component of the modern day Windows. And they didn't really want to pay for it, but they offered like $1 a computer that went out the door, and they quickly took that deal.
Well,
and, it worked out just good.
Well, they showed that. That's the thing. I thought, well, this is on me for not calling Bubba. It did the whole deal about Macintosh, how they fired Steve Jobs. They talked to the guy that was in the conference room that turned to him. He said, and they showed a reenactment. I turned to my chair and I said to Steve, "I love you, I do, but we're firing you, and this guy's going to run it."
Now
He
was head. The guy that fired him was head of something else, and they brought him PepsiCo.
I think it was Pepsi,
and they brought him in to run the company.
Yeah, it was something.
And he ended up firing Jobs, and Jobs went and started his own computer company, and that's where he actually worked out the kinks and got the new. I think the computer was called Lisa or something.
It was John Scully.
Yeah,
and it was Pepsi.
They talked about the commercial about the Orwellian 1984 that every single member of the board thought it was stupid. They were like, "What in the world? Don't run this commercial. This is the Office commercial. What is this? It's scaring people." 22 minutes now past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number, and we thank you for being with us today. Much to do as we move forward. Coming up later in the program, everyone's favorite South African, John Thomas.
John Thomas.
John, I was wondering, Rick, could you send me the address for the new place? I've been there with Victor, I believe last year. I don't recall exactly where it is. So I sent that to John. So he'll start texting me whenever they get here. So that'll be late in the show today, and we'll get an update and visit with John, which is always a blast whenever he is in the United States of America. So that's coming up a little bit later, and we'll have some updates, some stories that we were talking about one in the break. That's kind of some new stuff breaking on it. So we'll kind of gather that information and kind of update you on one of those stories as well. So we did have a great time yesterday on the walkthrough. And Greg, something happened yesterday. The conference is coming up this weekend. It is sold out. It'll be at the Oxford Performing Arts Center. A beautiful thing about the show, and one thing that I love, is we have people coming from all over. So, Bubba, you told me yesterday that one of the groups that's coming to our home state of Sweet Home, Alabama for the conference comes from Missouri. And like I said, we've got them coming from
Missouri.
12 different states to this. And so there was some confusion because, I openly admitted on the air, Bubba and I as grubbers, because remember, we don't like the word foodies.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, the word grubbers,
Foodie sounds like a sock.
It does. It's a grubber. I admit, like you heard these old days back in the 50s, that I went on Bubba's turf. I'm in Bubba's turf where we're eating, and grubbers have turf. He doesn't.
No, I have no turf. I want everyone to enjoy meals.
So but he's Norm at this restaurant, like from Cheers.
Yeah.
So when this group,
there's a couple of them, and I'm way down the list.
Yeah, and all I did, just so everybody knows, and I think that what's the guy's name that runs this place? Travis. I think Travis will be pleased to know this. I just simply sent them our favorites and said, pick any of these, and they picked that.
Yeah.
And they looked at it and they liked it, and I said, good choice. Well, it led to some confusion because Travis thought, since Bubba's Norm there at this restaurant, that if there's a bunch coming in from Missouri and they booked somebody with a show, Bubba must remember that story? Well, now Bubba's told me yesterday that we're only going to add to the confusion now because I think he is going the same time I'm going to be there.
We have reservations
with a different group
with somebody else.
Right. So now it's really going to be confused. Now Travis is going to know what to do now. But that'll be a bonus for the guys because they're fans of the show too. So that's I will
sit y'all close to each other.
Yeah. So I have to alert the guys that they may get a double dose. They'll get some Bubba too.
Yeah.
So and they were kind enough to invite Sherry because they realize all of us as husbands, anytime you're going to be gone, for going on a hunt or going on a speaking engagement or going to a hamcation, or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
You try to be at home and present with your wife as much as possible prior to leaving, so it doesn't seem like you've really been gone a lot. And so they invited her to the dinner as well, but she has respectfully shot that down.
Right.
Well, it was a nice thing to say, but she's like, I'm trying to picture. It'd be like her telling me. Me and some of the girls are having a salad supper. Would you like to go with me? They said you could come.
No,
you know what I mean?
I'd like to know
I'd probably
how it was,
take a kind but semi-hard pass.
I'd like to know how it was presented to her, Rick.
Well,
hey man, it's some guys they want.
It's presented.
It's some old a bunch of dudes.
We got the conference this weekend, and Sherry has said openly. She said, there are times when I'm glad that you have found something to keep you busy because you're a huge distraction. She said, she said, I'm sure everybody who works with you would say the same thing. If they've got something they're trying to do, if you're anywhere around, you disrupt it.
Yeah.
And she said, so I'm glad you found something to do because she's got some things she's got to get done this weekend too, and so. So I went in, just like y'all said, hey, now look, and I don't even, matter of fact, I'm not even going. I'm not going to go, but I want you to know.
Yeah, I was invited, and you were too.
I was invited by some of the guys going to the conference. They're coming all the way from Missouri.
Right.
So
don't let that sway.
And I said,
none of their wives are with them, just the guys.
Yeah, and it's just them because it's a men's conference. It's just guys. But you know what they said? They understood because, you don't want to say, hey, I'm going to not spend time with my wife right before the conference, And so they've invited you, and I know you don't want to, and I know it would not even be any fun for you. And by the way, if you want me to not go, But I'm not even going. But I just want you to know that they're coming in to kind of get fired up for the conference, and they want to hang out a little bit in Birmingham on their way.
They've only drove how many miles,
how
many hours?
Yeah, and I'll even pull up on Google Maps or Waze and go, I mean, this is about a 5.5 hour ride for them. Yeah. But anyway, so, and they're going on to Oxford, so, I mean, them seeing me, of course, it'll be hard for them to have time with me this weekend.
Yeah.
I mean, so this would be some time for me to say thanks, and they've really been involved in what we're doing. They really love the show, and they, they're big proponents for, the Man Church there in Missouri and the show, and they're like ambassadors really for all the things we're involved in. But I'm not going. But here's what I'm not going. But then I thought, well, I should at least tell you.
Yeah, because you were invited.
Because you were invited.
But I know
no way you're going.
No.
But yeah,
and I know you don't want to go. But they'll ask me if I asked you. But it won't matter because I'm not going anyway.
Right.
But I want you to know they're coming.
But if I did, you could go with it.
And then you confuse.
If you wanted to.
And then you confuse them with the. So what do you think about that?
Yeah.
And then she's like,
I'm not sure what I just agreed.
Well, Sherry, of course, she's been married so long to me. She goes, so you want to go eat dinner with these guys?
Yeah, basically.
And I'm not going.
Yeah, and I'm out.
Right.
Well, I mean,
if that's
what you want to do.
Well, I mean, they are coming a long way. And, I mean,
if that's what you want me to do.
Go.
I'm not going.
That's it. And, forget it.
So you
but I
want
will
me to
ask
go?
you. So what are we doing for dinner Thursday night?
Yeah,
right.
Do we have plans I didn't know about?
So you do want me to go hunting? I mean, I mean, I guess I could.
Yeah. Do I want to go hunting? No. Will I go? Of course. If that's what'll help you this weekend.
Yeah, and all that.
Right. I mean, I don't.
Whatever's good for you.
I don't want an award for being self-sacrificing because I shouldn't be awarded for doing what I'm called to do. Right. But if I can serve you by hanging out with a bunch of guys Thursday night, I will.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it is kind of close to the house. I can just go do that and come back.
Yeah, it's not even that far. It's over, at Bubba's place. Is Bubba going? Well, apparently, yes.
Come find out he's not be there.
He'll be in the room.
Yeah.
Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
And they didn't want any part of it. They talked about Coca-Cola changing the formula.
Oh, yeah.
And for the first time up to that point, Pepsi almost had the same market share as Coca-Cola. In the changing of the formula and bringing back classic Coke, Coke went off and left them with the biggest lead they'd ever had.
And it showed.
It went from a disaster to the greatest thing that Coke ever did. And the guy, I love this. I forgot this guy's statement, who was the president of Coca-Cola at the time. He said, now, a lot of you think that this was the dumbest thing that has ever happened. And he goes, and then some of you think it is the most brilliant thing that we've ever done, that we did all this on purpose. He said, I'm here to tell you the truth. We're not that dumb and we're not that smart. We have just landed on our feet on this is all that's happened.
And it showed.
We really thought we were doing the right thing, and we came back and had no idea it would be that successful coming back.
And Pepsi caught up with them by doing the taste test,
right?
The challenge.
Yeah, that's what. And they closed. And they were almost tied. Yeah. And then Coke thought we got to do something, and they changed the formula, and it was a disaster. But then when they brought Coke Classic back, they went off and left Pepsi.
Everybody just
see what a great show that is, and I will have to find it now.
Well, it goes on. It's several episodes.
These things, should be every American ought to know these stories. They ought to study this. Now, I think I'm safe in saying they don't teach this in school. And see, this is American history. You need to know the business. The guy, the famous guy who ran the patent office in 1780 said we need to close it because nothing else is going to be invented.
Right.
Just things like that show no matter how smart we are at any moment, there's always more out there.
Well, talked about, too, all the spending in the 80s, and I also said that debt was supposed to be bad form in the 80s. Debt became perfectly okay.
Rick and Bubba.
A few things that are more precious when you live in a constitutional republic than the right for the people to let their voice be heard. And as we've always said, if you don't use that right and you're not prepared to use that right, boy, you're missing out on what a lot of people paid a big price for you to have that opportunity. And so there's many, many elections that are about to be going on in primaries, at different times throughout the country. Our state's got a bunch of them coming up. And, Bubba, you and I were honored to be asked, along with a lot of Alabamians who have in different lines of work and for different reasons have a little notoriety here or there, have an opportunity to be part of a campaign to try to get everybody ready to be sure when they get ready to vote that they have properly registered, which that opportunity ended for you. If you had not here, was it yesterday, I think? Monday at 5. So, but we're getting you ready. If you've registered for what you need to do to be sure that you're ready to vote, let your voice be heard. And I think Speedy has this here. Here is one of the public service announcements that we were honored to be asked to do. Here we go. Let's watch this one on RBTV. Hey, I'm Rick.
And I'm Bubba from the Rick and Bubba Show. And if you know anything about us, you know we like to have fun.
However, there's one thing that's no laughing matter. We believe that everyone should be registered to vote, and they should have a qualified government-issued photo ID.
In order to have your voice heard and your vote counted, you must be registered to vote and have a photo ID.
Join Bubba and me and register to vote, and let's work together to make Alabama all it can be. Well, that looked good right there, John. Did you? Now, you've also got a poster with you here today.
I do.
This is, by the way, let me tell you who this is first. This is John Merrill, who's our Alabama Secretary of State. Hey, John.
He's our keeper of the election.
The keeper of the election.
Guys, it's great to be with y'all as always. And I'll tell you, you did a tremendous job on your spot. And I'm very, very pleased with the way it turned out. Of course, there's the
poster, I think, though, is even better.
You know, it is because it's y'all.
Do you feel like it gets
so
their
much
attention
y'all.
like something's going on?
And let me tell you, one of the things we do with these.
Look at the wheel of meat in the background.
Not only do we give these out at all the courthouses, and they can distribute them all across the state of Alabama, but we give them to school groups all across Alabama as they come on their 4th grade field trip to Montgomery, or when I go speak to groups, whether it be high school age or the 4th grade. And yours has been the most demanded poster that we've had since Coach Saban. So,
well, now,
just want you to know.
It's, can I tell you, that's always the thing in the state. It's Saban then us. We just can't beat Saban.
Well, you did outdo Coach Malzahn so far. So I just want to make sure you're proud of that.
No, let me tell you what's funny about that is you don't know this is, and Bubba and I were honored, but there were conversations which neither one of us just knew that was not the deal about whether one of us would run for governor. And I kid you not, I promise. "35 minutes now past the hour, Rick and Bubba Show. We thank you for being with us. Well, if you're out there and you've got an automobile, you're riding right now, you're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for that, by the way. And the automobile that you be riding in no longer is covered by a warranty. Well, that can be anxious, bring a little anxiety, because if something goes wrong, guess who's going to write that check? That'd be you. So you say, well, Rick, what can I do? Should I return all these telemarketers that somehow found my cell phone? No. What you should do is go to carshield.com/Bubba and look at the protection plans. Had an emailer email us this week. Said, I was surprised how simple this was and how inexpensive it was. And if it's a covered repair, they will pay directly the ASE certified mechanic or the dealership of your choice. So the CarShield folks are standing by ready to talk to you. Let me tell you this. In these protection plans, you get 24/7 roadside assistance. You get rental car eligibility. And as we said, courtesy towing, also part of this. So what it is, these protection plans, all the things you're thinking, I hope I don't get hassled with fill in the blank, it's all there. You can be riding along going, all right, I've got roadside assistance, I've got courtesy towing, I'm eligible for a rental car while mine is being repaired, and if it's a covered repair, they'll pay the mechanic of my choice directly. So go to carshield.com/Bubba. If you go there, we're also going to save you on your protection plan an additional 20%. So do that at carshield.com/Bubba. Want to talk to a person? 1-800-451-7776. Their link is also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Okay, so I think we may have discussed this story. I don't know if it was on air, off air. It's a big story in the sports world, especially the world of college sports. And this is the unfortunate, now it's being alleged a murder, involving an Alabama basketball player. Alabama is one of the best teams in the country right now. So this story came up, and there was a player that now has been removed from the team that is being accused of the murder, correct?
Involved, yes.
And involved in the murder. And so that person has been removed from the team, but there's been a new development because it's always bad. But let's just get real for a minute. Based on how valuable the player is to the team, that also has a lot to do with how big the story is. Whether that should be or not,
it is.
It's just true. It's just true. So now they're in the beginning, and I don't follow basketball, so I'm not familiar with any of these names, but I've become familiar prepping in this story. The guys are helping us in the break. That Brandon Miller apparently is a freshman phenom for Alabama, NBA prospect. So there was some discussion that he was at least at the scene or involved in some way. And so when asked about this, basketball coach for Alabama, Nate Oats, this is the original statement about the involvement in this of the additional player and star, Brandon Miller. So here's his original comments on that when he made them.
Involved with Darius' situation, just how comfortable were you with his proximity to that, and also if there's any NBA scouts who might be inquiring, what would you say to them about that?
Yeah, I mean, we've known the situation since we've been fully cooperating with law enforcement the entire time. I mean, the whole situation's sad. I mean, you just think of it, team closed practice with a prayer for the situation today. Again, knowing that we had this trial today, I mean, you think of Jamia and her family, and Kane, really think about her son Kane that was left behind. So it's sad. We knew about that. I mean, can't control everything anybody does outside of practice. Nobody knew that was going to happen. College kids are out. Brandon hasn't been in any type of trouble, nor has he in any type of trouble in this case. Like, the wrong spot at the wrong time. So,
wrong spot at the wrong time. College kids, they're out, and there's a moment in there where the coach, and I think people have been critical. We're not talking about that there was a party and people got a little rowdy and the police had to say turn the music down. Darius Miles is being charged with shooting and killing somebody. And Brandon Miller, when asked was he around all that, well, college kids, wrong place, wrong time. We're talking about a murder and a shooting. We're not talking about a party that was a little loud. And so he got caught a little flack about that, but at the time Brandon Miller didn't seem to be that we don't have the information we have now.
Yeah, well, during the grand jury hearing, the testimony came out of the timeline that implied that Brandon Miller had actually brought a gun,
right,
and it was loaded and handed it off to somebody.
Yeah,
which kind of changed the dynamics of this a little bit.
Yeah,
and then Coach Nate Oats came out and said he thought that it was important for him to clarify the unfortunate remarks that he made earlier,
which we just heard.
Right.
Yeah.
He said he wanted to apologize for the wording. He said the entire time I've tried to be thoughtful in my words relative to this tragic incident, and my statements came across poorly. And he went on to talk some more about that. But it did. I think he was criticized for being a little careless and maybe flippant a little bit with the details, because you're talking about a young lady that has been killed who was a mother, who had a small child, and it is a serious
Did the kid take the gun to the guy that committed the murder or not?
Yeah, according to
and if the answer is yes, wrong place, wrong time, and I knew this for a while, we knew this was going on, it looks like you were hiding something, number one, if we're having to get this from AL.com. And number two, wrong place, wrong time, really? That's where you went with this? Come on, Coach. I mean, look, I want to give you some grace on this, but this is ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, and that's why he's come back and apologized, because now we're finding out, and AL.com broke the story, that unfortunately, it's unfortunate, like you said, Bubba, that any of this happened. But when it was Darius Miles and then Michael Lynn Davis, when they've been charged with capital murder, I'm not saying that it makes it any less. It doesn't. Not when it's a person and there's been a murder, but when it's not to the star level of Brandon Miller, now the coach is realizing, well, Brandon may have been
a little closer to
this than he either is going to tell us he didn't know, The big story's back to, and Bubba could take off his glasses again and say, what did he know and when did he know it? But yeah, this is getting uglier now.
Yeah.
And it's ugly no matter what. I know what we're saying sounds ridiculous when we're talking about someone's life, but it also is the way the world actually is. NBA prospect, freshman phenom, throwing in points and being key in games on a season where Alabama's doing really well. It becomes a bigger story if he's more involved in this than was let on, whether we like that or not. And it's going to have that look like college and big-time sports has always had the problem, is it's based on how big a star you are on how you're held accountable.
Yeah. And look, like I say, it's serious because life was lost.
Yeah.
And
like I said, it's not a party that got too loud.
But you have to have due process for all involved, innocent until proven guilty, even though we have some that have been charged and are being held right now.
Right.
Another player, Jaden Bradley, was also at the scene.
Right.
And as Speedy was giving us the story, there was some question about when this young lady came out with her boyfriend, they couldn't leave because they were pinned in.
Right.
And whose cars were pinning them in right before this shooting started.
Right.
So, and all this is coming out in grand jury testimony.
Right.
Now, and the process is working its way through.
In an affidavit provided by the Tuscaloosa County Sheriff's Department, what we do know is on January 17th, Darius Miles did admit, that's the former basketball player, to providing the gun to Davis, who used it to fire the fatal shot that killed her. What's new is that Miles called Brandon Miller to bring the gun to the scene. Right. That's what's new developments that AL.com released. And if that's the case, why hadn't there been more done? And I know Alabama gun laws, you don't have to have a concealed carry, and there's that legal side of things. But if Brandon Miller was that heavily involved, why are we just learning about it?
And I don't. Let me say
that
this
was
too.
the new development.
I'm not going to go as far to think Miller nor Coach Oats should lose their position or job. I think that's also ridiculous when people are throwing those kind of comments out.
Right.
But I do think that if you're this young man Miller and you've made this ridiculous move, okay, you answered the phone, you grabbed the gun, you took it to him. What did you think was going to happen?
Yeah.
And so I think Coach Oats should be able to sit down with this guy and go, hey, I didn't think this needed to be said. I thought this was just common sense that if somebody calls you and asks for a gun, you probably need to call me. Right. You need to call the assistants. You need to let us know, hey, look, something bad is about to go down or is being thought of going down, and let us help you any way we can. And by the way, you're probably going to have to suspend you a few games for this because this was a bad decision and there has to be consequences for these types of decisions. But I'm not hearing any of that. And I don't think Oates should be fired. That when people start going there, that's stupid too. But there has to be some kind of accountability here.
Yeah. Well, here's what Oates is saying. He said, we were informed by law enforcement of other student athletes being in the vicinity. This is the new statement. And law enforcement has repeatedly told us no other student athletes were suspects. They were witnesses only. Our understanding is that they had all been fully truthful and cooperative. In no way did I intend to downplay the seriousness of the situation, of the tragedy of that night. My prayers continue to go out to the Harris family. So he's saying, I made those statements based on what the police told me, and now I'm realizing that I may not have had all the information.
And you're talking about three different levels. You're talking about criminal liability, you're talking about civil liability, and you're talking about the way you run a team and what's done with players when they're out of your control, and then statements you make to the public. So it's multi-level, and it's certainly a bad situation all the way around.
Well, the update on that story, and as Bubba said, some of you have been asking about it, and actually I haven't been following it that close, but I understand now. The update is now there's allegations that Brandon Miller, who is a star, was more involved than everybody thought. There you go. I mean, and that's made the story now escalate to another level.
Yeah.
In all those three categories you just mentioned. 14 minutes to the top of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. We'll be back. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up. Much to do on the program today, and we hope you'll decide to be part of it as the Rick and Bubba Show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'm not making this up. A guy came to me and said, let me tell you one thing. Either one of y'all, there's only two things that I want to get involved in. And he goes, the only person we would want to do it more than either one of y'all is Coach Saban. And that was a quote. He said it's Coach Saban, then it's Sean. I'm like, we just can't beat Saban. You know what I mean?
Well, we did on the Mount Rushmore poll.
Well, now that is true,
and we were very proud of that.
I forgot about that.
But
Thank
that
you,
was
Bubba.
kind of for fun. Bear Bryant went up on that.
Right.
But,
Well, it was also one of those things where my mom thought that was actually going to happen. You remember that?
What a great view down there at the lake at Mount Cheehaw that would be.
I was like, Mom, that's just a joke. It's a cartoon. We're not really going on Mount Cheehaw.
Well, John, we're honored to be asked to do this, and we do believe in the process, and we want people to get out.
It's a big deal.
I mean, we have people that we would prefer to be in this spot or that spot, but we do believe in the process, and we want people to get out and vote.
Well, I know
and
you
it's
do,
a precious right.
And
I mean, it's so precious.
You talk about being involved and helping make decisions that can change the course of a community, county, the state, and our nation all the time. That's part of what you do. That's part of why people are drawn to y'all and your message. And so I just felt like it was more than appropriate to approach y'all and to see if it was something you'd be interested in, because basically what you're trying to do is just to make our community, our state, and our nation all it can be. And that's why I'm so appreciative y'all agreed.
And you got to get out and be part of the process. Growing up, I'm a little late on the tree, and my dad was a World War II veteran. So not going to vote was not an option. And, there's been times where our choices were not – we felt like everything it should be. But, I pick the less of the two evils, and I go in there and vote every chance I can.
Absolutely.
There's always times that something comes up that you can't get there on that day, or sickness or something, I know, and we've all had to deal with that. But anytime I can, I try to make a point that day to go and do it. And, I go home at night and I feel better about it because I tried.
Well, and one of the things, too, Bubba, that I think is important to note is that in order for you to exercise your right to vote, first of all, you have to be a registered voter.
Right.
And, Rick, I don't get the opportunity to do this very often, so I'm going to take advantage of it now in correcting you.
Yeah.
Because one of the things that you said was you had to be registered by 5 o'clock on Monday. But because we have the mobile app now for the iPhone or the Android, you can use the electronic system as long as you have a valid Alabama driver's license to register for the very first time or to modify your election record. If you move from Alexandria to White Plains or Piedmont to Heflin or from Oxford to Anniston, who would do that? Then
You are now.
News update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
And they found him and said he
Dr.
thought he
Tim
drowned.
Cunningham.
Yeah.
And it was a very strange story because he was a high-level doctor at the Center for Disease Control. He apparently, there was a story out, he was unhappy about being passed over for a raise or a promotion, and then there was a story that said, no, that's not the case.
Right.
He was single. He disappeared. He left his dog, who he loved, all this. It was a very strange disappearance. Was gone for several days. They even came out and did a press conference where they said, Tim, come back. Come in.
Right.
We want you back.
Come home.
They found his body floating in the Chattahoochee River, some fishermen did. And they've done the autopsy on it, and they say the cause of death was drowning. They also say that they found an amount of marijuana in his system, but it should not have been enough to cause him to drown. In other words, it was a recreational amount, quote unquote. So that that story just keeps getting stranger. I mean, it's just doctor gets mad. You remember he made a mysterious phone call to his mom. Right. Leaves his dog he loves in his house. Goes out. So we're supposed to believe he went out swimming in the river in the winter, and he accidentally drowned after having little Mary Jane, the devil's lettuce, the king's grass in his system.
Now, isn't the medical examiner saying he thinks it was suicide?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That he didn't. He jumped in to drown.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
the one I
read, it looked more like it was accidental. I guess you could count it as accidental if you were trying to commit suicide, but why would he do that?
Well, I don't know that, but I'm just saying the medical examiner says he's ruling it as drowning/suicide, that he drowned himself on purpose.
Correct. Yeah.
That's right, baby. Don't let that 75 average hold you back. All right, so as we are working through another day, we're glad you're here. So we had this story yesterday, but we didn't get to it. But some about this kind of stuff owns me. First of all, Bubba and I have been extremely clear that the Wheel of Fortune makes us feel dumb, and we don't like watching it because we're not good at spelling. Okay?
I'm terrible at it.
But I'm going to think that even you and I could have got this one. Now, I know it's not a given. I
feel good about it.
I feel pretty strong that all of us, this is one, Bubba, that was so bad the audience couldn't hold back, and they began to scream the answer.
Yeah.
And the fact that this person doesn't get this one, Bubba, there's only one letter left on the entire board. All right, so watch this right here. So here it is from Wheel of Fortune.
Yes, there is an H.
She has every letter but one.
Solve it or spin it, but do something quickly. Don't
I'll spin it.
Okay.
She's going to spin.
She's gonna spin.
Risk everything,
Still-
first of all. That was
Still not
stupid.
going to solve it.
Okay. What letter for you?
I'll go with a G.
Oh my gosh.
Listen to the crowd.
Juliana, it's your turn.
I'd like to solve the puzzle.
Yeah.
Fresh tropical fruit.
Yeah.
Y'all, she went with the G.
Yeah. For
What
those
was
of
she
you,
trying to spell?
How could she not?
What was she trying to spell?
What is Sajak's reaction?
Yeah, did Sajak say something to her afterwards?
Yeah, listen to what he said.
You know, when that happens and you're sitting at home, you're saying, how in the world can that? But, you know, sometimes it's a word that just doesn't want to come into focus for you. It did for you, and in addition to that $650, we're sending you to the island of Antigua. Listen to this.
So because
Handled
of that,
it well. Yeah.
For those of you on radio, the only thing missing in fresh was S.
She had.
So she thought it was some F-R-E-A-G-H.
That was the only letter missing in all of that.
Greg, there's no even room for A. She would have thought that it was F-R-E-G-H.
That's what I meant.
Yeah.
That's what F-R-E-G-H. She thought that was a word.
You know when I quit watching the wheel is when Vanna quit turning the letters. When they went electronic,
Yeah,
it just
yeah,
didn't,
ruined
it
the
just
whole
didn't,
thing.
it just didn't
Man, I'm
mean
not
the same
sure.
to me.
They don't need you.
Yeah, so if you're at home, the letters on the puzzle spelled out, she had F-R-E
blank,
then H, and then tropical fruit was completely spelled out.
Yeah, I
she
think
asked
even
for
I
a
might
G.
got that one.
F-R-E-G-H.
She asked for a G.
A marker is I knew it.
That is.
That's
Yeah,
a marker.
That is.
And look, I put this right up here with word searches and crossword. I
I
don't
hate
like
it.
any
I
kind
hate
of
it.
puzzle
I
that I
hate
got to
it, hate
figure
it,
out.
hate
So
it.
I hate that show.
Yeah.
I do too.
Don't like anything about it. Pat Sajak's head's too big for his body. All that.
All that.
I thought he was polite there at the end.
He
though.
was.
He wanted to yell, "You dumb!" Yeah, I would have.
I'm a
I
family,
looked at her and said,
I'm
"How'd
a
that
family
happen?"
feuder, you know.
Guys.
I like Steve.
Oh yeah.
And this person's name is Khushi. She has the SH in her own name. Fresh and Cushy or whatever.
Yeah, very observant.
That's very good.
What's her name?
Kyushi? Cushy?
I don't know.
You know, Bubba, you bring up.
I don't know.
She's cushy.
The K is silent. Hushi. I made that.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
probably
no,
right.
you're probably
You're probably all
right.
over
No,
it.
you might be right.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing that gets me, honestly, because anytime there was an international student in my class, I would sit close to them.
Yeah.
Because they're very, very smart. And this woman would have given me a bum steer. I would have sat over there close to her in class, and I would have been like, she didn't know how to spell fresh.
F-R-E-G-H.
Right.
Tropical fruit.
Fresh.
I thought she was-
F-R-E-G-H. Fresh.
I thought she was just being greedy with that last spin. She was trying to give herself more time.
She was.
to figure
You're
it
right.
out.
But when you're
Because that was-
there, though, it's the pressure's just totally different.
I
Like you
bet
That
if
one,
she
though?
had her choice, though, I bet she wishes it would have bankrupted and she never made that statement there. Everybody said, "Ooh, you should have went though." And she could have, I would have been more
You would
embarrassed by
rather-
getting the bankrupt.
You would rather be scrutinized for a daredevil spin.
Yes.
Being greedy.
Yeah.
They're missing the S.
They're missing that S.
Right.
Yeah, it's
Pat can't believe
but
it.
But this show, there's something about this show, Bubba. We've talked about it for years. I can't watch it. I can't be near it. Of course, I have like Greg does. He's just annoyed by puzzles. I've got some kind of weird thing that I need some sort of psychiatric help.
I don't want anything
involving puzzles. I have a reaction to them. I freak out. I don't like it.
I don't like Jeopardy either.
Yeah, and this show,
I can't even. I've never got one thing right.
and I don't mean this because I know some of you go, well, Rick, my gosh, that's just my thing. Again, it's one thing when somebody says, they don't like something, that means that nobody should like it. And if you do, then, I'm not that person. No. I've had some things like that in the past, and I've tried to get better about that by saying it's just not my thing. But I really borderline find myself drifting into depression if I ever find myself in my house with Wheel of Fortune on the TV. And I think our whole world has come apart. We have no motivation. Right. We have no direction. We're accomplishing nothing. But I can watch other things and think I'm just relaxing. But if some reason that's on and we're letting it go, something has gone wrong.
Even if no one's watching it, if it's on the television, I will run in there.
We've drifted away from our call in our lives. Right. We're not motivated people. We're not accomplishing anything. I can't believe I found myself here.
I have friends that watch it every evening. It makes me think of my mama too. Whenever I would walk in her house, she would also have the newspaper folded, and she'd be working crossword puzzles.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
People love she'd be sitting there. I'm glad
I didn't know her.
Oh, Rick.
Well, I'm telling you, I can't be around that kind of stuff.
Right. My goodness.
What if she'd had a crossword puzzle, had Wheel of Fortune on, and was eating?
Rick, you'd be in trouble. Bubba brought up Family Feud. Okay, and I love Steve Harvey, and he's funny, but if you notice lately, their answers some of them are silly, and there's no way anybody would guess it. They're trying to be funny.
I think it depends on where they interview the people. If they interview them in California, it's one thing. If they interview them in Tennessee, it's something.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
It makes Steve mad.
Steve will ask like a borderline sketchy question and then act all surprised when people give a sketchy answer. Whoa, how could you say that?
Rick and Bubba.
Now, the exact verbiage was, it was drowning, and the manner of his death was a suicide.
Okay, let's talk about something that may be uncomfortable because of the reality of everything that was going to be said here, but there is something that you can do about it. It's one thing to make us all feel like, wow, we need to do something, and then there's no move to action. There is a move to action. So we've all been brainwashed, Rick Burgess included, and I've been trying to talk to the folks at Bank on Yourself. But we've all been brainwashed in believing the only way to grow our money for retirement is to risk it in the stock market. That's not true. You can reach your financial goals and dreams without taking any unnecessary risk. Do you really control your retirement money based on the way we've been brainwashed to do these retirement funds? The answer is no. If you have a 401k or an IRA or something similar to that, the government actually controls that. Now, every time I talk about this, I see Bubba's face look at me like, Rick, I can't argue against that.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, the government controls it. You say, well, Rick, I'll tell you how they control it. They, not you, they decide how much you can borrow. Mm-hmm. They decide when you got to pay it back. They decide what you're going to owe in taxes. They decide what penalties they put on you if you take out money too soon or you wait too long.
Yep.
They'll hit you either way.
It's their game, Rick.
Even though, listen to me, it's your money. So thanks to the skyrocketing national debt we got and a Congress, Bubba, you use this analogy a lot. They're out there spending money like a Saturday night drunk. So who knows what's going to happen to your retirement? And what about when you see the person in charge of your retirement has no financial responsibility at all? That's not a good feeling. Well, Bank on Yourself is a better way to grow and protect your hard-earned money. You earned it, and you should control it. This retirement plan alternative has never had a losing year in over 160 years. Some of the things, there's more, but for time, I don't have all of them, but I couldn't list them all, but you can find out more on yourself on what I'm going to tell you to do next. They do have built-in inflation protection. They do have tax-free retirement income. They give you control, and they have guaranteed predictable growth in retirement income. No luck, no skill, no guesswork required. Your plan doesn't go backward when the markets tumble. Both your principal and growth are locked in. You know what? When I said tax-free, you know how much your tax you'll pay on Bank on Yourself? That'd be zero. So why don't you move right now, get a free report with all the details, because you do need to learn more about it, and I'm learning more about it as we speak. Go to bankonyourself.com and then /RBS. Bankonyourself.com/RBS, and you get the free report with all the details. Again, bankonyourself.com/RBS.
Death by drowning.
On purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Which would explain why you would jump in the winter and all that. But, I mean, I'm still back.
Did he jump in from a high area to do this?
Well, people will go off in water to drown themselves. I mean, that has happened where people, a lot of times they'll get off into, the ocean or something like that for the purpose of getting out too deep and or being, in his case, probably put into some sort of very immediate difficulty because of the temperature of the water.
Yeah.
Why was he upset over something at work or?
Oh, you remember that?
What I'm saying is, to me, it doesn't all add up really still.
It's an odd story, but that is the update, but it is still very, very odd.
And it makes me concerned when we have people who deal and work at the CDC, who has a pass. They go into where we keep the most deadliest viruses that man has ever known, smallpox, still one of the last 2 samples on Earth, and they go in there and they're unhappy to the point they drown themselves.
Yeah.
Is that concerning to y'all?
Yeah, it 100% it is. But everybody keeps wanting us to believe this narrative, and now the medical examiner is going to join that narrative. But it does seem very, very odd.
Mm-hmm.
I'd love to be able to sit down, because sometimes people, when people sit down and there's times when you go, well, I don't know this person, so any narrative is available to me. Then as you start getting closer to the inner circle, you sit down with somebody who finally knows the person extremely well, and they either go, every time, not surprising, or they go, this is completely out of character for this person. Now, I don't know which one this is, but I've often known that there's been some times when I've been surprised by something, then went to talk to somebody who actually knew the person better than me, and they said, oh no, this is not surprising at all.
Yeah.
Well, have we had that person come out?
No, we haven't. No, we haven't.
All we ever hear is how talented he was. He was selected in 2017 as 40 under 40 honoree by the Atlanta Business Chronicle. One report, you remember when they were saying he was upset about being passed over, that he actually got a promotion that summer. So I don't know what to believe.
So I don't know, but it's very, very strange. And so that's they're trying to put a bow on it now and say, for whatever reason, and people have agreed, then contradicted, then disagreed on whether he was upset, not upset, should have been, shouldn't have been, got looked over, no he didn't. It's gone back and forth, but the medical examiner says he thinks that based on the evidence that he's looked at, that the person, no doubt, we know that, died because of drowning, but thinks they did it on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
You remember his family, when he disappeared, it was on Valentine's Day, February 14th, had even offered a $20,000 reward for information to help locate him.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone wanted to be my friend. I then went to a club where the manager saw how many viewers I had on a live stream.
Six minutes past the hour. It's starting to shine. It's a brand new hour from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Things that you need to know. Wednesday Bible study back today on the YouTube channel. It'll be live at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern. It'll be archived soon after to our YouTube and podcast channel. We're going through the Revelation. Today, the letter to the church in Philadelphia. So thanks for all of you that join us for that. Or you could join us for that if you want to. Also, manchurch.com got the big conference this weekend. It's sold out. But tomorrow night, there is a Man Church These are the services that we also do as part of our men's discipleship strategy in Huntsville, Alabama, 100.3 The River. It'll be at Hopetown Church. Pastor Tim Ashley has Blake prime time. He'll be speaking as they kick off the strategy. So you'll hear that message, and then you can plug into one of our curriculum and get in one of our small group studies all tomorrow night there at Hopetown Church. Those details at themanchurch.com under events. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the little show we call Rick and Bubba.
Yes, I love technology.
Tech update, Bubba.
Yep.
But not as much as you see. But I still love technology.
Everybody, always and forever. And we... Bubba, the old, what is it called, 230?
Yeah, Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act is under the microscope at the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court heard oral arguments Tuesday in the first of two cases this week
230.
that will explore the extent of legal protections given to tech companies that provide a platform for third-party users to publish content. The case, Rick, the original case was Gonzalez versus Google. It deals with recommendations and algorithms used by sites like YouTube that go further than simply allowing users to post content, but arrange and promote the content to users in a certain way. YouTube and Google are facing litigation over allegedly recommending videos created by ISIS and others to recruit new members. Now, Rick, Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act says that these big providers like YouTube, Google, Facebook, and Twitter are immune from legal claims based on the content posted by their users.
Who do they think they are, Big Pharma?
Yeah, the justices and parties involved wrestle into which way the content is presented in itself a form of speech, or is this clear communications or recommendations from an algorithm? It gets very complicated.
Yes, it does.
And we've talked about this before. The common carrier laws say for the telephone company.
Here we go.
And this is what we'll use as an example.
Here we go.
Is the telephone company responsible if someone uses a telephone call to arrange to do a crime?
Right.
And because they are a common carrier, the answer is no. They're not responsible for what users use their service to do.
Correct.
Now, in the area of social media, we have a little different question because other people can see that, and it's open to the public.
Right.
So, is the tech companies responsible for what people say? And if they are, they have to have the ability to limit that. Or if they're not, they shouldn't be able to go in and take some people offline because they're not responsible. So this is one of those things where we've had an industry that needed protecting when it was in its very early stages, but now has grown into multi-billion-dollar worldwide conglomerates, and the law still has not caught up to it.
Yeah, and what we've seen, because of things we have seen, especially with Elon Musk taking over Twitter, what we've seen is UGLY. They ain't got no Alibaba. It's ugly. And what they've tried to do, and you pointed this out a few years ago, they're trying to have it both ways. They want the protection, but they also want to be able to manipulate information.
Right.
And they can't have it both ways. And we have seen. Can we say that this is no longer politics? This is no longer worldviews. We have seen for our own eyes. The evidence is quite clear that these platforms are using their technology to try to manipulate and act as gatekeepers on what we can and cannot see.
Yes,
that absolutely has been proven.
Not based on decency, but based on their political beliefs.
Correct. And that's been proven. I mean, we see it. That's not up for debate.
During the arguments yesterday, Justice Elaine Kagan said, we're a court. We really don't know about these things. You know, these are not things. We're not the nine greatest experts on the internet, which drew laughs from the room.
That is funny.
Later on in the discussions, Justice Alito told the plaintiff's attorney that he was completely confused by whatever argument you're making at the present time. He couldn't even decide. He didn't even understand what point are you trying to make in this. later on, Justice Brown or Justice Jackson, like Alito, at some point said she was thoroughly confused about what was being argued because she thought the relevant issue was the scope of Section 230 immunity, not what might trigger liability. So Sotomayor went on to say at one point she pushed back against the idea that these social media giants are a store and should be held liable for such speech. She said, you're creating a world of lawsuits that will be never ending.
And then one of the justices just screamed out for some reason, fresh tropical fruit. They sound like they're going, we're y'all asking us to rule on something. We're not sure we fully understand the argument.
Yeah, and it is confusing.
It is.
And it's a new world. It's a
new day, Bubba.
And I don't know that you can even look to the old common carrier laws as an example.
Does it even apply?
Because they're it's not just private communication between two parties. It's public domain. Anybody can look at it. And are they using algorithms to decide what you see and what you don't see? So that's the other part of it. So it's going to get very complicated, and it's going to be very difficult for them to rule on this. And there's no telling how this is going to end up.
It sounds to me like the Supreme Court is on the bleeding edge of technology. They're not on the cutting edge. They're on the bleeding edge. They don't even know what they're dealing with. Well, here's what we know. We know the documentary Social Dilemma. We know the algorithms.
Well, that is an eye-opener.
We know the algorithms are used to decide what you see and don't see. They started that so they could monetize these platforms because they thought give the customer whatever he or she wants, and then we'll send the ads there, and the ads will land where the advertiser wants to land.
Right.
There's a lot of that going on. So we know that's true. We know that they are gatekeepers, and they were using this, not, like you said, Bubba, for decency, but for political agendas and all sorts of social agendas. We know that's true. But I guess the question is, now that that's been established, what can anybody do about it other than Elon Musk buy it and change it?
Yeah, and this is going to be tough for the court to try to figure out because, again, they're not in the position to make laws. They're supposed to be ruling on existing laws.
That's correct.
And honestly, the existing laws do not fit this mold. So it's going to be a tough one. It's going to be a tough one. Very, very confusing, very complicated. But it is scary because we've seen this rise in AI technology, and we've all played with the Chat GPS or whatever it was called, Chat GPT. It's scary how good these things have got, and if that artificial intelligence is trying to addict you to social media by feeding you the red meat that you want, it doesn't know when to cut it off.
No.
It doesn't know when to moderate. It doesn't know when to present the other side of the argument, and it is creating a big problem in our country.
All 10 lines are available. Who wants to talk to the people? America, it's your turn. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. And we'll chat with you right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That really doesn't sound like somebody who thinks that somebody's suicidal to me.
No. Again, I'd love to have that conversation with a person that says, but in all fairness, there's the third option where sometimes people do things that nobody thought they would do.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I know one in my own circle that somebody took their own life and nobody saw it coming.
Right.
I mean, nobody. There was no signs, no, hey, I'm having issues, nothing. Now, I'm sure maybe the family, keeps some things to themselves. That may possibly be. But, I mean, when I got that call, I'm like, what? And then, of course, I didn't know this person as well as others. I knew him pretty well. But when I talked to the people who really knew them, they were like, no, there were no signs this was coming from anywhere. So you don't know.
Here's one thing that may lend itself that direction. In the story, it says that his sister spoke with him on the morning he went missing. He left behind his car, cell phone, wallet, his dog. His father told the New York Times that Timothy had a lot going on personally and professionally, and at their most recent conversation left him worried.
Okay, well, there you go. So
maybe
it's not surprising, and that's exactly what happened. And the fact that he works at the CDC, as all of us, it gets you you get a different feel about it. I mean, if he'd been a person who did this, who worked as an accountant, no offense to accountants, it doesn't raise the same level of head tilting as a CDC person goes on the lam and seems to be upset, and you start thinking, does he want to tell us something? I mean, that's the first thing you think.
That's exactly what you think.
I'm not.
Even if it was somebody that worked at the Pentagon or Langley or in our intelligence agency, you'd go, well, that guy, he had access to a lot of stuff. The CDC, to me, is much more immediately dangerous because of what they keep inside that building.
Yeah. Adler, it sounds like your podcast investigation here, buddy. He's been trying to figure out which one he wants to do.
What if he had the answer to why everybody in Auburn, Alabama is getting a eye disease?
Oh, that's another one.
We're about to put some
unsolved mysteries.
We're about to put some patches on for that.
Yep.
So, 6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Website, Rick and Bubba. RickandBubba.com. Spell out that word. Which has now become a superpower.
I'll be waiting here.
See, there
Yeah, glad to be here, Rick.
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
I'm dandy. I tell you, this next story is one that it concerns all parents. When I think back to the time when I was this age and what I went through and when I left and all this, what our arrangements were at home. But boy, this is a stretch here. This is bad.
Well, there was an old thing that people said, if maybe you're out a little late, it may be a place that was not all that wonderful, maybe at a honky-tonk or a roadhouse. And there was the phrase that was said, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they would begin to shut it down. And so this is becoming more and more acceptable, Bubba. I'll go as far as to say that. Not popular. I'm sure it was always somewhat popular, but not acceptable.
Well, yeah.
And that is that adults are still living with their parents. And so we have
not at their invitation or not at their health care need.
They just won't leave.
They just won't get with the program and grow up.
Yeah, they won't leave. And we have a 30-year-old man whose parents says you cannot live here anymore, and he has a court case.
Could we avoid court?
Could we avoid court?
Come on.
And we have a little package we'll let you hear. Then we'll come back and unpack it. A judge has had to rule on whether this 30-year-old man has to leave his parents' house or not. And here's the package on it.
Representing himself, Michael Rotundo made his case to State Supreme Court Justice Donald Greenwood, while Mom and Dad looked on.
I'm not a burden to them in the home. They don't provide laundry or food.
Despite getting 5 written notices from his parents dating back to February, Rotundo insists he should have been given 6 months' notice to move out.
I just wanted, a reasonable amount of time to vacate with consideration of the fact that I was not really prepared to support myself at the time where I was served these notices.
He says he has a job, but wouldn't answer any questions about the line of work he's in. During the proceeding, the judge applauded Rotundo's legal research.
21 minutes now past the hour. Phone calls. America, you check in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll find out what's on your mind. Thomas is standing by in Sweet Home, Alabama, and Thomas will get us started. Thomas, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing great. How about you guys?
Fantastic.
Hey, look, on the Brandon Miller thing, I actually had 2 things. The Brandon Miller thing, University of Alabama is a taxpayer-funded college. If there's somebody that is even involved in the link and the demise of an individual, they should kick them out of that college to never be brought back again. Tough luck. Shouldn't be there.
Well, but there's due process. I mean, you do acknowledge that. Your end result, if it turns out that everyone involved with this are guilty, they're guilty of what they're being charged for, then sure. But you don't, and this is with everybody. Let's figure out who did what, and then everybody will be held accountable. Until that point, you just say we need to continue to get to the bottom of this. And But after that, then you can say, here's what needs to be done now that we have all the facts.
Correct.
The new thing is there's some facts that have come to the surface that we were not aware of. And now let's get down to see if those things are as heinous as they seem. Is there an explanation? Is it not as heinous as first thought? Are these people involved? And if yes, at what level? And then we have a criminal system that says if you're involved at this level, this is the punishment. If you're involved at this level, that's the punishment. If you weren't involved at all, then go back to your life. But and then, like the coach has already said, I made some comments about one of our players. I've got some new information. I apologize for those comments. So let it work itself out. And but it is.
Well, I don't know that he got new information. I think he knew that information, but it became public through the grand jury testimony. So. And I think, look, what I've known of Nate Oats, he's a class act. I think he probably didn't think that through the way he was wanting to say that.
I think this goes a lot higher than him. Really, I don't know.
I do too, and I
he
think
has a decision.
This
in this
very well could be as simple as, and hear me out on this, okay? It could be as simple as someone leaving a gun like we would leave a cell phone or a wallet in a car. Let's use Speedy, for example. Let's say Speedy and I go to lunch today.
I'm buying.
Speedy's got his gun with him, okay?
Right.
2 hours later, he calls me and says, hey, man, I left my gun in your car. Can you bring it to me? And I say, yeah, I'll bring it to you. Where do you want to meet?
Right.
I go meet him, and I bring him his gun.
Right.
And 2 hours later, sorry, Speedy, he shoots someone.
Wow.
Well, that's not my fault.
Right. If that's what
at all.
If you're just joining us, I didn't shoot anybody.
I know. If that's what happened. Now, we may get facts later on that it was much more to it than that. But at this point, to your point, Rick, we don't know the answers.
Right. Well, and I do want to clarify, though, Nate Oats' comment was this. We were informed by law enforcement of other student-athletes being in the vicinity, and law enforcement has repeatedly told us that no other student-athletes were suspects. They were witnesses only. It was our understanding that they had all been fully truthful and cooperative. So he did say that's what I was making my statement on before. That's what I'd been told.
Right.
So I mean, that's his statement, and we'll see if that all turns out to be
And a
true
lot
or
of
not.
people say if Brandon did, in fact, bring the gun that was used in the murder, he still didn't break the law because of Alabama's gun laws. There's that,
Correct.
too.
Yeah.
And that's why they're saying he wasn't arrested because technically he didn't break any laws. So there's a lot of moving parts on this, and then you go, okay, well, maybe he didn't break the law, but how should Alabama deal with this? And the basketball team.
Yeah, and then that's back to the three pillars at Bubba.
Right,
Exactly.
Right. So there's a lot here that's going to continue to
Everybody
come
tap
out,
the
I
brakes. It'll play itself out.
Brad in Alabama. Brad, go ahead.
Yeah, so they were talking this morning about why Georgia wasn't invited to the White House.
Yeah.
And so here's the reason, is it's the Biden domino effect. So if Georgia shows up, Biden's going to talk about how he went to the University of Georgia, played for Georgia as a walk-on quarterback when Vince Dooley was quarterback or was coach. And then what will happen is that will trigger an uncomfortable conversation between Peter Ducey and Jean-Pierre, and then Jean-Pierre will defer the question to that woman announcer nobody likes as the new White House sports czar, which will then trigger them investigating whether or not there were classified documents in Uga's doghouse.
There you go. That's well walked out, Brad.
Wow.
Yeah.
So why are they not getting invited?
We can't get to the bottom. I don't know.
We're not sure. The last time may have still been some COVID concerns, but I know several championship teams have been there since.
Yeah, it was just last year.
And I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if Kirby made him mad or something. I don't know.
Anonymous, go ahead. You're on Rick and Bubba.
Yeah. Is it me?
Well,
Sorry.
you said you wanted to be anonymous,
Yeah.
so I said anonymous. Yeah.
I did, but
Yeah.
that's fine. I didn't know. I said Alabama too. Okay, so I am a parent of an athlete as a student of Alabama, and I just wanted to share with you guys what the university had actually done with the students there, or the athletes. The week after this happened, they actually brought all of the athletes together with the FBI and the campus police and the captain, and talked to the kids about expectations, about guilty by association, and really educating the kids about what they expected, how to handle the situation, steps to they advice on steps to handle if they're in that kind of situation. And I felt like it was, from a mother standpoint, I was very happy to hear that, because it's stuff that I had talked to my kids, my son, about, just being around that and how you can get in trouble just by being around those people. And so they are and have taken steps on educating the athletes and what their expectations are there at the university.
Yeah, I would think that probably some of that happens before the season.
Yeah, it does.
It does. It probably does.
Pretty common.
Yeah.
Pretty common.
But from a total university standpoint, even take the athletes out of it, it is important and a good teaching moment to use at this time, for sure.
Clint in Georgia. Clint, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I was calling in to say old Budweiser probably didn't go to the derailment and the chemicals still up there because he's afraid of being exposed.
Okay, well, I don't know if that was intervention in the spiritual realm, but Buttigieg says we need to stay, and we have this quote today that everybody doesn't understand. He was a mayor of a hometown one time, and he dealt with all kinds of disasters.
Yeah.
Probably not to this
Hannity,
level. Probably not.
I don't think anybody dealt with one.
Hannity dug into some of those, and not much.
Well, yeah. Remember,
he is going now, right?
Because
3B, Trump's going today.
Yeah, 3B will have. He just doesn't seem like a very pleasant person. He was asked on the streets too, but this was 3A, which you were talking about, Rick.
The administration has come under some fire for its response. The mayor of East Palestine has said it took nearly 2 weeks for the White House to contact him. There were shouts of "Where's Pete Buttigieg?" at a town hall meeting last week. What's your response to that? When are you going to go to East Palestine?
Well, I am planning to go, and our folks were on the ground from the first hours. I do want to stress that the NTSB needs to be able to do its work independently. But when I go, the focus is going to be on action. Look, I was mayor of my hometown for 8 years. We dealt with a lot of disasters. Now,
what a joke.
Mayor of his hometown. He dealt with a lot of disasters. He's a
good
piece of work. All right, we'll come back. Biden's been out talking again. That's always fun. We'll hear some of his quotes.
You think Trump won't have them rallied up today?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But presented him with a similar case, which proves he's not eligible for a required 6 months notice to leave.
Granting the eviction, I think the notice is sufficient.
A ruling Rotundo called outrageous.
I don't see why the judge wants to throw people out on the street.
Rotundo's parents and their attorney had no comment leaving court, but we did get some insight into the dynamic under their roof.
Well, we don't talk. We stay out of each other's way. There's been no instances of anything.
You just don't communicate.
We just don't communicate.
Despite today's outcome, Rotundo says his fight isn't over yet.
I mean, I'm seeking appeal. So, are we closed?
Oh my gosh.
Move to close.
Lord, please
Good
don't.
night.
Please, Lord, don't let one of my kids end up being this idiot. Lord,
Now
no.
he claims.
All right, so
he claims he's trying to get custody. He lost custody. He's got a son, and he claims that his job right now is trying to get custody of his son. That's what he claims. And they also said that he had a job one time. This article I read, they researched it at Best Buy, and he was fired. And now he sued them because they fired him because he told them he couldn't work on Saturdays because he had his son. And they fired him over that, and he sued him for $300,000.
So this guy's whole worldview is that the whole world, including his own parents, should cater to him.
Yep.
That he shouldn't go out and of course, any situation that he's gotten himself into, that he shouldn't have to persevere through it and figured it out. I've dealt with this. Even with there's a time even with my kids when they reach a certain age. There's certainly emergencies and things like that where I have made it very clear to them. If they've gotten themselves in even financial trouble that they themselves have caused, just being irresponsible with finances, that I will not bail them out of it, because they need to learn, like we had to learn, that if you get yourself in debt, you got to find a way to get out of it.
Yep.
You got to find. If I come and rescue you every time this happens, you're never going to stop making the same mistakes you keep making that keep getting you in this situation, spending money at a rate that you don't make enough money to do. Sometimes you can't go to the show. You can't take that trip.
Can't eat out.
because you don't have enough money.
Yep.
So you got to learn how to manage your own money. But there was a time, and this is the real thing we got to look at in our society here in America. There was a time that may have still gone on, but somebody would have had so much. And I don't mean the wrong kind of pride. I don't mean the kind of pride where you're arrogant. I'm talking about the self-worth. Like I don't want to shame myself or shame my family. Where if anyone was in this situation, they certainly wouldn't want to be doing interviews about it. They certainly would not be in court about it. This guy has no shame whatsoever and thinks that everybody who thinks at 30 years old he should provide his own place to live is unreasonable.
Yeah. Rick, let me give you a couple other things here on this case. They have offered him $1,100 to find a place to stay and gave him parental advice, including organize the things you need for work and to manage an apartment. Sell the other things you have that have any significant value. So that tells me he's spending what money he has had on other frivolous things. They even implored him to start making money. There are jobs available even for those with a poor work history like you. Get one. You have to work. Now, they wrote him this in the letter.
Well, Bubba, I don't have to know much about the situation to know that any parents who are, and I looked at them and what you can tell, they seem like they're pretty reasonable people. Everything you want to know about who's really at fault and why he's in the situation is found in the fact that his parents are willing to go to court to get him out of the house. If you're at that place, then they already have come to the conclusion this is on you. You're not in an unfortunate situation. You're not in one that we need to show more compassion. You're not in one that we need to be more merciful. We've watched you live here, and every time you had a chance to get out, you've squandered it on things that were not necessary. And that's the lesson that you have to teach your children is that, maybe until you can afford that car you really want, you can't have it. And you want the concert tickets to go to see the show that are $150 a piece. Well, a concert is not life altering. If you can't go to that show, then that's just too bad. You got to worry about eating. You got to worry about having a roof over your head and something that can get you to and from work. And once you get those things handled, if you have money left over, then you can do other things. If not, then your life just has to revolve around, I need a vehicle, I need a roof, and I need food. And until you can get beyond that financially, that's all you do.
Now, Rick,
The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big's the number. All right, working our way back. Let me point you to buyraycon.com/Bubba. Testing 1 2 for those listening on Raycon earbuds. Testing 1 2. You got the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. Do you feel a little left out? If you're part of the Rick and Bubba family and there's some kind of Rick and Bubba gathering and everybody's got their earbuds in from Raycon, you don't have yours. Why don't you move on this now? Buyraycon.com/Bubba. About half the price of the other premium audio brands, and they're very discreet. They fit wonderfully. They're comfortable. They have all sorts of sound profiles you can choose from based on what you're listening to. They also offer total isolation if you'd like to just kind of get in your own little world with your earbuds, or the awareness mode. I need to be aware of what's going on around me. Whichever you choose, it's available to you. And with the gel tips that are adjustable, you can get them to fit in your ear comfortably. They will not budge. So if you're trying to do just a little bit better, they won't come out while you're working out. It's no wonder Raycon Everyday Earbuds has over 50,000 5-star reviews, and it's time for you to check them out for yourself. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba today and get 15% off your order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. And you can get them for your friends. You can get them as gifts. Get them for yourself. Whatever the case may be at this price, because we're getting you an additional 15% off, and they're already about half the price of the competitors in the premium audio brand category. So grab yours now, and thank you for all the great emails that we're getting on that wonderful product. All right, so we do have a little bit of Biden today, and anytime Biden's talking at all, it's like boy, you're just hanging on for dear life. So here we go. Where did he go?
Where'd he go? Anybody know?
Here we go.
Basement Joe.
All right, so
Basement Joe.
Joe is going to be talking about is this when he's dealing with NATO in 1A. So we know that that Ukraine is not in the NATO.
Right.
Is he just saying? How is NATO tied to what's going on in Ukraine?
Well, I think he's just saying that there's NATO nations close by.
There are,
and
yeah.
They're if you attack one of us, you attack all of us, and which means the U.S. has to cover everybody.
Now, again, I've noticed in the past dealing with Taiwan and China, and other conflicts, his administration doesn't like when he draws these kind of lines that are so black and white. Because he's telling the world that if this does happen, we're in. And many times, they've tried to walk him back and say, well, now.
Well, you can't really walk back from the NATO charter.
I don't think you can.
I mean, the NATO charter is very clear. If any of our countries are attacked, everybody has to join in.
Yeah, and wasn't he in Poland when he made this statement?
Yeah.
And they're part of NATO,
Yes,
right?
they are.
Okay.
So here we go.
And let there be no doubt, the commitment of the United States to our NATO alliance and Article 5 is rock solid.
You wanted more
And every
response.
member of NATO knows it, and Russia knows it as well. An attack against one is attack against all. It's a sacred oath. Sacred oath to defend every inch of NATO territory.
Yeah, every ish.
Yep.
He got a little angry there. I would agree with him on that. It is, for some reason he didn't get this bigger response at the beginning.
I don't think that maybe they didn't know what Section 5 or Article 5 meant or something.
For a minute, I thought I thought he was Jeb Bush. I mean, there wasn't much. Do you remember the time that Jeb Bush thought he really made a statement?
Well,
you can clap here.
I think there's a thing too, Rick, and I don't know. It's hard for me to put my finger on it, but you can make a stern statement, and it comes across as stern, and people will applaud it. He's making like an angry statement.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No,
There's
you're
a
right.
difference.
No, you're right.
There's a difference in what he just said and, say, Ronald Reagan when he said, Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall. I mean, there's a different.
He's trying to have that moment, and it's like a jacket that doesn't fit.
Right.
He comes across, you're right, as angry. You know what I mean? Like something's just a little bit clunky, not quite.
Not quite.
Let's go to 1C. All right, so 1C, now this is we don't know what happens here. Because that first statement, I think, like even though you made a fair point, I think we would all, based on where he is now, give him a pretty good score on the NATO comment.
Yeah,
okay?
yeah. I'm not downing in that, but it's just.
But your point is valid.
Right.
So now we
mess with one.
Now we get to where he claims to be Polish. Is that?
Yeah, well, and they're sitting around a table, so there's a little mumbling and soft talking here. So just get ready for that.
Okay, all right, here we go.
Connection between Polish and American people is extremely strong and deep. I was kidding with the president. I was, as a young man, I was born in a coal town of Scranton, Pennsylvania, northeastern Pennsylvania, in an Irish Catholic neighborhood. Then when Cole died, we moved down to Delaware, to a town called Claymont, Delaware, which was a working class town. And but everybody in town was either Polish or Italian. I grew up feeling self-conscious. My name didn't end in an S-K-I or an O. But all kidding aside, the connection between, I was telling the president, the pride, the overwhelming, demonstrable pride that the Polish Americans feel about Poland and the role you're playing now. We were talking about it. It's extreme.
Yeah.
It is. You would be, if you haven't seen it, you should come and see it.
Well,
alrighty.
Yeah.
So
Well,
what are we going to say?
Joe does this thing where he wants to relate to any group he's with,
That's
and
true.
he goes back to Scranton and
always
and all that
working class,
Corn pop.
working class.
Yeah,
Black swimming pool.
Yeah, he's tied to minorities through Scranton. He's tied to now the Polish people.
Right,
he was tied to the gay community.
Yeah, right. Rode the train further than anybody else.
They love each other, Joey.
It's kind of a strange thing that anything he runs into goes back to Scranton.
Angelo, the train conductor.
He has to have some. You're right, some personal connection. So he was saying that he ended up.
He's got hairy legs.
He can relate to the people of Poland because they moved to a town, and it's always.
And he always wanted to be Polish.
How about this? It's always working.
Yeah.
It's always working class.
Right.
Always working class.
Yes,
now, when
right.
was the last time a Biden went anywhere near a job?
No.
that had anything that was not on.
They ain't had a hand on a shovel, and I don't know when.
Well, they're working class people, man.
Right?
Well,
I know they are.
Just
especially depends on what you define as working, I guess.
Just ask you, since we're talking about Ukraine, ask about Hunter Biden. They find him to be quite a good one.
Sure. So.
And he'll be with people who have absolutely lost everything, and he'll be like, "Yeah, we had a kitchen fire one time.
Yeah.
So I know how you feel."
I know how you
It
feel.
was in Scranton, and my dad said, "Joey, I told you about leaving the stove on." So anyway,
You know, the Polish people, though, the defense of their country has to be something that is very important to them because they got ran over by the Nazis at the beginning of World War II, and then the Soviet Union moved in and took them over at the end of World War II. So when the Soviet Union fell apart and they could have independence, they latched on to NATO. And I think that was a wise move, and I know that they're very concerned about what's going on with Russia right now because they're right there in the in the region.
No doubt. Yeah. All right, 1D. We now think this isn't the president falling again.
No,
somebody in the administration falls down Air Force One.
Yeah.
I mean, big time.
When it first happened, everybody's like, "Was this the president?" Yeah,
it's not Biden.
No, but you see him come flying down the steps here in a second.
Oh! That was way worse than I thought it was.
Y'all ever jumped up on the rail and slid down?
Yes.
That's what it looked like.
Yes.
Yeah.
Y'all slid down. Oh, that's so good.
No.
I wonder who that is.
I don't want him to get hurt, but if that had been Biden,
oh my goodness.
So how did he get on the rail
Joey?
and slide down?
Wait a minute.
It looked like it, didn't it?
Wait a minute, guys. I'm looking. You can't see across the wing.
Nah, he tripped. He missed a step.
Somebody fell from above him and hit him, and it's two people coming down, I
Yeah.
think. See that person? It looks like somebody falls into somebody and takes two down. See right there?
Maybe.
I think
maybe you're right.
Wow.
Yeah.
I think it's a bowling pin effect.
Right.
That was a lot worse fall than I thought.
We need to have those steps checked on that thing because everybody's falling.
I just need to go to escalator.
What about him picking up speed coming down the rail?
See, is it jacket?
I wish we had that shot. For the whole thing.
Yeah.
The wing blocks, but if you look, somebody falls from up higher and hits that
Somebody
person.
cagged somebody.
Yeah, look right.
Somebody fake fell and somebody else, and that sent them down.
Oh my
There goes
goodness.
the dominoes.
Good
Rick,
night.
stick him.
Or
Grease on the rail.
stick him. Or
Who greased the rail? I mean,
Or-
they're sliding down that thing like it's a slide.
Or was it I'll tell you one thing. You popped off to me on Air Force
I heard all
One.
I want to hear from you.
As soon as we start down these steps, we'll see.
We'll see, pal.
And stick 'em. Stick 'em. Stick 'em. It kind of has that look, doesn't it?
Yeah.
How about this? Let's be thankful it wasn't Biden.
Yes.
I know,
Very
'cause he wouldn't
thankful.
survive.
That's
I
a
mean,
hip.
he'd got injured. Yeah.
That's a broken hip if I've ever
Oh,
seen
the hip
one.
wouldn't have a chance.
Stick 'em. Stick 'em. Stick 'em. Stick 'em. All right, we'll be back. 866 We Be Big is the number. Stick 'em.
And Rick, we have a controversial play in baseball that's drawing a lot of questions.
Yep. So I didn't even know we were playing baseball. It's
Oh, yeah.
It's February.
It started.
Well, it's February.
Yeah.
All right, we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He claims that he's been trying to leave for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
He said they stopped feeding me. They cut off my family. They cut me off the family phone plan. Asked if he thought his mom and dad were merely trying some tough love, Michael sounded like a child who'd just been punished. He says, "I don't think trying to destroy someone is tough love."
You are a 30-year-old embarrassment.
And it looks like it.
And I hope that you can, get on
See,
your feet and learn from it. I certainly this doesn't mean you can't one day be a great man. But at this stage in your life, you are a 30-year-old
Well,
embarrassment.
see, he's the kind of guy that needs a caning.
But-
And he needs a
Right.
caning on every Monday that he hadn't found a job.
Right.
Well, it looks like every form of
That'd
it,
get him moving.
in every aspect of his life, at home with his parents,
Right.
at the work, okay, and with the mother of his child, who he has a terrible relationship with, and lost custody, as Greg alluded to, and says that the mom has to approve him even seeing the son, and it has to be in a therapeutic environment that has to be supervised. Right. So this guy looks like in every form of his life, he's a handle.
Well, here's the thing he's missing because he's so narcissistic and self-involved. He hasn't even thought about how unfair this is to his parents, who ought to be able to live the life that they're supposed to live when their kids are adults and gone. He's robbing them as every year clicks by of a life they should have been allowed to live because of their years of raising him, taking care of him. Where's the gratitude to your parents to give them the life, that stage of life they've earned, where they don't have to keep worrying about you like you're a baby because you have a beard and you are 30 years old and they're still having to take care of you? It's like they are stuck in a never-ending perpetual situation of having a baby. And that's not fair to them. They should have this stage of life.
Now, Rick, also it says in the court papers that he filed, he says he runs a successful business, but he could not produce exactly evidence on what that is.
Sure. I bet he couldn't. Look,
good night.
I know an incredibly high-functioning, successful husband and father right now who made life decisions where he was living in his automobile and his parents did not come to bail him out. They hung up the phone and said, "You're going to have to figure it out because this is on you." And he is thriving today. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Sandra, how you doing?
Hello.
Hey.
All I got to say is amen to what y'all was talking about, because these kids today think you owe them something. They eat your food, and they sleep in the bed that you provide for them at your house, but yet they don't want to go by your rules.
Well, they start in this, and you have to correct it when they're younger, because I think all of them come under the illusion that it is their house and their room, and some parents allow them to think that. I never have. Everybody knows at our house that you are living in the house that I provide. Mm-hmm. So every room in here is actually your mother and mine. So I can go in any room I want to. I can look in any drawer I want to. I can take any phone I want to. I can decide anything because you're here because we allow you to be here. And we do have an obligation up to a certain age to give you your best shot. But at any minute, we can decide we no longer provide this because you are not adhering to our rules.
Yeah.
And that helps you out in life, too, because I don't know if you know this. Most places you go to work, I know we got there's a new vision out there that's incorrect, that you can do whatever you want to at someone's private business. You really can't.
No, you can't.
Yeah, they have rules that they tell you to go by, or they'll remove you from that too.
And look, everybody answers to somebody. It may be a boss. It may be a parent. It may be a banker. Mm-hmm. It may be a regulatory commission. It may be laws. I mean, we all fall under somebody's authority, and ultimately God.
Unless you're in Starbucks.
Right.
Would you see them backpedal yesterday?
Oh, did
you
they?
see they backpedaled again.
Okay.
This time
they can't figure out where they want to land.
You're right. Well, they realized they went too far, and they're all right. Now wait a minute.
Hang on. We ain't saying everybody just come in
you
here.
can't just come in here and hang out. You can't be doing drugs in here.
So
you can't
I
be
didn't
drunk
see
in here.
that. I didn't see
They
that.
backpedaled yesterday.
Yeah, they had the homeless community lined up about a block deep to move in. They were going to move in to their office.
Wait a minute. Paula.
Wait a minute.
Welcome to the program. Thanks for your patience.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Hello.
Hey.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to weigh in. What happened to the time when you could put their clothes out on the front porch and say, and change the locks or whatever? I'm sorry. These people need some parenting assistance.
Well, keep in mind, and I'm not. 10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. We don't have any other details, but we did want to mention there's some sort of security alert at the U.S. Embassy in London. Staff has been evacuated, and they're told to stay away from the windows. Not sure what that's about. Daily Mail reporting that, so we'll see if anything new comes in on that, but FYI. All right, coming out, we have a baseball player that gets ejected for excessive celebration after hitting a game-tying home run. Is that it? And, and plays for who's UW?
The University of Washington.
Okay.
First baseman Will Simpson. They're saying he admired his 2-run homer a bit too much.
And you get ejected?
And they ejected him from the game against Santa Clara University on Monday. It's the top of the 6th, and he hit a bomb to left field, tied the game 6-6 between the Huskies and the Broncos. And video of the home run has stirred everybody up because nobody knows why he was ejected. Now, he did hold on to the bat a little long, and they say that might be it, but y'all take it and listen to yourself and see what you think.
Okay.
Home run, holding, flip. Not that bad at all.
He got ejected for that.
Now he keeps on going around. The other here is that when he gets to third, he underlines Washington on the front, but he's talking to his dugout. Or it said, and now he comes around, gives third base coach a little high five, whatever, meets the guy on deck, and then the hole, we got to jump up. We do that.
That's
he comes
normal.
over to the dugout. He gives everybody high five. And then the umpires come together and eject him for excessive celebration.
I bet that went over well.
Yeah.
I'd like to see that footage.
Here's what I would say to that, and
I didn't see anything excessive there, did y'all?
Matter of fact, I'd toss him for not celebrating more.
Well, here's the thing I don't understand, because I know there'll be some ump apologist call.
Sure, yeah.
And they'll read us the right act about the letter of the rule. And what I'm thinking about, I would hate to know that I was in a game as a coach that my whole livelihood's depending on this, and the umpire that is controlling the game is watching a player after they hit a home run to the level, watching every little thing, trying to find some way to toss my player.
Yeah.
Because what they're really designed, what they're there for in all sports, if I understand, and I think I do correctly, the role of the official, and I'm using the word official, which would apply to whatever you're called in your sport, they're there to try to keep people from being unnecessarily hurt outside the rules of the game, and they're there to keep another team from getting an unfair advantage outside the rules.
Mm-hmm.
They're really not there to police. I think he held the bat a little too long. I don't think I liked him underlining Washington as he came around third to his own team.
Mm-hmm.
If you're the kind of umpire that you're paying attention to all that garbage, now you're almost drifting into like you're some Pharisee.
Mm-hmm.
I remember telling one time, which a referee said he'd never heard this before in his life. I said, I feel like when I'm in a game that you're officiating, I have to follow the Levitical law to the letter.
Right.
And you're watching for me to, like I stepped to the right before I was supposed to by about a half an inch.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we don't really need this kind of over-examination of a home run that tied a game. Don't you think there's I mean, this is a...
There has to be something else we're not.
Are we
seeing
missing?
in this,
Did he
in
say
this-
something?
Well, we even talked about did he
Toss him out of the game?
Did he cuss coming around the bases or whatever? But they don't say that. They say excessive celebration.
And I know in basketball, because we've seen this lately a couple of times. Say you go up and you slam on some guys or whatever, you can't look them in the face, you can't stand over them, and a lot of times, Rick, you'll see them do this. Like you're way down here, you put your hand down to show, but you have to do it to your bench, not the opposing player's bench.
Can we please?
Well, I don't know,
but the last thing any sport needs is more rules.
Yeah, well, into that, and we got
That's what
some
I was
more.
gonna say.
I mean,
That's-
after opening weekend and the midweeks that started up last night, there's been a lot of automatic strikes because of the batter stepping out of the box, and we have another one here again. This requires audio as well. You got it's in the third inning, 1 out. It's a 2-2 count with the bases loaded, and this batter is about to have an automatic strike called on him, which is going to be here. Take a listen to this.
Donor again looks and gets a sign from his catcher. 2-2 coming up.
Ball outside. So while the ball's being thrown back,
is just going to make any pitcher he faces.
He's got his toes on the batter's
to the very
box
last strike.
line.
Actually, one of two guys that don't want to jinx anything here, but has not struck out yet this
Steps
season.
back in.
He'll foul pitches off.
Full
He'll watch
count.
pitches just like that one. Pretty good pitch.
And then the
Violation
violation on the batter.
Strike three.
Violation on the batter.
That's going to be a strikeout. Coach Shelton's going to come out and get a explanation. So
The
once again, we
behind the
talked about
plate-
the new rules coming in place. Ralphie is a guy that takes a little more time. I don't know exactly if he got in the box, stepped back down, and if the clock had restarted, but that's exactly what happened.
I think what Coach Shelton was arguing about is when Ralphie takes that pause
right there,
he doesn't fully step out of the box. He just kind of opened himself up. Like his left foot's still in the box, so really the pitcher can throw it whenever. But
All right, so I've looked at some of these rules, and the reason for an automatic strike: the batter refuses to take their position in the batter's box. The batter leaves the batter's box while the pitcher is in the process of the pitch, or the batter unintentionally hits the catcher, or whatever. What got this guy here is that once the pitcher approaches the rubber and gets ready for the pitch, he's 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi. He's waiting on the batter to get ready, and apparently the field umpire, which is a judgment call, says you're taking too much time.
So-
It's an automatic
But
strike.
the pitcher could throw.
Well, here's my question behind
he
this.
could've thrown maybe
Who is
standing back of the
supposed to make this call?
Yeah, is that shouldn't that be the home plate?
You would think
I
so, and you would think the home plate, and maybe this discussion's going on, but the home plate umpire should go, whatever his name is. Hey, listen, I know this is a new rule.
Right.
And maybe he did that. I know this is a new rule, but if you continue to do this, I got to call it a strike. It's the
Okay.
rule.
Yeah.
Now, Gooden out here in the middle of the field, I don't think you should be making
Is that his call?
I don't think it is.
And it was I've counted 12 seconds in between pitch. I mean, it wasn't
He
a
couldn't
long
wait to
time,
use this
but
job.
it's an effort to speed the game up. But what it's going to do is slow it down because the coach is going to come out and argue for another minute. So now what have you accomplished?
We've got and there's another thing
This
that
is a little
happened.
excessive here.
I guess it was over the weekend.
Rick.
Speedy can help with Tennessee, where there was a player that stood. He did everything right, okay, and the pitcher was taking way too much
Right.
time.
Oh, yeah.
And he continued to call timeout. He started screaming. He was looking at the pitcher because the pitcher's just standing there delaying. He's screaming, "Timeout! Timeout! Timeout! Timeout!" And the umpire would not give him a timeout so that he could. I mean, it was the most ridiculous thing.
Wow.
It will take time. I get that, but stuff like that in
Right.
an 8-0 ball game, does it really matter at that point?
Why don't are umps not trained to understand the atmosphere in the game you're in? Greg was all over it. This was a new rule, and this guy could not wait to use it.
Yeah.
He
was looking
could
for an
not
opportunity.
wait because now he's getting more attention in the game now because he's got more things he can say.
And that happened all weekend. That's just one example.
And I love how the announcer had just said this guy hadn't struck out all year, and they ring him up on that.
Right.
One way to
it's a
strike out.
Yeah.
That's good.
I don't want to jinx him or nothing, but this guy hadn't struck out
I
all
don't
year.
want to jinx him, but I think I will. Top of the hour, 866.
Oh, man.
We Be Big is the number. We'll be back. More. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up. If you leave us now, doggone it, we'll miss you.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They may be wonderful parents because sometimes kids, when they become adults, and my kids have made decisions as adults that they knew better, that they still made the wrong decision once they could make their own. But I would say this: they learn from it, and in this case, I mean, this guy had gotten pretty big. If he's the kind of guy that'll stay this long, he's not the kind of guy that'll just get up and leave if you tell him he's got to go. And if you lock the door, he's probably going to bang on it. And I think they finally said, look, we got to have some kind of legal standing here so that we can have him put in jail if he keeps coming back to the house.
Well, there you go. And why I just don't understand why they haven't done that. Best investment I ever made in my entire life was my daughter and her husband went through a hard time one time years ago, and had 2 grandbabies at the time, and I let them come back. It was supposed to be like a month or so till they could get on their feet. That good thing.
Sure.
Best investment I ever made after 3 months was first and last month's deposit on an apartment, turned the utilities on, and gave them the key. And they've never been back.
Yeah, nothing wrong with helping somebody get from point A to point B. It's just like I don't mean that I'm ever done with anybody as far as from a spiritual standpoint, but there's times you have to teach them things on earth. I mean, I put these in the same category with adults that you try to help. I mean, I've been in the situation where you've tried to help some man who can't land on his feet get a job, and then the first time you talk to him after you've helped him get a job is he complains about the job that you helped get him.
Or already quit.
And once that happens, and I say, now, as far as your spiritual well-being, I'm always here for you. I'll never help you get another job. I'm done with that. Do y'all realize how rude that is if somebody helps you get a job and you complain about the job they helped you get? Do you realize how rude that is?
Or they quit, Rick. Usually they don't make it that long to complain about.
And then they complain about why they quit. Yeah, well, I wasn't looking for...
Dave the Angry Hitchhiker, prime example.
Yes, that's
prime
right.
example. Right. He could not go to work because they wouldn't let him bring his dog.
Right.
Well, he didn't have a pot to pee in.
Not many jobs.
So dog doesn't qualify. You got it. There's steps to this. Dog is further down the line.
Yeah. Well, to me, if you won't take a job because they won't let you bring your dog to work, then hunger must not bother you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Sleeping on the sidewalk must be okay with you.
Yeah.
Because you got to do what you got to do to get out of that situation. Sharon and we lost Sharon. Sorry about
Sharon's
that.
gone.
Sharon was there, and there.
Adios, Sharon.
And there she went. I mean, there's certain things. I mean, I look in my own life, and it's you have to learn from them. Not all, but most of the things I've had to overcome with or inconvenient in my life are self-caused.
Yeah. Oh,
most all of it is.
Rick, a lot of times when people ask me how things are going, and I've said it kind of as a joke, but there's a truth to it, I will say I have no problems I didn't bring on myself. Right. And that is so true in so many cases.
If you look at, you go to the whole story about the prodigal son, I love that line when the Bible says when he was eating pods out of pig slop, he came to himself.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, he was like, wow, so me going telling my daddy I want to take my inheritance and go off and squander it, I've just come to the clarity because of the fact I'm sitting here eating pig slop that I would be better off at my dad's house as one of his farm hands than out here with my inheritance that I've squandered now eating pods. And he also discovered that all those friends he thought loved him more than his dad were nowhere to be found when he ran out of his dad's inheritance. So he came to himself. And sometimes we work so hard incorrectly trying to hold back that horrible situation that our child may get in that may be the reason they finally come to themselves. And I know it's difficult. I know it's hard, just as it is for God to allow us to kind of learn our lessons sometimes. If you want to understand God the Father, have children. And you'll understand him, and you'll also understand how frustrated he must be with you.
Yeah, it makes you want to just apologize some days. I am so sorry. I am such a good...
Right.
It's on me.
Bottom of the hour, much more to talk about. The NFL had their little meetings. Have you seen this?
Yeah, got a rule change, and I think, as Ham suggested earlier, they're floating up a trial balloon on one.
Of course, they don't have the guts just to make the decision yet, but hopefully they will. And the gang is all here. 6 minutes past the hour. You can reach us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll get back to phones this hour. John Thomas from South Africa joins us next hour. We'll get an update on what's happening with Johnny in the game in South Africa at Living Hope, South Africa. Always a fun visit. That coming up next hour. Wednesday Bible study back today. We walked through the Revelation, the church to the letter in Philadelphia today. So we'll have that, and it's noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on our YouTube channel. If you want to watch it live, it'll be archived soon after to the YouTube channel and our podcast channel for audio and video archives. If you'd like to find past studies, the archives are there. We've been doing this Bible study for a good night, which it's almost 10 years now. You can go to themanchurch.com. You'll see a media button there. Click on that media button. It'll say listen. That's the audio archives. It'll say watch. There's the YouTube archives. All right there, real simple. And you can go back through years if you would prefer. From the email today, Bubba, I love this. We talk about this new technology that we can enjoy now, where if you want the Rick and Bubba show, well, you can get it. The opening greeting, aloha. Aloha. Been wanting to drop you a note and let you guys know how much I enjoy the podcast archives of the show. My wife and I raised our 4 children in the Oak Mountain area. Rick, I went to Valleydale for 34 years. That's the church where I go. And then we moved to Honolulu in 2018, and I've been listening to the show since you guys were in Gadsden. That was when I was in Birmingham, even though it was poor reception. He said, I listened because I wanted to hear the show. Never missed a day since you guys moved to Birmingham, so it was nice that I found you again. I tried to figure out how to get you guys in Honolulu, and then we discovered the podcast archives. Now, we're 5 hours behind you guys in time, so the podcast provides me a dose of the South I need every day. And then he goes on to talk about hearing about Valleydale reminds him of home and Pastor Mac's stories and all that. But anyway, he says, thanks for sharing your show through the podcast. It means everything to have you guys here in Honolulu. And I get Rick and Bubba now. I'm back to getting it every single day. And now I'm going to spread you guys all over the Pacific.
Love it.
So
I wish I was on the beach in Honolulu today.
Oh, yes. That's
Rick,
nice.
Another email we got, too, before we leave this topic of baseball, says, guys, they're ruining baseball with these speed-up
They're what?
rules. They're ruining.
Yeah,
ruining.
Yes, absolutely.
Ruining.
Yeah, I agree.
Now I got to speak.
Remind me to ask you something about the Honolulu guy, too.
Okay.
Because
they are ruining baseball with these speed-up rules. Baseball is a thinking man's game. It doesn't need to be sped up. Patrick Campbell.
Okay, Patrick.
What do y'all think?
I disagree with that. It's too slow.
Well, I think there's things you can speed up, and then you can go too far.
Yeah,
I mean, there's like in and outs.
If we just get the drama
innings.
queens, you don't have to sit there and nitpick the thing.
But it is going to take some time for the batters to get adjusted because they have their routines, and I'm sure they're being talked to by the coaches. It'll get better, but after the first weekend,
there will be some growing pains.
It's been
for
tough,
sure.
And I hate to say this because I don't necessarily agree with it because I'm older, so I don't mind the way the game was played. I say that because if you don't speed the game up, when we all die, no one will be watching it. Because the younger generation needs the game to be quicker. And if it doesn't speed up, I've watched kids leave baseball because they get to that first year where we have pitchers and nobody can throw a strike and everybody's walking.
Yeah, well,
and when the game slows way down, they abandon the game and go to something that's got a little more – that moves a little quicker.
But, in the old days, you'd go out to the ballpark, and you knew you were going to spend all afternoon out there, and it was that way. And, you wasn't in a rush to get back. Maybe we need to go back to some of that in our society.
Now, that I agree with.
Yeah. I think every sport is a thinking man's game. If you really, truly,
question about
if we want to go there, every sport.
That's one of those condescending statements that baseball fans make.
I was reading an article yesterday.
Like horseshoes.
Right.
They're also looking at the football rules, they said, don't stop the clock on incomplete passes. And they're
college is looking
You can speed something up. Like I said, there's areas where you can speed all sports up. But you can go too far to where now you're just speeding things up to speed it up, and now it doesn't flow.
We don't know where to stop.
I got news for them. The biggest holdup on college football is the reviews. That's why the games last forever, because we review everything.
You're right.
Right. And one thing the USFL and the XFL has done, they've sped up the replay. I mean, I was watching the XFL, and they were talking to White Hat from the replay, and you could hear the audio, whatever, took about 20 seconds. and let's move on. But with college baseball that has replay, it has slowed it down some too. But when this whole I'm stepping out of the box, I'm not delaying game.
Right,
when now the head coach comes
Now we gotta
out,
talk about that.
Now
Yeah.
he's mad, and so what you've done is you've wasted 4 minutes on something that really didn't require.
I tell you what'll
a
fix
strike.
some of that if some of the pitchers will start quick pitching somebody.
go. Yeah.
And I mean, they get in there while they're looking down at their cleats, digging, zip one right by. They'll get ready.
Let the game control that. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I think the pitchers can have a lot to do with
If the
speeding it up.
guy's in the box, throw the ball. If he's piddling around, throw it right
I mean,
by.
the minute that foot goes in there, here I go.
Yeah. the batter will adjust to that. So, what was your question on Honolulu?
Well, I'm intrigued by this story. So the guy retire, and him and his wife go there, or is he
Okay,
working
let's
there?
see.
He may not give those details, but I'm intrigued by that. I had some family. Did I leave them back here?
Yeah.
Like,
what am I doing?
Yeah.
It says my wife and I.
If he didn't put that, that's not.
Just
that's
says they
unfair.
moved to Honolulu. It doesn't say why.
But he said he raised. It sounded like he's raised a family and then went. So is that a
Raised our
retirement?
4 children
See?
in the Birmingham area. Went to Valleydale for 34 years.
So he's
before
an older
moving,
gentleman.
Before moving to Honolulu in 2018.
When we went to Hawaii back, it's 14 years ago now, we talked to a lot of people there, and most of them said they went there on a vacation and just decided they were going to stay there.
Right. Yeah.
They called it the pixie dust got them, and they wanted to stay.
Yeah.
You better have some money.
How about that?
You're gonna stay
Boy,
there.
you better. I don't think I've ever gone anywhere where the food was more expensive.
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Well, everything is.
I mean,
because it has to be broad.
You're out.
Am I?
Yeah, you can't go to.
Well, I can't afford the trip. So
No,
I
you
mean,
can't go to Honolulu.
I was watching.
you can't go to Hawaii.
I was watching American
Any of the
Idol.
islands.
American Idol the other night, and there was a Hawaiian guy. He was obviously Hawaiian, and they asked him if he lived there. He said no. He said, "I got priced out of paradise." In other words, it cost so much to live there, I had to move. To,
Oh, yeah.
to the
Well,
US,
that's
to the
I like
mainland.
Priced out of paradise.
Yeah.
That actually is. How about that statement? That's a good statement.
That is.
Do you think some of the
He was
Democrats
born there. His whole family was.
run states? I mean, how do they keep getting reelected? Now we've talked about this, so it's just frustrating to do. But like the state of California, Hawaii, and everything, where everything's just New York. I mean, rent
for California.
anything.
It is the whole outfine you crazy
Right,
because it
and
is a beautiful area.
And Hawaii, I guess, would be the same way.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
I just don't see how some of these
New York,
these
I can't
leaders,
speak to
these
that.
leaders keep getting reelected.
I will tell you why.
I guess is what
I can answer that question. Because these far leftists, these socialist wannabes that want to be the ruling class, that believe in big tyrannical government, and they believe the government is the answer to all problems. They sell people on the government is the answer to all your problems, and to not be with us is to be uncaring. And you look, you go, wow, y'all really attacked us because we care about people. So you don't care about people? You want to go with that bunch over there? The ones that don't want people to have Medicare, they don't want people to have Social Security, they don't want to feed the poor, they don't want to take care of your grandparents. They can't, we love children, if they survive the womb, and they don't care about it, and all they want is rich people. So you want to be like them, and they get them all cowed down. Like, well, I guess I'll keep voting for y'all, and well, you better if you want to be a good person.
But yet their taxes just keep going up.
Yeah. And I'm paying $3,000 rent for a room.
Yeah. Now there comes
a room.
Well, you know what though? But I'd rather be in this little tiny apartment that I can't afford than to be in one of those evil states where all the bad people are.
Yeah.
You think I'm kidding?
No, you're probably
that's
right.
it.
I guess.
That's it.
Almighty.
Yeah, and honestly, if they're going to bring their politics here, I'd assume them stay.
Yeah.
But I don't think I could live full time in Hawaii because my mind, my mind's become too powerful. I couldn't get past the island thing while I'm on an island.
Yeah. Sitting on a volcano.
I'm not near anything. Everything I'd like to do where all the states are is a major trip.
But
I can't get off this island.
It's amazing how the
Now I've
trade
become a
winds,
castaway.
The trade winds protect the islands from storms and things.
Yeah, I like to visit there. I wouldn't want to live there. But it is a fantastic place to go and visit them.
Yeah.
We'll be back.
I'd like to go back.
866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Let's go phone calls next. All 10 lines are available. You can join us too. And we'd love to hear from you when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Are you prepared for... So the NFL We now have made some rulings. Now we're just trying. What are we just not willing to remove the kickoff completely from football? Is it? I mean, where we're going, shouldn't we just be done with it? Everybody start on the 20.
They've changed some rules, and apparently, and maybe rightly so, they say more injuries happen on the kickoffs than anything.
But so to that point, should we just not have them?
Well, I don't know. It's almost like they don't want to completely take it away, but now the defenders will not be able to get a running start. There's restrictions on blocking.
No wedge blocking. I mean,
the minute the ball is in the end zone, it's going to be a touchback. You
Right.
can't run it
Like
out.
high school.
It'll be very much like.
Well, this is like me saying that we don't want to do away with dog hunting, but the dogs are not allowed to bark. I mean, you're just like, okay, shouldn't we just do away with it? I mean,
They can run, but they're not allowed.
It's like we're setting up the kickoff to where the kickoff ceases to be a kickoff, but yet we still want the kickoff.
So we still got to have some way that we have a chance for an onside kick, right? I mean, to me,
You
that's
gotta
one
have
of the
that
more
because
exciting.
you're
plays.
right.
Yeah, that's true.
But you're telling me, most of them will kick it out of the end zone, but every pro kicker can kick it in the end zone. You know what I'm saying? Now, if it's in the end zone, it's dead ball.
Well, I think that's pretty much going to do away with the kickoff
Exactly.
unless they miss kick it.
It's all getting a little.
And they have to have so many players up in the first 15 yards. There's only 3 of them can be back past that 15-yard zone. So there's just not going to be a lot of people getting a running start into somebody.
Here's what gets me like one of the rules. We were just looking at it. So we're doing away with the wedge block.
Right.
Well, the whole thing we're trying to do is to keep the guy with the ball from being decleated, right?
Yeah.
Well, one thing that turns people loose is if you can't wedge block them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
There's a lot of people coming through.
Now there's a lot of people coming through. The wedge block gave you the best chance not to get drilled.
Yeah.
And,
So-
and they'll have to have 2 players
I love the wedge block.
outside the numbers on both sides. They have to have, it looks like an even number on both sides. So when they do an onside kick, they won't be able to shift everybody to one side.
I bet it doesn't apply to that, surely.
This is Are we getting a little
The
silly?
defense can't cross. Was the 45?
We're getting silly now.
The return team, excuse me. They can't just on the kick take off, run, and nail somebody.
Well, I
They got to
think-
stay beyond that.
They
till
got to
he
stay
fields the
waiting
ball.
for them to come to them.
Until he fields the ball.
I think Bubba's got it just nailed. The only reason why we're keeping it is because onside kick. 'Cause
Yeah.
There's no other reason to keep it now.
Right. Yeah, but it says, Greg, here it says that until the ball is touched or hits the ground, no player on the receiving team may cross the restraining line, which is typically the 45, or initiate a block. This forces blockers on the receiving team to run back and block, which creates a less chance of an attack block or a high-speed collision, I guess.
All right, well, let me talk about this because my actual son and I had this conversation this past weekend. My oldest son came for his brother's graduation, and I'll see him again this weekend because we have the big wedding coming up. But he was talking to me about football, and I said, well, all the different concussions, and he said this, and it ties into this topic. He said, the only time I had a really bad concussion is, he said, when I was on the punt team. And I said, what? He said, well, I was the wedge
the blocker
to protect the punter. And he said, we were playing Florida, and he said, Florida had a guy that didn't do anything but come head first and drill me in my head every single punt. He goes, now this was the year that we had a really bad season, so we punted a lot.
Yeah.
And he said this guy would just come wide open and do nothing but hit me right in the side of the head every single punt. I said, he said, I don't even think he was trying to block it. He just wanted to come drill the wedge, and he said it knocked me nearly unconscious after about the 4th punt. And he said I looked at the guy next to me, and he said I could hear myself slurring. Hey man, this guy's about to knock me unconscious. You're gonna have to give some help over here. And he said, but I couldn't avoid the hit because then that would have freed up somebody else to come by.
Right.
So the guy played a role. So if we're trying to avoid this, what are we going to do about the wedge that sits in front of the punter? Because
Haven't got to that one yet.
those
Rick.
They'll get it.
Those defensive players come full speed.
They do.
And they hit guys that are just standing there.
Yeah, true.
And Rick,
And they come in a hurry, too.
things that were not actually made rules, but they were released out, kind of what we call the test balloon, was about how they're going to do pregame.
Yeah, and let's get into that.
And they're
'cause
going to
that's
give the home team the option of deciding each and every game if the players are on the field for the national anthem or not. They're also floating around a rule that would say that players that are on the field could get a 15-yard penalty for kneeling during the national anthem.
If they both agree to stand.
I'm sorry?
As he's saying, the rule is a 2-part rule. The first one being the home team can decide if we stay in the locker room or come out. If we decide we're coming out, then the second part of the rule is anybody that kneels could be hit with a 15-yard penalty. And this is just one they're considering.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. Phone troll time. First phone troll of the day. Here you go. A phone troll is a unique phone segment because it does not involve you being able to talk as long as you want to. I mean, you're limited now to 30 seconds. Buzzer sounds. Next caller gets a chance. Why would y'all do this? Well, this came as a response to people kept saying, can't get in, never can get into the show. Can't get in, can't get through. And so we said, well, what if we came up with an opportunity for people to come on, state what you want to state, make a comment, ask a question. You got some information you'd like to bring. We get rid of the shout-outs and the shameless plugs, and we don't do baby predictions in this because that takes more than 30 seconds. So we just want to hear from you. And that way, we then we expanded the sample to 10 lines so more people can get in. And then we said, through the phone troll, we now move the line quicker. So it all works. And if you want to get in, you can now. Speedy's on the phones. And Grady out of Alabama gets us started. Trolling.
Keep them phones a-trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Grady, you're on. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to comment about your California thing. They voted for that. They voted for that bunch, and they're getting what they wanted. But I got some friends in Texas, and they say they're moving from California to Texas, and now they're trying to convert Texas.
Now, that's the problem. If they're going to move to our red states, they can't bring that blue stuff with them.
Doesn't that make sense to them why they left? Because of the calamity that they had voted?
Don't create that same
monster. Or did they just not see it? It was them that did it. I mean, it's self inspection on that is very difficult.
It is. We have a hard time looking in that mirror, don't we?
Yeah, we do.
As Michael said, of course, I wish he would have listened to his own advice.
Right.
Got to change the man in the mirror.
Right.
Chum on.
Randy.
We ain't got no band. Randy, go ahead. 30 seconds. You tune in.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, two things real quick. One, I want to talk about hopefully y'all talking about the quick pitching in baseball. Like, I mean, hitter's already such a disadvantage. 7 out of 10 times the pitcher's going to win or the defense is going to win. So hopefully quick pitching won't make a difference. But seeing the difference in the game times, I don't think it's any rules that are placed. If you really look at the game times that have been done over the years, it really shows how many advertisements have been injected.
We don't speak ill about advertising on this show.
That's right. Thank you.
There'll
we
be
love
no
advertisements.
You bite your tongue, wash your mouth out with soap.
I say hurry the pitcher up.
We hurry the picture up, hurry the batter up. We let the advertising continue because that's where people make their livelihood, sir.
That's right.
Would you want me to come into your job and take your ability away to make money? You probably wouldn't. And I said, we need to speed up. You can't have a job.
I think you'll see the pitchers start to perfect the quick pitch in the near future.
And I have to disagree a little bit. They may be inserting it into the games, but as far as commercial breaks on sports going away and coming back, that seems to have gotten shorter.
Yeah,
actually.
I think so.
Yeah, because they're learning that you got to have shorter commercial breaks usually. We haven't learned that and don't intend to. Let's go to Russell. Russell, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Can you hear me, guys?
Yes, loud and clear, Russell.
Can't hear you. Oh, all right. Thank you. Listen, I was calling about a while back. You made some comments of curiosity or whatever about the qualifications to run for coroner.
Yeah.
And I actually had a friend who ran for coroner, and unfortunately his bid was unsuccessful, but there's no salary. It pays $30 per call and 25 cents per mile.
That pretty much
Well,
tells you.
let me ask you this. Why would you want the job?
Maybe when we're having these people that are still alive, that are, you know what I'm saying?
I think
you get what you pay
coroner,
for. Maybe that's where I'm going.
But what does that have to do with qualifications?
Yeah,
that's how they
I
get
still
paid.
think you need to have some kind of
I
medical
agree.
background, and we can talk about the pay later.
Yeah, pronouncing somebody dead is a medical procedure, okay?
It really
is. So
is.
you should have some ability, I would think. You don't have to be a neurosurgeon, okay? But I think you ought to have some medical
Y'all dare me to
background.
run for it next time it comes up?
Yeah.
You dare me?
You would probably win it.
I wish you would, Greg.
Wes, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds.
I double dog there.
Go, please do, Greg. Wes, go ahead.
Hey.
Hey.
I wanted to nominate Dip and Dan for press secretary.
Oh,
well, he'd do a good job, I'll tell you that. I wouldn't want to be in the front row.
He could communicate better than what we got. Just give him a big tall cup to spit in.
I thought that was odd. The topic said Rick and Bubba history.
Yeah, well.
Okay.
I guess, is that what that means?
Yes,
you've been around a while now. Let's go to Alan.
Had you hit Greg Tony for corner? I'm voting for him.
Alan, I'm sorry, Adler. Alan, go ahead.
Guys, I think more people are going to turn to banana ball. The more likely, with all this success and celebration in baseball and stuff. I mean, at least the umpires in banana ball sit there and twerk with you and dance, and they'll celebrate with you.
Yeah, that was my concern. I said earlier to the baseball purists. Y'all know that banana ball's packing them out, right? I mean,
you can't even buy a banana ball to watch baseball.
Right.
You go to banana ball, it's like you did the Globetrotters.
It's like you're going to the circus and a baseball game breaks out.
Right.
That's what you're paying for.
If you wanted to go watch
compare
baseball,
the two,
you're not going to banana ball.
Look, and I don't want my umps twerking either. Okay? No umps should be twerking. I don't care if they're part of banana ball or not.
I think it's cool what they do, but that's not ever going to replace baseball.
No.
Well spoken, Mr. Corner.
Way to go.
Well, I'm just saying. Greg banana ball's still breathing.
Greg, how about this? We'll let Greg pronounce when baseball's dead.
Yeah. When baseball's no longer breathing, I'll let you know.
Lane, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
How you doing, sir?
Hey, Lane.
Hey, Coach Case's half brother.
Who?
Coach Case?
Coach Case at Jacksonville State.
Coach Case. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I bet he's fired up right now. One of my relatives is on the phone.
Here we go.
Yeah.
All right. The 20-second rule, when they played at Georgia last weekend,
wow.
the Georgia batters were waiting 9 seconds to get in the box.
They were timing
that only gave JSU's pitcher 11 seconds with the runner on second base. So if you check the runner twice, you're going to be out of time.
So you're saying batters are using that to their advantage to short time the pitcher.
Of course.
There it is.
Well, you knew somebody played.
Yeah, you're waiting. They waited 9 with the runner on second base. They're waiting 9 seconds to get in the box.
Smart. Yeah,
that's smart. I mean, if you got if those rules are there, use them.
Again, this is one of those things that sounded good on paper,
right?
But when you start implementing it, people are going to find holes in the system. They're going to manipulate it. It's not going to go by the spirit of the rule.
You're right.
And where does it end? You know.
Oh yeah. Well, I actually won the league basketball game one time because of a rule that they had in that about how you couldn't start pressing until somebody on the opposing team, the team had to touch the ball or a certain amount down the court, and we won the game. I had the guy take the ball and roll it down the court, and all the defense just watched it roll because they couldn't do anything. They should have just gone and grabbed it, but they didn't know what to do,
right.
And it rolled right to a guy under the goal, and he scored and we won.
Cheater.
Well, it was in the rules.
In the rules.
The bottom of the hour, we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Is all.
Can I say this? And I'm going to say this as kind and as appropriate as I can. The NFL, are y'all ever going to get a pair? Ever? Okay, and I'll just leave it at that. Just make a decision as the person in charge, in authority, on what is best for the fans and what the fans who like your product, what is damaging your product or you think will enhance your product, and you tell the people who work for you, we do not kneel during the national anthem. That's over, and if you do, you will be fined or you will be removed from the league. There's old Tom Petty. Got it going. No Heartbreakers hanging out.
How about it?
No, we're good, man. We got much to do going forward on the program today. It is, I'm still working, trying to get all the. Yesterday, I got so many little honeydews I'm doing while Sherry and Brooks away on the beach trip for their their graduation, and yesterday we had another birthday, and we got graduation tonight with a nephew. Got a wedding on Saturday. Let's go. We got a
lovely time.
We got a lot to do. And we all will be off on Monday for Memorial Day, as Speedy's been telling you. So there'll be a Rick and Bubba replay coming up on Monday, and we hope you all have a big weekend coming up and ready to go. We got some work to do before we get there. I had yesterday was the delivery of the new washer and dryer and the new refrigerator.
How'd that go?
Really, I don't want to say this because I don't want anything to happen. It appeared to go somewhat smoothly. Somewhat smoothly.
You got to get all them hoses and pipes.
Well, that's the reason why I'm being very cautious about what I'm saying now, because I did notice one thing. These new fangled washers and dryers, and had a great. Got to meet two great guys yesterday. A little shout out to Marcus and Rod yesterday that came by and listened to the show, and they worked their tails off. And man, you could tell. I like when you get the guys you tell been doing it a while. You don't have some rookie,
right?
And so I'm always concerned about the vent pipe on the dryer.
Yeah,
that's always a legitimate.
You got to watch your bends and twists.
If you won't dry. If you get your hot and cold water on the washer good, and you turn it on, run a cycle. There's no water on the floor. You feel pretty good. If you hook up the fridge and let her roll a minute, you look around, keep waiting on water or anything like that. So anyway, I go, well, I'm gonna roll through a few loads here, get some towels and stuff, because that was the problem. Was the dryer, nearly caught on fire. It filled the laundry room full of smoke and shut down right before Sherry was leaving, right before the big graduation party this past weekend and birthday party, and so I knew it was done. So that meant there were towels that now had laid around and needed to be washed again, then dried. And right. I can certainly handle washing and drying towels. That's not a big deal. And so I go in, put them in the dryer, and I go back in there, and of course all these. It's got so many sensors on it. It's just worried about everything.
It's like something. It's like something came off the space shuttle.
Right. It's just worried about everything.
We just got one too. It's amazing.
All of a sudden I look, red light, check vent. And I'm like,
come on. Already?
You can't have
already
nothing. So then I read up a little bit that it says, which I think is not called for, is that it'll also do that, just to remind you to keep cleaning the filter thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I got out and cleaned it off, restarted, and then that light went off. So I can't figure out, is it? I checked back there where we got and Marcus is a pro. He even told me, he said, I've learned over the years you don't need to have too much pipe back there because it's easy to kink.
Yeah.
But you got to have I really would rather have a small amount where you don't have a lot of twists and turns.
You got to get you a good S curve in there. So.
But then I thought, it could be though way beyond what they did yesterday. The whole thing might just need a little blowout. Because I had one of those things when they built the house about 17, 18 years ago. I hate the format that they went to, and we changed it, is where it would blow everything down into the basement in some back corner back there in some little box. I hate that format. That format's terrible. You need to have it going out. Had a thing outside the house with a vent on it back there. That thing where they blow it down into the basement and it's captured in some corner in some little box, that ain't no good. We had a nightmare with that over the years. So we changed that at one point, and so but there could be a little bit. The thing is, I'm glad that these things are so high tech, but they're. 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thanks for being with us, Bubba. I got a call yesterday from the folks at My Pillow, and I gave them both of our thumbs up on My Pillow 2.0.
Love it.
They were following up, going, "How are the boys liking My Pillow 2.0?" And I said, "Well, I'll tell you, how about 2 thumbs up since it's 2.0?" And right now, here's what I noticed, Bubba. See if you agree with this. I can tell that it's the only thing I can really notice, because let's think the original was fantastic, is this holds my head in that perfect position. But I love this new technology. That I actually feel that, how you always try to roll your pillow over to the cooler side because you sleep better on that? It stays cool And there's a reason for that, because they actually have a brand new temperature regulating technology that keeps you comfortable throughout the night. It was developed to provide a cool surface, and I've noticed that. And it was engineered for comfort, and they have the new fabric they use. It dissipates heat and humidity, and it's got a cooling sensation, which we love to maintain a cooler surface temperature while you're sleeping. So right now, you can get these. They're machine washable. They're dryable. They got a 10-year warranty, 60-day money-back guarantee. But wait for it, Speedy. We now have the MyPillow 2.0, buy one, get one free. Buy one, get one free. So make the move now to MyPillow.com. Buy one, get one. MyPillow.com. A little BOGO action, Greg.
Come on.
MyPillow.com/Bubba. And you can also find that at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, you've heard it said before that there's certain things you don't take on. It's not for the soft. You've heard it, aging is not for the weak.
Yeah.
This kind of thing. Well, another thing, and we've seen this to a degree in what you and I have been doing for a living for a while. I take it back, because there's always some of you out there that listen to the show, and we love you, but you're the 5-hour people. You're I'm going to get every smidgen of Rick and Bubba. I'm leaving no Rick and Bubba meat on the bone. And I love y'all and appreciate y'all.
Absolutely.
We call y'all the P1s.
Got to have you.
And you are the foundation of this show. But know that there's an awful lot of people that, though they hear the show, they don't hear it like you do.
Right.
And for those of you that are in that P1 group, you 5-hour people, sometimes you can tend to think, I understand it. I could even see this because we're in here too. So we're 5-hour people, Bubba. For you, I'd give you about a 3. All right. So, but you pay
4 1/4.
You pay attention for 75% of the show. Okay.
Yeah.
So when you're in that mode, when it's close to you, sometimes it sounds like we might have things we talk about a lot, and you'll talk about there's too much advertising and too many spots and too much promotion, and you think that because that's your experience. But I'll prove to you that that isn't true. And the time that you and I had the big wake up about this was several years ago, and we were doing something. We did it from '99 to 2003. It was called Fat Fest, and it was our big gathering of Rick and Bubba listeners every year we did it for about 5 years. So we would talk about it ad nauseum on the show because we want everybody to know about it. People would travel from all over to come to our home state, and we would have comedians, and we'd have bands, and we would have our band come play at the end, and it was all fun and all this. And so we were in Huntsville, you and I were. We were at an expo of some type. We were making a grip and grin appearance, for our affiliate there. And women came up to us, 2 women, and one of them said, we want to get a gift for a friend of ours that is a radical Rick and Bubba fan. Do you remember this moment?
Yeah, I do.
And so they said, we want it to be something Rick and Bubba. Okay, and we started talking about some of our products, whatever, and we said, when is her birthday? And she said, August. That's when we had Fat Fest. And we both said to her, why don't you get her tickets to Fat Fest? And the woman said, what is Fat Fest? Now, they had been telling us they were just devout.
Yeah. Right.
And this was something we talked about all the time. So that was the moment I realized, no matter how much we may talk about something, there's a big tune-out factor out there. Now, if you want to take this to another level, just attempt to answer the call to men's ministry. Just attempt it. If there's no more frustrating ministry out there than dealing with men. You talk about a bunch that's hard to get herded in the right direction. So you guys, I know, have heard us talk about the Man Church Conference. Have you heard us talk about that?
Yes.
Have you ever heard that mentioned?
Yeah, we've heard it.
Yeah, right.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so this was the first doing it, and we're coming to our hometown, all that, right? It sold out about a month and a half ago, okay? Almost 2 months ago, it's been sold out, okay?
Right.
And we mentioned that time or two.
Right. Since Christmas.
So keep in mind though where it's located. We haven't hid that from you. So here's what's been happening this week. I'm going to give you actual things that have happened this week. This is the week of the conference, by the way. I want to tell you things that have happened this week. Yesterday, man, I went online, tried to buy 12 tickets, and it sold out.
Yesterday.
Yesterday. And I said, yeah. We've been talking about that for.
Here's hard sellout. We've been talking over a month.
Yes, and they're so excited.
This happened last night. Y'all know what day today is?
Yeah. 2 days from conference starting.
Last night. Hey, man, I can't find a hotel room.
Yeah.
Rick.
No, that's last night. Yeah. Hey, I checked. All the hotel rooms are gone.
Well, you're just going to have to go further out.
Yeah, and I kept trying to tell them to keep trying to go further out. But what I'm talking about is how can that just now be that, hey, man, I don't have a ticket. Yeah. I mean, this is going on. Here's one guy.
It's a little late.
Here's one.
I hate to be that.
Here's one guy yesterday. Hey, are we going to get to eat?
I saw that.
Yeah, and I was like, what do you mean? I mean, eat where? I mean, it's there's restaurants everywhere.
There's food in Oxford.
You're right. Yeah. How are we gonna eat?
He wants to know if they're being fed.
So I actually had to report back after the walkthrough yesterday. Concessions will be available. So they're gonna have the concessions open.
There you go.
So all
Bubba, you'd be proud.
It is amazing. Yeah. And like I told you the one before, the guy that he pummeled me. This is when I first started doing it at the local church. He pummeled me because he didn't like that I did away with the men's prayer breakfast. Remember the story?
I love that story.
Yeah. Oh, I said, well, look, we're just trying something different. It's a new strategy. Finally, I said, okay. Well, one of our gatherings will be, this is the one that we used to bring our kids to. We've been doing this for years. And now you've come in here and we take away the prayer breakfast. So I go out and I find budget for the food, and I go get us Todd Jones, by the way, to come speak. Because you got if you're gonna do men's prayer breakfast, it's got to be an athlete.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, right. It's got to be an athlete, and right. The worst you can do is a coach, and watch them awkwardly try to force down sports stories on bad theology. But not Todd. Todd actually has had deep training in theology, so that's really actually good. He's the best of both worlds. So anyway. So and then I get to the prayer breakfast. Guess who doesn't come?
That guy.
That guy.
Yeah.
And
so I know you was in the door waiting on it.
Listen, you know me.
Yeah.
I pick up the phone.
Yeah.
And this is what I get. Hey man. Hey, prayer breakfast.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I meant to tell you I had something come up.
Oh.
So you're not coming?
You're the only reason it's even happened.
I'm driving down to the lake. And I forget what it was. He was going to say, and you know me. I said, let me everybody hear this loud and clear. One day the Lord may lead me away from this church, and he not for any reason.
Right.
Just, we everything was great there. I said, if I'm removed, I step down. At that point, y'all can have a prayer breakfast again. But as long as I'm here, as long as this is my call, you'll never have another prayer breakfast. Never.
Forget it.
And I stood by that.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I'm not against prayer breakfast. That was just so this thing. So yesterday, we're there getting all this worked out, and we're doing all the walkthrough and everything. And so we're in my hometown. So a couple of guys from Team Man Church there, that Andy Blanks and Les Bradford, they're, I'm saying like, well, hey, Rick, this is where you were. And I'd say, yeah, I'll tell you about that right there. And I told you about the restaurant. And then, Greg, you're not going to believe this, but the town has changed so much. It's really a town of two exits.
It is.
Yeah.
There's the 185 life, and there's the 188 life.
So true.
And it's two completely different lives.
It is.
So I decided to show them, because they didn't know where the hotels were. That's the 188. That's the new life.
Everybody knows that.
Yeah, and I said, well, let me take y'all and show you where the hotels are going to be. And while we're doing that, I'll tell you what. And they said, hey, take us by where you grew up. And I said, okay,
really?
yeah, let's go. Because I don't know if we can get that on the tour for the men coming from all over the country. Maybe I can go by and stand outside where Greg and I grew up, where we shared twin beds till we went off to be adults. Yeah. Greg and I never had our own room. We had two twin beds. That was our whole existence.
Sure.
But anyway,
Snoring.
So Greg, 188, the 188 Oxford has changed. It's an Oxford I don't know.
You were trying to find your way back around?
So I tried to find my way to our house, and I couldn't find it.
Oh, man. And you hadn't been since they extended McIntosh.
I said, where's Lou Road?
It's gone.
Where's Glenn Davis's mansion?
Yeah.
And so I couldn't find.
That's gone.
Where's the creek?
What about that creepy bridge?
This makes sense why I got this email or text this morning.
You never
found it.
Are you
Stay on the main road. I couldn't find my house.
Listen, Les sent me this text.
You might have to go
and
back
I didn't know what he
meant.
Please ask Rick if he couldn't remember where he grew up. He had me driving all over the county.
Where's Cheehaw 1?
Did you not?
Well, come on,
if
Rick.
You keep going.
Well, I kept going. I ended up
and
over.
And you never found
Church.
it. You never found it.
You
right?
ended up. Oh, you were that far.
I was at Antioch, and I said, "My goodness, we're all the way down 21."
Oh my goodness!
I couldn't find it.
You crossed Friendship Road right there.
Was I supposed to turn right?
Turn
there?
right, and then you'd recognize where you were.
Well, there was so
you
much
right
stuff
there at Spider-Man Hansen's house.
I thought I was on Friendship Road.
Let me tell you through your loops.
And I wasn't on Friendship Road.
You remember where Wayne Lee grew up? Well, that's a power substation.
That's what threw me.
You turn right at the power.
That's
sub.
what threw me.
And then you'd recognize friendship.
Yeah,
That's
I
where
went
you
on
are.
bass friendship and thought I was on
Why
friendship.
didn't you call
Connected
baby
it to
brother?
Macintosh.
You should have called
I should've
baby
called
brother.
baby
But you're right. All the Bowling Springs Road and all that. No,
I mean, all that's gone.
I guess you've never. Yeah, you're right. You hadn't been through there.
Then I started trying. I said, "Well, I wanted y'all to see the countryside out here."
Rick, I can't
See,
believe you
Rick,
were at
I wanted to
Antioch.
go down and see a place that I visited when I was a kid, Lake Gerald, and I knew I'd never find it. So I said, Greg, you got to go with me so I can find it.
No, I needed Greg. You're right.
You need Greg to sniff
Greg,
these things
So
out.
I went across friendship.
Well, you should have turned around at Antioch, went back, hit Gunnels, and it took you right to it.
Okay.
As corner, this is going to be
That's
really
true.
huge.
Yeah, I got to know.
Greg, I
realize
realized I don't know Oxford 188. I only know 185.
because you hadn't been since Chocolate Park and all that was built.
No,
so,
I saw it all.
It doesn't even resemble.
No, well, so let me warn y'all, if you're coming to this, Oxford, when you get off at 185, that's where the event is.
Yeah.
But you're all probably staying at 188.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it didn't go through right there by the old Friendship School.
Yeah.
Now that goes.
And for
and
some of
connects-
y'all, and back to the rest of you, did this sneak up on y'all?
Yeah.
I mean, we've been talking
Hey,
about
Rick.
this since September.
Can't find a hotel.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
High tech that they get uncomfortable real easy about any little thing.
Yeah.
They want everything to be perfect.
The one we just got, if you have a problem, you call their tech center and you hold your cell phone up to a thing and it will send the data to the tech center over the phone.
Yeah.
And then they can read all the output they need for it. That's wild.
Now, don't forget. Do not forget this. Whatever you do, don't forget this. If you think I can have something, because I know I can't.
All right. Everybody knows
That the little bride returns tomorrow. Now, keep in mind, she told me this is not difficult.
Oh, boy.
Everything here, stainless steel, is fine. You go pick all this stuff out. Now, I've picked it all out.
Oh my gosh! Without her, okay.
Yeah. So she
Rick,
arrives
this is
trouble.
trouble.
And could look at all of it and go, What did you get this for?
The book of blame opens.
Yeah.
What brand did you go with?
Well, I looked at warranties, and the strongest warranty was Maytag. And
I think they make a good.
And it seemed to be kind of heavy duty. Now I went KitchenAid on the dishwasher and on the
Oh,
fridge.
you mix brands, huh?
Yeah, in the fridge.
We went LG this time.
Well, you know how the last dishwasher we had lasted for 18 years, and the only reason why we stopped using it was the wheels came off. The function was still fine.
Yeah.
But all the wheels came off the trays, and it became a nightmare. So I thought, if that baby gave me 18 years, I'm going with that again.
I think they make a good.
And our refrigerator was fine, too, except the ice maker and the water thing, which they always do, broke. And plus, we've gone now where they just got better. We need more space. So I like now how the freezer's in the bottom, and then you got two full rows to put stuff in. And we used to have the split, freezer on one side, fridge on the other. Ain't a lot of room in there. So that was one of the big moves on that thing. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Day before yesterday on a new NFL policy that would be involve the national anthem and protesting thereof. The NFL owners have unanimously approved a new national anthem policy that requires players to stand if they are on the field during the performance, but gives them the option to remain in the locker room if they prefer. It was announced on Wednesday. The policy subjects teams to a fine if a player or any other team personnel do not show respect to the anthem. That includes any attempt to sit or kneel, as dozens of players have done over the past 2 seasons. Those teams will also have the option to fine any team personnel, including players, for the infraction. We want the people to be respectful of the national anthem, said Commissioner Roger Goodell. We want people to stand, that's all personnel, and make sure they treat this moment in a respectful fashion. That's something I think we owe. But we're also sensitive to give players choices. Now, while they announced the decision was unanimous, Jed York, who is the owner of the San Francisco 49ers, said later that he abstained from the vote.
Not a way to be bold. So
Now,
I didn't say yes or no. I just don't want to be part of this.
Now,
I had a way to stand up.
The owner of the New York Jets, Woody Johnson, said that he would not discourage his players from kneeling, and said that he would simply pay the fine.
Okay.
So there you go. If it was unanimous, what did he vote?
Well, we
Doesn't
go,
sound like he was in agreement.
we go back to the one of the life's truths that no one can get around. what people really believe and what they really care about is what they actually do, not what they say. And they, I was hearing you guys talking about it, that they've tried to go and examine the lives of the ones who have knelt during the national anthem. First of all, claiming a narrative is out there that no one has proven. It's a false narrative. There is no proof of what they're claiming is even going on. Then, to make it worse, let's say what they claim is going on, protesting the country is the wrong protest. I was watching some videos. I told the guys from people at PragerU, and they had an African-American woman talking about this, and she said, the thing I've never understood, number one, there's no proof of the narrative. She goes, that certainly doesn't mean that racism doesn't still exist, and it certainly doesn't mean that every policeman or policewoman is this wonderful human being. It doesn't mean that either. But there really is no narrative that says that this is an ongoing problem. We just had 4 different stories that we've covered in the last few weeks, 4 times that somebody has claimed that they were being harassed by police because of the color of their skin, and the body cams or the car cams that were recording what happened all disproved the accusation, and that the accusation did not happen.
You got another one today.
Not
Get ready
kinda,
for that.
Yeah.
Not kinda, but totally.
Yeah. It's 8 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us today. We are enjoying our time with you, and we'll get a chance to chat with you again. John Thomas will be with us for a little bit next hour, our friend out of South Africa that we try to talk to at least once a year. We try to get that in. Hello, am I going to get a chance to see Bubba? Yes, you will.
What about the four-wheelers?
What about the four-wheelers? No, I don't think it's going to happen this time, unfortunately. All right, so as we work our way back, Greg, kind of gather yourself here because you're going to see a video that may be traumatizing to you, may be troubling, and I know I don't want to see you get upset in front of everybody. Apparently, the Budweiser Clydesdales got tangled up at a San Antonio rodeo.
Rick, don't say that. Don't say that.
And I know that's going to be hard for you to watch.
Please tell me they didn't dump their payload.
Now, this is from PETA's Twitter account.
Look at them
Okay,
big
just
old
so you know.
sons.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so they're...
Okay.
Uh-oh, we got some going the wrong way. Uh-oh. Clydesdales are going the wrong way.
Oh, no, they're in a big wad.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh, there go one going down.
Well, it's not, Greg. This has to be hard to watch.
Oh, no, look at him. He can't get up.
I call it row 2. Row 2 did not fare well.
This has to be hard to watch, Greg.
Look. Oh, no, and I ain't laying there. They're getting all that gear off of him.
Oh, no.
I haven't seen anybody get tangled up.
He jumps up, though, right?
I haven't seen anybody get tangled up in San Antonio this bad since Charles Barkley mentioned Victoria's Secret.
That's so good. That's good.
But they just decided to get out of line.
All right, so that guy knows immediately when one goes that way. See how quick he jumped off the wagon?
To get him.
And it was in...
Yeah, they turned into
one,
the
two,
wrong way.
three,
Yes.
so there's 4
Oh,
rows.
he knows
broke
that's
rank.
right.
They broke rank.
They broke rank.
Oh, that's not supposed to happen.
Uh-oh.
No.
We got one down.
One's down.
Oh, you don't want to hurt a Clydesdale.
Well, no, Greg, you don't.
One good thing, Rick, they didn't dump off any of what they were carrying.
But Greg,
It's a big animal.
Yeah.
They're
That's a big animal.
Do y'all
Speedy's
remember?
seen him in person.
Yeah.
I remember I used to watch Greg, and he would. I know you have to talk because it was San Antonio, but anyway, the and I've been to this rodeo, by the way.
Rick,
but
where's our bell? We need our bell back.
Yeah. I remember watching Greg, just his eyes just well up with emotion when they would remember the slow motion footage and here comes the king, here comes the big number one, Budweiser. Remember, I mean that was the
Clydesdales.
So Adler, speak to this.
All right, so at
Look
the
at that.
San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo, the Budweiser horses are part of it every
Right.
time.
Okay.
And they do this thing. I don't know why they're so proud of it, but they have that 100-year-old horse and buggy carriage setup, whatever. And you've got a big old line, a big old row of these horses. And they every single time I saw them do this, they go out in the middle of the the dirt there, and they get the horses to kind of walk sideways, so that instead of a straight line, you got horses and buggy. It makes almost like the shape of like a 7. So it's a pretty tight angle as the horses walk side by side.
Yeah.
And then
I like how you're acting in it.
side by side.
I like
clip,
that.
clop, clip, clop.
Yeah.
And then they say, now watch this. And then they straighten it out. And so they go and they show how versatile the buggy was and how, well trained the horses are. So that's always part of it. and you can see just somebody got the wrong idea. Those two in the very front.
Yeah, they went.
They went right when they were supposed to go left.
Yep.
Adler, I don't know if
Look at him. He's supposed to make a
Buddy.
left-hand turn.
Yeah, he got turned around.
And
Oh,
now
I got you.
And now instead of a straight line, you got a 6. It looks like they're trying to make a 6.
You got a miss.
Oh,
and
what
one
you
goes
got?
down.
It's like my wife driving.
One goes down.
Adler,
Peter's mad about it.
Adler, I don't know if you could pull this off.
Look at
Maybe
that.
tough to get in touch with him, but I'd love to hear what Henry the horse has to say on that.
He was very upset.
Yeah, I bet he didn't like it at all. So all horses look up to the Clydesdales.
Yeah.
And Speedy mentioned that this was from PETA's Twitter account because they're trying to push this video out there to show how poorly the horses are treated and all this. Those horses have amazing lives.
Oh, they get
They're
treated
brushed
better than most.
more than I brush my hair.
Here comes the big number one. They get pampered.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So give me a break.
So
Give me a break.
And then once they got all the gear off that one, he got up.
Yeah. It's almost like they had to say everything. Whoa, everybody.
He's thinking, I can't get up with all this on me. Y'all going to get it off.
Somebody help
So
me.
everybody knows, shifting to another topic, that this has got to be one of the most biggest step outs on an attempt at a marketing plan. People have stopped drinking soft drinks like they once did, and they've been deemed unhealthy, and we have and that's the reason why you see these soda companies going to all these other different kinds of drinks trying to play to it. This seems to be, Bubba, maybe an attempt to get men to start drinking Coca-Cola and Pepsi again. I mean, it's a little bit of a, I would say, cutting edge marketing plan.
Yeah.
But it's like Pepsi and Coca-Cola said, let's work together on this one because we need people back drinking our sodas again.
Well, they're reporting, Rick, that and see the headline here is
This
a
is
little,
going to make
it's a
asking
little-
John Thomas about Coca-Cola
Yeah.
very uncomfortable.
Yeah, this is a little misleading.
Yeah,
okay?
yeah, it is.
It says, "Are you a man or a mouse? Men who drink Coca-Cola or Pepsi have higher testosterone levels."
Say it.
Testosterone levels.
Now, I don't know about my testosterone.
What about my testosterone?
Give him a Coke.
Who am I, President Biden?
Right.
And they also have other things that seem to say that drinking these drinks make you more manly.
Say it.
Right. Yeah. What is that? Well, they said, Greg, in mice, they're seeing that the male mice seem to be showing some enlargement.
Yeah,
they are.
And now
a couple of them's feet won't touch the ground.
see, they say this about men who drink this, but when you get down into the story, it's actually just in mice.
It's rodents.
in a lab.
And they
test.
say it may suggest that.
Right.
But this is what it's doing to the rodents. And they think
like
that
in Major League.
But I mean, somebody said nobody's drinking soft drinks anymore. So I tell you, we get men to drink.
Yeah, I tell you what.
We're going to tell them if you're a real man, you're drinking the straight Coca-Cola and straight Pepsi, and your testosterone levels will go through the roof.
Yeah, or whatever Bubba said.
Testosterone. That's it. I was already. I tell you what happened, and y'all know exactly what happened. I saw the line under it, and it messed me up.
Yeah. That word. I was hoping you'd just read it.
Yeah, I did.
Well,
of course, Greg told you what.
Yeah.
was going on.
I like how
used
we try to
medical term.
tiptoe around it, and he goes like,
I used a medical term.
Yeah.
Is that what it was?
Yeah. Well, Greg wanted me to transition by saying, speaking of Clydesdale. but I didn't think that was the way to go. I didn't think that was the way to go.
Hey guys,
It's a tie.
speaking of enlargement, that mare in the second row, looking good. If anybody knows her, tell her to holler at me, okay?
The mayor in the second row. Top of the hour. If you're leaving us, have a good day. Thanks for being with us. For the rest of you, more Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Up and falsify.
Yep. So that's not helping when people are making up things that didn't happen.
Right.
We'll never address those officers that maybe need to be addressed because you're trying to hang this on officers that aren't doing anything wrong, and that is incorrect. And I heard the great example of what this woman was talking about. She said Martin Luther King Jr., when there really were issues, he would then address that specific issue and then would protest that. She used the example of the city buses. She said when there was a problem with African Americans being treated like second-class citizens by the city bus system, he protested the city bus system.
Right.
He didn't protest the country where the city bus system was located because he kept referring to the founding fathers into, what the flag represents,
right,
that the founding fathers are our best chance of being treated equally because they said we were supposed to be. So this country affords you the most liberty of any country anywhere on the planet. So if you're upset, first of all, you got to prove the narrative exists, which you never have done. But let's say that you did have more evidence than apparently you have. Well, then you should be doing things that are specific to law enforcement. It shouldn't be about offending the rest of the country, claiming that somehow the country has caused some policemen to behave terribly. No, the country would give you the freedom that you could kneel for the flag or sit for the flag without being hauled off and killed or jailed like they would do to you in North Korea or Iran. I mean, you're not going to disrespect the symbols of the government of Iran or North Korea. So you're claiming that you don't have freedoms by being free. And it is just, it's a silly protest. It's ill-advised. It's the strategy's all wrong, and the narrative is all wrong, and it's been flawed from the very beginning. And now we're discovering that the players who actually did kneel or took part in it, everybody has gone and watched their lives in the offseason, and they haven't done anything for the communities they claim are being mistreated. Not one thing. They can't document that they went into their private lives and did anything.
And really, they are the ones that can do, influence the most change. Of course, the NFL Players Union is unhappy with this because they're saying they were not consulted on something this big, this decision, and you can look for a lawsuit coming from it soon, I'm sure.
So as we stand today, before someone backpedals and changes it, as we stand today, if you're going to protest the national anthem, you do it by staying in the locker room. Everybody on the field must stand for the anthem. I can't even believe we're saying this. Must stand for the anthem or be fined. Do I have it right?
Yeah, that's basically it. And again, I think the players, really didn't think this through, because the people who will help them change something if it is wrong are those people in the stands, and they were highly offended by what they were doing, to the point that they've been hurt to the tune of billions of dollars, and that's not being talked about a whole lot. But while it is a small percentage of the big picture, it's still a lot of money.
Yeah, if one of the things, if you just understand a protest, one of the ways to make change is not to offend the people, like Bubba said, that you need to make the change. That's bad advice.
Yeah, like you used the bus protest. People got an insight to what was going on and demanded a change, and many of them were white. So that's how you make the change.
Yeah, Martin Luther King Jr. was wise enough to say, if we want this city bus system to be changed, the way to do that is not to burn the flag. Hey, let's go out here and burn flags. And everybody said, what are you burning the flag for? Because the city bus system. What? Now you've offended everybody who, like you said, Bubba, could make the change.
Yeah.
It's just not smart. I mean,
you really want to bring them onto your cause, not offend them, so that they are, despondent to it. And I think that's what's happened with this NFL protest. They really have offended the people who are their fans.
Yeah, it's a great protest except for these problems. There's no proof of the narrative. It has highly offended everybody. And what you're doing to bring attention to the narrative has people confused and is taking away attention from the very narrative that you never proved to begin with. But other than that, it's great.
Well, you remember when we had the hands up, don't shoot, and you had a lot of the St. Louis Rams at the time doing that when they were coming out of the tunnel and made a big deal of it, and it turned out simply to not be true.
Right.
I mean, we may have wanted it to be, we may have thought it should have been, we may have thought it fit with other problems that we'd had, but that particular incident was not true. So, you don't galvanize support when you do it that way. I think if they will play football, if they will honor the flag, and then at an appropriate time after the game bring up issues that they're concerned about to the media, who always will give them a microphone, they could build some consensus in areas where there is proof that they need help.
I agree. Yep. Yeah, it's just like I think about my own individual life. When people make up things about me, you know what happens? We never address the things that I probably need to look at. Because, I've got enough things that really probably need to be looked at. But then when you make up things about me, it takes all the attention away, and then you don't take it serious. You don't have to make things up. Go address the things that really exist. When you make things up, it takes away any effort on that. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. From Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. On various platforms, including but not limited to the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. America's boldest radio stations. Saying, yes, I'll carry this show. I'll do it, and I'll take the heat. Also, other options available to you if you don't have an affiliate. You can go to the Rick and Bubba 24/7 TuneIn app. It's free. You can listen even in Cape Town, South Africa. As long as you've got cell or Wi-Fi, it'll work. 24/7, the live show, and then archives of past shows and moments. Always some Rick and Bubba there. You can watch us live on YouTube. You can catch the archive on YouTube. You can get the podcast archives every day. You can use iHeartRadio. A lot of our affiliates have that option for you, too. So if you can't get Rick and Bubba, it's because you just don't want it. It's not because you can't get it anywhere in the world. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, welcome back. Bill Bubba Bussett.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. It's the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
He's returned.
There he is.
He's found his way back to America.
From the other side of the globe.
Other side of the globe, it is John Thomas.
It is so good to be with you guys again. And I listen in occasionally in South Africa.
Yes.
It's like 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Sure.
But thank you for having me again. It is so good to be with you guys.
So what's going on weather-wise in Cape Town right now? So here in the States, we're rolling through winter. What stage are you guys in right now in South Africa?
We're still sort of in summer, heading into what we call autumn or fall.
Right.
Temperatures would be in the 80s. The beaches are idyllic, Caribbean on steroids type of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
So, yes, it's great weather.
So it's a beautiful time of the year to be there.
It is. February, March, some of the best times. Our heavy wind is generally gone, and it is just a beautiful city with wonderful people with incredible tragedy and poverty.
Yes.
Rick, isn't it strange?
Yes.
You wouldn't think you'd be having summer in one place, winter in the other if we're all on a giant pizza pan, would you?
No, there you go again.
Well,
We're talking about the flat earthers that have come back, that the earth is flat. I can't believe we're even entertaining that. It also is a really inconvenient thing with some of the climate people.
Yeah.
I don't think they understand when you're talking about climate, you're talking about the entire world.
Right.
So we're not all experiencing the seasons at the same time.
No. And it kind of averages out.
There's a lot of variations. So we've talked about this a lot, John, and you've shared this. Living Hope, South Africa. Kind of update everyone. Last time you were here, which was a year ago, you brought your son Victor in, and Victor has taken kind of a combination of your role, but also a little bit of your wife's role, Avril, who's with you again. Good to see y'all Monday night. He is transitioning into that role. It didn't sound like talking to you and Avril the other night that y'all understand the concept of retirement, because it sounds like you're as active, if not more, than you've ever been. So tell us the current setup at Living Hope.
So I'm no longer the executive director. My title is founder and global ambassador, which means you get onto the Rick and Bubba show. You've got an ambassador here today.
Oh, yes.
Ambassador.
So Victor is the executive director and runs all the executive and administrative functions. Avril was the program director until just before we came to the US a week ago. She stepped out of that role and sort of works as a consultant to Living Hope, mainly on our whole proposal, grant writing, and also the community work. Community disaster response. sadly, in our country, we have had a lot of fires, a lot of tragedy. Last year, 1,186 homes burned down. This year, since the 1st of January, 31st of December, we've had 3 or 4 major fires where between 40 and 90 people each time have lost their homes and lost everything. And Avril's spending a lot of time in that. And sadly, some folk have lost their lives in these fires as well.
Well, the dynamic of South Africa, as you said, it's complicated. It's beautiful, but it's complicated. And you see still in some places what appears to be wealth, but then right across the street you see a shanty village where people literally are living in tin put together on dirt. And that's such a wild swing. Is that still the case? Is there really no middle class of much kind?
Yeah, we're a very schizophrenic country in that sense.
Yeah, right, yeah.
We're a first world country in many ways, and you could visit Cape Town and drive past the poverty and hardly even see it. And then there is unbelievable poverty, a little more hidden away from the interstates or highways, except at the Cape Town airport you can see it. But the poverty, we are one of the most unequal societies in the world, if not the most unequal society. So you have loads of very wealthy people of all of our culture groups. It isn't just limited, as in apartheid days, to whites. There are many multimillionaires of all shades and cultures. But the poverty is mainly amongst the rural black folk who've been there hundreds of years. And in an attempt to find wealth, they have moved from the rural areas where they had a sort of a subsistence type farming into these vast shanty towns. And a lot never find employment, which then pushes crime up because stealing happens, desperation happens, and tragedy just mounts and mounts. And then we have a lot of hot winds in our summer, the months that we're in. A fire starts because there's no electricity in the shanty, and a candle or a flame of some sorts falls over and it lights one shack, and you can't get in there with a fire truck.
Right.
And the next thing, 80, 100, even 1,100 homes are gone. And then complicating life in South Africa is a whole new thing, is what we call load shedding.
See if this sounds familiar. Think about California. Listen to this. Go ahead.
Rolling blackouts.
Yeah.
Now, they schedule the blackouts, and right at the moment in South Africa, people are off electricity between 6 and 8 hours per day.
Now, think about that. No electricity every day for 6 to 8 hours. Just even think about your refrigeration and trying to keep things frozen.
And so they give it to you in 2-hour blocks. But it is crazy. It's had such a knock-on effect on business, on employment, and just keeping life going. It's amazing how resilient Africans are. We type of make a plan, but it is really added a whole dimension of tragedy to what was always a very difficult situation in terms of poverty.
What caused it, John? And then we'll break and we'll come back. But what caused this? Why is South Africa in this situation with the grid?
Okay. Basically, we haven't built any new power stations for the last 30 years. Our power stations are mainly coal-fired that are 50, 60, 70 years old. We've had some flooding in parts of South Africa over this past weekend. Coal trucks, the roads have been washed away. Coal trucks can't get to the power station. But that's not the main problem. It's poor maintenance. It's old fire station, electrical stations. It's some corruption. It's even at some point limited sabotage. And I say that carefully, but you can Google it. And the government has had to bring the army into several power stations to prevent any sabotage by the people who work there.
Well, we'll come back. So that's a new problem. But as usual, and I'll let you unpack this. It's amazing. I don't think you understand how important Living Hope is to Cape Town. I mean, I don't want to exaggerate, but there's a case that can be made. They provide the Living Hope in so many ways they wouldn't be able to function without you. We'll talk about that when we come back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Welcome back for a brand new hour. You know him, you love him. There's Bill Bubba Bussey. Yeah.
So the president can't block the Russians when they comment on his Twitter account?
Well, they're not American citizens. So Corey and Gadsden, Z93, where it all began 24 years ago. Corey, welcome to the show, buddy.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys. Just wanted to bring this up. First off, if you're an adult and the fact that the President of the United States blocked you and that hurts your feelings, oh, my God, get over it. First off.
Oh, I know.
Second, does no one think maybe this isn't a personal issue? If you run your mouth or say something stupid after all these shootings and the FBI tracking Twitter and Facebook accounts, we're not taking any jokes. That's not funny anymore. If you say something off the wall, it's going to be looked at as a security breach, and you're probably going to get blocked.
Well, you hope, but you
think about this. You could say something on Twitter to the president that might get you a visit from the FBI.
Yeah,
if they're not too busy with their spies.
But he can't block you.
But he can't block you. That's that. I really see both sides of this argument. This is one that I haven't sorted out completely yet.
Well, I also go back, though, what we said, and I thought Limbaugh probably made the best point. We do give you the freedom of speech, but even in the days of getting up on the soapbox on the corner to redress the government, you had a right to get up and say it, but no judge went out there and rounded you up a crowd and said, oh, not only is he or she speaking, I got to make sure that all these people have to sit here and listen to it. I mean,
Rick, there's an important rule about that, too. Yeah. You had to start your speech on a street corner that somebody else was not already speaking on.
Right.
You couldn't go up and harass them and push them off the box and jump up there. You had to start on one that was being unused. So that was an important part of that rule.
Darlene in Georgia. Darlene, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go right ahead.
Good morning. I'm actually from Alabama, but I live in Georgia now, and I'm having to get used to politics over here, which is a little different. But my congressman, Drew Ferguson, here in Georgia, in the last few months had the same ruling on him, except I'm pretty sure it was his Facebook account. And I can tell you that the liberals over here, when he posts Happy Mother's Day, they come out with their fangs bared and all kind of nasty stuff, and he's not allowed to block anybody. And there were 2 or 3 others in Georgia, and I think they were all Republicans that have already had a similar ruling, but I'm not sure it was on Twitter. It was on Facebook.
Well, obviously the Founding Fathers did not see social media coming down the old pike. So I guess we're having to adapt to how does all this jive with social media? And it looks like the rulings are going against government officials, especially if they're Republicans, that they don't have the right to block citizens from redressing them.
Okay, so how will this work when it flips the other way? When agencies that are funded by the government, Planned Parenthood, they get bombarded on their sites with all this, are they going to be allowed to block that?
This is going to have to be addressed by Twitter and other social media outlets. We can't be, if I have a Twitter account, I really can't be responsible for who I block and do not block. If we're not supposed to block people, then Twitter needs to go in and eliminate that option for us. Mute, block, whatever. Really and truly, that should be the guideline. They should be able to control this, not us.
We'll see where it goes. Stephanie and Killens.
I guarantee you they're having a meeting today about this.
Yeah, just like Facebook had to. Yeah. So, Stephanie, go ahead.
Yes. My question was, I think Bubba just addressed it, was the rest of these people like Planned Parenthood, are they going to be blocked? And is this just a Republican thing? Are they going to block Democrats?
Usually there's 2 different views when it comes to political stuff. So, there's really very little consistency. But I don't know. We'll see. I mean, if this ruling stands, then it shouldn't matter what party a particular political person is part of. That means that would be no political candidates or political offices that could block people from saying anything they want to say to them.
So let's just think this thing out, how it could play out in reality. So the FBI's Twitter feed can't be blocked. So all the drug dealers can get on there and dog them for all they're worth. Is that it?
I don't know. I don't know where this is going. Ron?
1, 2, 3, 4.
It is 21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show with old friend John Thomas. Johnny, so good to see you back here again. You have updated us on even more obstacles, and I want to try to get two things in, and then we'll try to hit 1:30. If you go to rickandbubba.com right now, if you'd like to find out about Living Hope South Africa, we have the website in the show notes. You can click there. There's not enough show to tell you everything God is doing through this ministry. I mean, pray by the grace of God and with people who've come along to help, the fingers just stretch out into every part of the South African society, from Cape Town, and now another project 500 miles from there that we're working on. And through drought, now we got rolling blackouts, through fires, through a worldwide pandemic, all the problems that are presented to the people of Cape Town, South Africa, and surrounding areas by the miracles that God has done, and that's not an exaggeration, through Living Hope South Africa. It's like that ministry in the center of this complicated place literally holds it together. Every time that it looks hopeless, Living Hope steps up and says, we have a solution. It's been amazing to watch. Just the things you were telling us about when we had to find ways to provide meals to people when the pandemic hit and you couldn't go anywhere and people got isolated, and you found a way to do that. When the drought came that was, a 100-year drought, the place that had water was Living Hope. You remember that?
Yep.
And of course, again, this audience stepped up and we got the filtration system. And that water was provided. When the AIDS epidemic way back, when it hit, you guys were there to become at first a hospice and then, praise God, a hospital to help them when we found ways for that not to be a death sentence. And then the changing of the culture to try to combat this going forward through behavior, getting at one time supported by the United States federal government because of the incredible job and success you were having with the battle against AIDS. Job skill training, now a new special needs ministry for those that are physically handicapped, and the children's programs for it. I don't even know. You can't. I'm scratching the surface.
Well, Rick, you are an amazing PRO officer for us, but you do get so proud of God because we just started out with a little bit of faith in a great big God, and this Living Hope just keeps mushrooming and mushrooming. We have 53 different programs. We started with one, HIV and AIDS, and the tentacles go into just about every level of society, seeking to help in 5 or 6 major areas: healthcare, life skills, agriculture training, family strengthening, a newer program, in substance abuse recovery, as well as disaster response. And it has been just so wonderful to see God at work. And, despite the rolling blackouts, what we're discovering is there are new opportunities to speak to people about their relationship with the Lord.
Amen.
What is interesting is when political solutions fail, when political promises and dreams don't materialize, people say, so now what's this all about? We thought freedom and a new political dispensation would give us hope. And they're saying, so what is the real deal? And it gives us the opportunity to present Jesus through the platform of 53 different programs. And we have found that when you take care of a person's physical needs, they want to know about your Jesus. They want to ask questions, and you don't have to use some clever formula to try and twist them into a relationship with God. COVID was an incredible opportunity for us to feed people. And the way the Lord provided money for us to feed 17,500 households.
Good night.
Is just a miraculous story on its own. But so many would come, and we developed food systems to get the food to them. But many of those came to know Christ as Savior. And that's what we celebrate. We're not just social workers, we're not just health workers, we're not just educators, we're not just equipping people. We do all of those things and more. But ultimately, we want to see people come into a personal relationship with God. And I guess that applies to you, sir, as you're listening. That is the most important thing you can do in your life, is turn it over to the Lord.
Amen. Well, and Bubba and I were talking about this because we know that, there's the lost will be the only ones who will face, the judgment seat. But then there's the Bema seat, where those of us who have been redeemed, we stand before the Lord, and He gives and takes away based on the things we did while we were in the flesh. I hope that we're not near you and Averill in the line.
Yeah,
because once y'all stand up there in front of Him, I'm gonna be like, well, I think I'll just step out of the line. But and ultimately, we give all these crowns back to Jesus because He's the ultimate reward. But well done, good and faithful servants, and not losing that. Ultimately, it's the eternal need. Because the fallen creation is never going to quite get it right until it's fully redeemed.
No, and it's very temporary.
Yeah, and you mentioned that even when the governments who know that you guys are evangelical, because you don't hide it, they know that, but they see how much they provide, so they don't want to shut them down because they can't do what this ministry does for the very people that they claim to be ready to take care of.
Yeah. Rick, it is humbling to see God at work.
Yeah.
We're not ashamed of the gospel. We're not ashamed of Jesus. We're very clear about who we are. Last year, we served 106,000 people. Those are people whose names and addresses we know. We've been to their houses. We've helped them. Our statisticians did some accurate, not evangelistic, stretching of how we have impacted people's lives, and in individual actions on those 106,000 people, we were able to do 2.3 million impact interventions or touching their lives in some way, bringing the hope of Jesus and breaking the despair of poverty and disease. That's what Living Hope in Cape Town is all about, and in South Africa, bringing hope, breaking despair, bringing the hope of Jesus, breaking the despair of poverty and disease.
How about the little ambassador? Pretty good ambassador, isn't he?
Yeah, he gives pretty good speech, doesn't he?
Show notes has got the link. John is going to hang out with us. We can do some phone calls, too. I do want to have to say one more thing about there's an opportunity out there, and I think we were talking about this. But we'll come back. But also your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. John will stay with us for another moment before he has to go, and we'll take phone calls on any topic, but he'll be here as well. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Good morning.
Hey, how you doing, Ronald?
Doing good. That Twitter account's just like a TV. It's got an on-off switch on it.
That is correct.
Yeah, it does. You're right.
Thanks, Mac.
Well, let's say you're following whoever, and we're out to get whoever. All we have to do is put a bunch of profanity tirades on there, and people will quit following it because they don't want to see that kind of stuff. So you have the ability to stop their free speech by the way you respond to it. See, and that's not fair either. So
Well,
I don't know that they've got this right yet.
If you really want to have some fun, go on to some Democrat or even a Republican or independent or whatever that does not have a spiritual worldview that lines up with you if you're, say, a follower of Christ. If you really want to watch people have fun with this, go out there and say they can't block you talking about Jesus all the time.
Yeah.
Let's come up with something that they hate to be out there. I mean, I'm talking about do the whole plan of salvation, Romans Road. I mean, do the whole thing, call them to repentance. Put all of that out there. Jesus is the only way. Do all of that. Talk about God's definition of marriage, and by golly, that's how it ought to stand. Put some of that out there and see how they respond. Because, remember right now, the current time we're living in, I'm not going to protect you from any filth. None.
Right.
You got to filter that out on your own. But now I will protect you from Jesus, especially his exclusivity and this "I'm the only way" stuff, because that's
all
mean.
that business.
Yeah, and God's standard for marriage say, "Oh, that's mean."
Yep.
So why don't we just start doing all that? It looks like they can't block it. I mean, it's got to be given equal standing, right?
You haven't seen the end of this. It'll be to the Supreme Court. That's one reason why Trump's not changing his position on it yet.
Kendall in Alabaster.
The judge didn't issue an order; they just ruled on it. By the way.
Kendall, go ahead.
Hey guys, how y'all doing?
Good. We're great. Hope you're good, buddy.
My question was, I was just kind of looking, and I remembered I wasn't alive when it happened, but I remember the 1968 Olympic Games whenever the two athletes held up their fists during the national anthem.
Yeah, they did the power sign in, I believe it was Mexico City.
Yeah, and I was wondering what y'all's opinion on that was. I mean, going back to the NFL thing, that it's a different time, it's a different circumstances and everything like that, but the common thread between these two is that they did the protest during the anthem. So I was wondering, should they have been allowed to do it back then? What y'all's opinion on it?
Well, I think it goes back to this. If you have a narrative that you can prove, and which, by the way, the NFL hasn't been able to do, if you can prove this narrative exists and that the country that you live in is oppressive and is not treating you the way that you think you should be treated, then certainly that would be you have the right to protest and not be carried off or anything like that. Now, the Olympic team can say, in order for you to play on this Olympic team, this is how we behave during the national anthem, and if you won't do that, then you can't be on the team.
Right, and I think they got removed.
Yeah,
they got in trouble for it, and I agree. I think,
but as a citizen, they weren't put in jail or anything like that, so they had the right to do it. Doesn't mean it's appropriate, but they had the right to do it.
Yeah, I think it wasn't appropriate. Again, we're back to this standard of the national anthem again. So, there's time to do that. I mean, they were on the medal stand again. Think about this: they were given the opportunity to be selected to the team and to train and to travel and have their expenses paid and win a gold and silver medal by the very thing they're protesting. So that, there's some dichotomy there, I guess. Huh?
Yeah, now, at least they were standing.
Yeah.
But I understand what you're saying, and they certainly had the reason why this country is so wonderful is that they were not jailed or executed or anything for doing that. So pretty good place considering other places they would have been. But in that particular time, I do believe if you're an African American in the 60s, I believe your narrative was had a little more standing and had a little more proof. I think you can make the case that something needed to change and did. This thing the NFL's doing, it just doesn't have the same validity. There's just no proof of it. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 35 minutes now past the hour. HelloFresh.com, HelloFresh.com/Bubba. If you do not enjoy spending all that time in grocery checkout lines and overpaying now, even though the government says there's no inflation, I can see what something cost before and what it costs now with our own eyes. So we're all looking to try to be a little more efficient in our grocery buying and our meal preparing. HelloFresh.com/Bubba can really, really help with that. 40 weekly recipes. Their chefs go ahead and put them together. They create them. They have all the ingredients you need. They have the recipe card to follow. No problem there. You just go in and pick the meals for the week if you're trying to be fit or you're trying to be a little healthier. They've got that. If you just need some family-friendly meals, they got that. Quick and easy, even for the pickiest eaters, they've got that. And then you select those meals. They send you the meals to your door. Okay, you follow the recipe cards, but then all the ingredients, see, they're not just telling you what to go shop for. The ingredients are actually in every bag, and you just simply prepare those meals, and you get them on the table, get the family back around the table, and you're also saving money. It's less expensive than takeout, and it's also helps you reduce your grocery bill. You're also not wasting food. So right now, we can get you 65% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba if you'll just simply go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Nothing's been easier. Use the code Bubba, HelloFresh.com/Bubba. You're going to love this. 65% off and free shipping. Also, RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. John Thomas is with us. I knew this would happen. From the Rick and Bubba Twitter feed, can John Thomas call my wife? See, we knew this was coming. It is a that goes back to an old.
I have a birthday coming up in March.
You do.
Yes.
Rick has one on the 3rd of October.
Yes, I do, and I'm
got
so
that
glad
on the calendar. I wish you'd put mine on the calendar.
Hello, Rick. Happy birthday. So, John, I do regret to. It looks like we will not four-wheel this time.
It's close to sin.
I know. I've repented. They just won't work. I mean, the schedule they have you on and the schedule they have me on this week just doesn't work. I don't think it would have worked anyway this time, right? The new schedule you're under, could we have gone when? Maybe Monday?
Yeah,
maybe.
Possibly, yeah,
that would have been it, right?
Well, you'd have a lot of mud right
Yeah, it was a lot.
A lot of mud out.
The pictures last year, he and his son got in the mud pretty good last year. We had a lot of mud down there. But I understand you've been riding lawnmowers to try to fill the void.
And I heard you spoke about it yesterday.
Yeah, I did.
It's one of these kabuto things that have we would say levers, you say levers.
Yeah.
And you go left, you pull it towards you, forward, and yeah. So you go around in circles when you start it, and you sort of ram a tree, which I did very effectively. And come to an abrupt stop. But I taught Avril, believe it or not, to drive this thing, and she got on and mowed the grass.
Now, how did you say it? What brand name is it?
Kabuto? Kabuto?
No,
what do you want to say?
That's a South African dish, kabuto.
We say Kubota.
Kubota.
Like a boat, but I don't know that we're saying it.
Yeah, we may be wrong. It's Japanese, right?
Rick, I don't.
Kubota. And a lot of it comes out of what, Belarus? That's one track.
Well,
that's a different. They just call it Belarus.
Russia.
Yeah, I don't know.
Next,
I don't know. Yep. Yeah. So anyway, and also I want to touch on this. You told me that as far as the United States of America, and I understand that Americans probably provide. Do Americans provide most of the funding for Living Hope South Africa, as far as outside your own country?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A good. In very round terms,
yeah.
Half of our money comes from South Africa, which is including the government, who pay some salaries. They don't dictate any terms. They just give us the money to pay people. And roughly half of our money comes from the U.S.
And in the U.S., you were telling me that mainly, if not exclusively, is Florida, Alabama, and Tennessee.
That is absolutely correct.
I want you to think about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so I was sitting there, and I said to him, how do we not have Mississippi?
Yeah, Mississippi actually gives more.
Yeah.
They actually give more in our country than any other state.
Yeah, they're the most giving. They're the most giving state we have. Mm-hmm. And I thought, how can John not have someone to visit? Because you've been to Florida already.
Yeah.
You're going to Tennessee, and you're in Alabama. So you could work Mississippi in with no problem on your travels. And so what will we be looking for? Because somebody in Mississippi needs to step up, just a host church or churches that would, because I know here in Alabama you have not several, but a few churches that work with you. And then you have some in Tennessee, some down in Florida. So we need a Mississippi church or two to sit down and have a meeting with you.
Somebody to open doors.
Yeah, right.
Somebody who God is talking to right now to say, we can host you, we can introduce you to churches, donors, friends, businesses. We certainly would love to come and visit Mississippi.
Yes, and so we've got a lot of affiliates there, a lot of listeners there. So when I heard that Mississippi wasn't in, I thought, well, that's like missing like a star player.
I know.
I mean, you got to have Mississippi. So so we'll work on that. And you also touched on with what we've been doing here with the show, and one of the ministries that we really have invested time, develop a strategy is men's ministry, and you said amen to that. Yeah. It doesn't matter where you are in the world. If the men are not in their proper roles, it's disaster.
Yeah, what I was saying when some of the ads were playing is that in our country, 80% of the homes are single-parent moms.
80%.
80%. So only 20% have fathers, and they may not be fully functional, godly role models.
Yeah.
That 20%. And so we have a crisis of absent men in the homes. They'll make babies, but they certainly are not fulfilling their roles and being role models to their children, loving their wives. And that, I think, the family is God's unit for society. An effective family, effective society. The husband, the father, is the leader of that. And unfortunately, in our country, the women are the leaders of that and the men are absent.
Yeah.
And we need a revival in males stepping up and fulfilling their God-given roles.
Yeah, our country, the last that was checked, if you count everybody, the entire country, we're almost to 50%. And if you get into a lot of the black communities, it's 72%, somewhere in there. So we're at the point now where 1 out of 2 children in this country, their father is not in their life at all.
Yeah.
80% where you are. And and you've seen the result of that. And I think we've talked about it because what you just said, since that's God's design, I think that's why the enemy
has attacked
that family unit, and it's all over the world that the enemy does this, and we keep falling for it, and we always fall for, well, and I'm not saying people can't overcome obstacles. All we're saying is it is an obstacle.
Yeah.
And but why have that obstacle? Why create a unit with that obstacle in it? Yeah. It can be overcome, praise God for that, but it is an obstacle, and sometimes it's too much to overcome.
Yeah.
Well, men in our society are proud and apparently don't need help. And so it's a macho thing. We don't do that. You will not even find a male sitting in a clinic in South Africa. They will avoid the clinics, the hospitals. Men don't do that.
So it's considered to be weak.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And leading in the family, it just doesn't happen. And
what is it not considered to be weak, not to take care of your responsibilities?
It's just
it's
men are supposedly king,
right,
and can do what
and watch
they want
me
to.
produce all these children, and I'll let the women take care of them as I go to produce more of them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I don't have a responsibility to the family. That's the wife's role,
right?
Which is so unbiblical and so warped by Satan. And I think many of our country's problems go back to a lack of godly men standing up in their homes, leading their homes, and then standing up in society.
Yeah, and it's a problem wherever that's going on. It creates the same problem. And there's no doubt that the mother cannot be replaced either, and there's a nurturing she provides. Absolutely true. But there's a headship that God gave that man that cannot be duplicated by anyone but him. Well, John, it's been great to have you with us as always. And I have a feeling you're going to find that Mississippi partner, don't you? I can just feel it. And if we can be liaison in that, we will. But the website is right there at rickandbubba.com in show notes. So if you want to find out, and of course, we always say thank you when you come on to all those that support the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund, because of, we send a grant every single month to the children's program at Living Hope in Bronner's name, and you brought us updates on that, and that's flourishing and going well.
And thank you so much, Rick. Thank you. It is incredible how God has used Bronner's story and Bronner's life.
Oh, yeah.
It is he is living, making a difference in the lives of children in Africa. And thank you for your generosity, and thank you for buying the coffee to those of you who are listening.
Yes.
And one thing, I don't know, do they know that I converted you to coffee?
Yes, I told that story. I didn't start drinking coffee. I was the shame of my family. Yeah. Because my family are big coffee drinkers. Greg was so disappointed. My mother so disappointed. And you were the one who said, I do not believe you've ever had true coffee. And you prepared me the African coffee, and you weaned me in as opposed to weaning me off. You brought me in to the coffee world, and I realized that my problem wasn't I didn't like coffee. I'd never had great coffee.
Wow, that's good.
Yeah, so
John,
thank you.
Thank you.
Do you like Rick's imitation of you? Do you think it's accurate?
You know, I don't know what I sound like.
It's pretty good.
I believe that Rick is spot on. I was driving the Capote.
You know, Rick, maybe John needs to get a four-wheeler and ride the entire length of the state of Mississippi looking for partners. I mean,
wearing a Rick and Bubba T-shirt.
That would stir everybody up. You know?
Four-wheeling for Africa. John Thomas, thank you. We love you, buddy.
Thank you. So good to see you.
God bless.
God bless you.
God bless. We'll be back. Phone calls next. Anything you want to talk about. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll look at any headlines we might have missed, too. When the Rick and Bubba Show continues, you want to find out more about Living Hope, South Africa. It's right there in show notes at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I've heard of road rage. This I want to know what happened that caused Red Truck to be so mad.
I'm telling you.
There's a road rage suspect seen on a surveillance video hitting a man with a sledgehammer after smashing the windows out of the vehicle. Philadelphia police are looking for this person. We got the video. It's been posted online by the police department trying to see if anybody knows who Mr. Road Rage is. I mean, you realize it was so bad that the passenger in the car, when they try to get out of the parking lot, falls out and gets injured. I guess they're all trying to, because he starts taking the sledgehammer and crushing the driver's side window.
Oh, yeah.
Hitting the car. I mean, look, this guy tries to get out the other side, and as he's spinning out, he throws him out, and now that guy is going to, which I don't know how he got the door shut, but look, so this guy's injured. That's the guy that fell out of the car. He's fell on his foot or something's wrong, holding his side, I guess, where he hit the. And look, the driver gets out, and then look, now he hits him with the sledgehammer. Not as hard as he did the car, but he did hit him. And now he's back hitting the car again with the sledgehammer as they pull away. I really need to know what happened in traffic that caused this man to be this angry. Yellow shirt.
Right.
That is unbelievable.
And as you said, the police have released this surveillance footage and are still looking for the attacker and the victims. No one's come forward.
Well, they pulled up right in front of a security camera to have out. I mean, that's great footage. You can't deny that.
Did you see how? I mean, first of all, who rides around with a sledgehammer? I mean, I don't have one in my car, but
No.
I may get one.
This guy comes flying into this parking lot. You can tell he's trying to get away from this dude, and then he's stuck. He can't get out.
Right.
So then the red truck pins him in, and then opens the door, and this guy's still trying to 3-point turn to get away, and then boom, he goes to hitting.
Did you see the can come out of his truck, Rick, when he jumped out? See that can on the ground?
Yeah,
right there?
I do. What is it?
It looks like a cup, a white cup or something.
Is that what it is?
It's a Solo.
Look,
and then
maybe a beer can or something. I don't know. You can't really tell.
I'll tell you that guy and there's the driver jumping out hollering something. Did you see the driver get out?
Mm-hmm.
And then, oh my gosh, now he hits the guy with the sledgehammer, and there's the driver again. Now he's getting back in again, and there comes more hitting the back of the car with the sledgehammer. This guy goes crazy with the sledgehammer. I'm talking about he goes berserk.
A lot of damage. Did a lot of damage to the car.
Well, what about?
And I would think if I'm the police, I could just go to all the body shops in and around Philadelphia and probably find out who.
But I want to ask this question.
Well, they've got traffic cameras too. They ought to be able to follow them from where they went from that
right.
parking lot.
Yeah.
Do you realize though when he takes that? I'm talking about over the top chopping wood swing into the driver's side window, how dangerous that is. It's a wonder he didn't hurt the driver. I mean, look at this first deal, Bubba. That's right on the window. Bam. I mean, that.
Have y'all ever been I wouldn't say victim, but have y'all ever witnessed any kind of road rage?
Not to that level.
Not to that level. I mean, a little bit, not much. Have you?
I know Greg's wanted to do
Just
stuff.
a good cussing. I ain't never really seen nobody assault anybody.
Yeah. I've
been involved in a few cussing ones.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
So it looks like the driver keeps wanting to get out there and run his mouth a little bit, but then when Sledgehammer starts coming after him, he jumps back
nobody
in.
wants to talk to the Sledgehammer.
No, I don't want to take on Sledgehammer.
I got a question.
Because I have a little something for Sledgehammer, but I mean,
I got a question
I'd
for
hate
you
to-
guys.
He's lucky that guy was not carrying a weapon, because right there after that, I think he's using deadly force, in my opinion.
No, if you
slinging a hammer through my window.
If you take a sledgehammer and break my window out, I'm gonna shoot you.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
so let me
that's
ask you a
it.
question. I'm going
I
back
agree.
here. When this guy opens the door right here, is he getting out to confront this man, or do you think he's just trying to get away?
I think he's trying to get away.
I think he thinks that guy's about to try to kill him.
Well, there's glass all over him from breaking that window.
I think he is saying these windows are being broken by a sledgehammer flying into the car. I want out of the car.
So he's leaving the driver hanging? He's just getting out?
It looks like
he started to go after that guy to begin with. You see it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then he decided
I think the driver's getting out for his buddy, and then he realized, oh, wow, this guy's coming back for more.
Well-
He gets back in. Oh, wait, what do I do?
Right. Well, go back when he gets out.
When he's
though,
behind him. He's lucky he didn't put it in reverse. And
right.
Even up.
I mean,
you know.
There's this. Yeah. I don't know whose fault all this is. None of it, I don't think, leads to a sledgehammer.
No,
But the sledgehammer's lucky because if I'm in the car and he's got a sledgehammer, I can run over him, even if I don't have a gun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially when he pulled up behind him there.
And then he gets
So you jump in right now and you go ahead and slip her in reverse, knowing he's coming up that way.
Can we all agree this guy has anger issues?
Yeah.
And that he can't seem to dial them back.
Unless that other car has kidnapped somebody out of his car, I think that's an overreaction.
Yeah. And here we go. 8 minutes to the top of the hour. Phone calls wrapping up the hour at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Any topic you want to talk about, make a comment, ask questions, bring information to the table. And if you have something to say, something to comment on, doesn't matter what it is, you can get in right now. Helmsy's ready at 866-WE-BE-BIG to Chase. Chase, thanks for your patience, and welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
I'm good, guys. How are y'all?
Good.
Great.
Good.
Great.
Hey, so I know y'all were talking about the MLB changes to speed the game up. Have y'all heard about the proposed NCAA changes for this season?
For baseball?
For football.
No.
Some of them. I heard some of them being discussed.
So the ones that they're discussing to be put in for this coming season are the clock is going to keep running on first downs except inside the 2 minutes of each half. The clock will keep running on incomplete passes once the ball is spotted back at the line of scrimmage. And then they're prohibiting consecutive timeouts, like icing the kicker. I just wanted to get you guys' thoughts on it.
Those all sound fine to me. I don't, the incomplete pass, as long as you wait till you get the ball set again, because you got to go find the ball and bring it back.
Usually takes a little time to get everybody back upfield.
Yeah, so none of those would really bother me. I wouldn't mind seeing that.
Yeah, I hate the icing kicker.
Yeah,
so many of the rules have gone to aid the offense and aid scoring anyway.
no
so
question.
I don't know that it'll hurt the game that much.
No, I think anything. I've always been very, very confused over the years, and even incorrectly argued. I don't fully understand I've been knocked out of bounds. And some of you officials would know, sometimes they continue to wind the clock, other times they stop the clock. And I know it's some sort of judgment about, like if I run out of bounds, they stop it. And sometimes when I'm knocked out of bounds, they stop it. But other times when I'm knocked out of bounds, they keep it running.
It's the forward progress.
That's what I mean. What does it mean?
In bounds, if forward progress was stopped, and then you go out of bounds, and it'll keep running. So if you get hit, but you're continually if you're still moving forward, then it'll stop. But if you get hit in bounds and then get it knocked backwards or sideways, then it'll keep running.
But I'm out of bounds. either
right,
way.
Right, I
Yeah.
get it.
Yeah, I mean,
you're talking about college, right? You're talking about college,
and,
correct?
and two, you know, a lot of times you get hit inbounds. You go down and then you kind of roll out, and they don't stop the clock for that because you were down in. It's really it's. I don't know. It seems like we're tampering with everything.
But when I
right
see
now.
people go out of bounds, you know, they were knocked out of bounds, and they're like, this one is not stopper, and that one is, and I see that's what they're looking for, but it just seems I'm out of bounds. I mean, it shouldn't out of bounds just be out of bounds.
Right. I would think so.
Gator, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Bubba,
hey.
I just feel like that I feel like the proof to support the fact that the earth is flat is just piling up. I feel like it's got you down in a wood pile stomping on you.
No, I'll be honest with you. I don't spend a lot of time worrying about it.
Yeah. I don't know honestly if there's a lot of dumb things. I think saying the earth is flat it's definitely a top 5 dumb. It's completely asinine.
Well, Bubba, I just wanted to see if you could give all the flat earthers out there, name one fact that could prove that the earth is round. Name me one. Name me one.
Well, I'll tell you a good one. John Thomas was just talking about where he just came from. It was summer.
Right. That's
and they're headed
one.
into fall, and we're in the winter headed into spring.
Yeah.
Can't have that on a pizza pan.
No, that's
you got to have a ball that's angled at about 23 degrees, and somebody's getting summer, somebody's getting winter.
I guess all the pictures of a sphere, you know, they're fake. So I guess John claiming his climate is different is fake as well.
All right, why not?
That he's in a different
Why
season.
not?
So
it's always bothered me, like when you do New Year's, you know, and they show like them celebrating New Year's in London, and it's still daylight here.
Right.
You know, it's just sun is about to go down, but it's like real dark there. You know,
yeah.
I don't know. I don't know how you ever convince somebody of that.
So I'm like you, what you said originally, and I know he's trying to use some of the quotes from Biden and all that, but the you know, here it is right here. Here's Biden on flat Earth.
Name me one. Name me one.
That's so
he's not going for a distinguished
Name me one.
comment that's going to make the replays of history. He's gone into angry old man that somebody got an apple out of his yard. You know.
Yeah, no, you're right. It's two different things. To Peggy, Peggy. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hello, gentlemen.
Hey.
I was were you guys happy with the segment yesterday y'all did on Peggy, the way y'all talked about her and everything? I mean, you guys watched that and felt good about that afterwards?
I thought it was probably one of the funnier segments yesterday. And
She was doing a good job.
And yesterday's show was a bit of a dragger. I didn't think it was really good from start to finish, but I thought that was
That
one
was
of
a
our
highlight.
I thought that was one of our
What segment are we talking about?
You know,
I don't
when
remember.
Big Peg sat on
Yes. Okay.
That was
the
hilarious.
alligator. The alligator.
That was
she
I
did
thought
a great job.
I thought it was hilarious.
If you guys can go home, have your wife, have your mom, have your sister, all of them watch that segment and tell them and ask them, are you guys okay with the way I talked about that woman? 'Cause I thought that was just, I've watched y'all forever and listened to y'all, but yesterday was just for the top with the way y'all treated that woman. That's just, I was just disappointed in y'all.
Well, I'm so sorry. Yeah, and it bothers
We'll
me.
do better.
You don't seem to have any concern about the alligator.
Well, y'all didn't even make it about the alligator.
Well, we
I
talked
mean,
about
y'all
his
didn't
legs
even
being numb. We talked
What about
his
the poor
back
lady
legs.
that got eaten?
What about the woman that got eaten?
Yeah. That's who we
didn't
ought to
make
really
fun
been
of her.
sad about.
I'm sorry. It's a fact that if you bring somebody in that looks like that sits on the back of the alligator, he's done. Yeah.
And obviously she's done it before.
Yeah. And we
they
also
called in the expert.
We also are big fans of self-deprecating humor and don't take ourselves terribly serious. And I'm going to bet she probably doesn't either.
She was doing her job well.
I appreciate you being offended on her behalf.
Bubba.